Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on TV TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And as the countdown gets narrower and narrower, it is 10 days to the general elections. The kitchen is becoming too hot for one Deputy President, William Ruto. Today he's on fire, firing back at the president, saying, "Leave me alone, don't talk about me." What's cooking with Kenya Kwanza and UDA fraternity? Let's dive deep into this until we get to the bottom of what is stressing the deputy president when he has been a front runner, according to him and his team. Let us all weigh on this and get down to the reality behind the appearance. Well, the home stretch is on, and the AZIMIO la Umoja with Raila Odinga were in Lower Eastern at UKAMBANI, drumming up support for their bid for these general elections. Of course, and Kenya Kwanza in North Rift at the home turf of one William Ruto. And that is where the bombs are being fired from in order to silence the president and his team in supporting one Raila Odinga. I don't know what you make out of the same. And of course, today there was that status conference with IEBC. Is IEBC ready for this election? And are you ready for this election? Let us get down to dive into the same and discuss it at length. Thank you so much. Those of you that are able to get us, please make sure you don't watch alone. Invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Let us get talking and be able to do exactly what we are required to do. And that is justice to the topic of tonight. What is cooking with the deputy president? Let's get down to this, even as we await more. As some of you walk in, please let us come in fast and furious. Let us ensure that we do what is right for this country.
Nataka nimwambie rais, wacha kuniletea maneno my friend. Wewe sukuma candidate yako bwana kitendawili. Unaniongelea nini? Sijui kama tunaelewana. Mr. President, please stop talking about me. Talk about your candidate. Tunaelewana? Mtu waambie wewe rais, utuambie huyu mtu wa kitendawili atawacha kungoa reli lini? Atawacha kujiapisha lini? Atawacha kuvuruga Kenya lini? Atawacha mambo ya violence lini? Na utuambie agenda ya huyo jamaa. Wachana na William Ruto. I supported you when you needed a man to support you. If you do not want to support me, leave me alone. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Yes. Yeah. And please, tuko pamoja bwana? Tunaelewana? Yes. With a lot of respect. Sijui kama tunaelewana. With a lot of respect, my friend, Mr. President. Please, be a decent human being. Kuwa mungwana. Kuwa na shukurani. Sisi ndio tulikusaidia. Wacha kujifanya saizi eti sijui unajifanya nini. Please. Ama niaje my friend. Sasa eti wewe sasa unaanza kunithreaten mimi. Ati utanifanya nini? Bora usiue watoto wangu. Lakini mimi na wewe tafadhali tuheshimiane. Sijui kama tunaelewana bana. Tuko pamoja? Tuko pamoja? Mimi nawaomba Wakenya wote, All Kenyans should not accept to be provoked. Na waomba jameni, musikubali hawa watu watusukume ati tufike mahali Wakenya wanakosana. Hawa ni watu tumewamalizia na mambo yao itamalizika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 pale kwa debe. Na mimi nataka nimwambie rafiki yangu rais, hata kama umenifanya yale yote umenifanya, mimi ni mtu muungwana, mimi ni mtu Mkristo, mimi sitakuwa na maneno na wewe. Nitahakikisha kwamba umeenda nyumbani polepole na upumzike na uendelee na maisha yako, uniwachie Kenya hii nisukume mbele, kwa sababu naelewa nafanya nini. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Tuko pamoja kabisa beti? Wangapi wanasema tuwe na uchaguzi wa amani jameni? Hebu nione watu wa amani. Sisi wote tunataka uchaguzi wa amani. Sote tunataka uchaguzi wa amani. Hebu nione wala wanasema tunataka uchaguzi wa amani. That is what
Ladies and gentlemen, the kitchen seems to be too hot for one deputy president. I don't know what you think and feel about the same. Between the president and the deputy president, who has threatened who? Na kama sisi ni Wakristo, Ukristo unakwenda hivyo. Kwa hivyo mahala popote, karibu kabisa katika Mtembei TV. Hii ni show yako ambayo tunadadisi siasa zetu na jinsi tutakavyoongoza hii nchi kufanikiwa na kuwa imara baada ya uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, na ukitupata karibisha wawili watatu. Wale watu tufuata Facebook, bado tuko na shida na Facebook live, kwa hivyo jitahidi ukuje kwa YouTube, hapo ndipo utaweza kujiunga nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tunazungumzia deputy president firing back at the president, telling him to leave him alone. What do you make of this? Na kwa kwanza vizuri tuanze na elder. Let's begin with the elder, because hapa mahali mambo imefika, ni wazee kwanza alafu sisi tufuate. Mundu wa nyumba, how are you? Mundu wa nyumba, my elder.
Bernard, are you in trouble of some sort in terms of transmission? Unakuja unapotea. Otherwise, habari ya Bernard?
Niko salama. Karibu.
Wote, Alex, Omar, Steven, Onyango. Oh, Bantu Warriors. Long time no see, eh? Happy to see you guys, eh? Yeah, I think Bernard, somebody is interfering with you, but we shall continue. It doesn't matter. We don't stop, eh? Yeah. You want me to say something, Bernard?
I wanted you to give the opening remarks on what is happening. Let's be led by the elders today.
Now, maybe I can't comment much. Really, I've been doing other matters. You don't just concentrate on politics only. You also do other matters that matter. And but things are going all right. The only setback or something that makes us feel very like, let me not like us. Let me talk personally myself. Is the anger shown by our deputy president? You don't do this, and I'm surprised so many Kenyans who attended his rally were clapping and encouraging him and saying, yote yawezekana bila Uhuru. That's like they said, yote yawezekana bila Moi. I don't know what he gives these people, because something is so obvious. How do you listen to somebody in such anger? It's even dangerous, actually. Even observing and listening to him, I feel afraid. And then he says, Uhuru amemkosea. Actually, in our language, Kikuyu, we say that someone abusing need not to call you a dog for you to feel that you have been abused. There are many ways I can abuse you, and then using different language. I said when we were young boys, one of the abuses was if unaweka mate hapa on the rice, naambia na hakuna kitu umefanya tu, unataka vita, panguza hiyo mate. Anapanguza, si unamchokoza, na akipanguza mnapigana vita ya kweli for nothing actually. So it's like Ruto is doing the same. Hii mate nimeweka hapa on my rice, panguza uone vita ikitokea. Actually, I feel very bad watching the whole of that clip, because that anger is not good for, not even at national level, of course, not even at family level, not at any level should that anger be shown. Actually, it's dangerous. And then, in fact, this is double speak. Nasema wewe umenitukana na mimi nakutukana. You undermine me and I undermine you. Actually, it's double speak all the time. And people believe this. What surprised, let me repeat, what surprises me is that such a mob that is there, clapping and feeling very happy when somebody is laying ground for war. And then he says, wale wengine hawatakubali. He's setting ground now for war. And they believe it. No, he's the one who will not agree. But this thing is already done. The worst part of it is that hakuna yote inaonekana, hata hizo polls na kila kitu, even the situation on the ground is so obvious. But this is a man who thought he's the best. No man can be near him in any manner. Wacha nisiongee sana, because actually, let me say again here, that anger is very, very dangerous. And that one should you tell, this is not the person to be voted for. But it's for us who understand the politics, we understand it. He knows he has been pinned. It's just like a fellow colleague MP of Bahati here in Nakuru. That's why he shows that anger, because he knows he has been defeated by a candidate called Irene Njoki. Yeah, most people will not understand that. Secondly, this issue of his deputy running mate, that is Gachagua, nafika imemuumiza sana. And as the Honorable Rider said, this some of Kenya laws work sometimes differently. It should not have taken an hour after that pronouncement by the court. This guy should have been put out and told you are not eligible straight away. But we keep on, even people like in Sonko, convicts, impeached, and all that, they still want to become governors. Straight away. Let me be frank with you. Like today, anyway, let me leave that on. That's my secret. Gachagua is out. Okay, let's be theoretical. Let me be theoretical here. And it's not a good theoretical thinking, because sometimes I don't like negative thinking. It's always nice to think positively. When you talk of half glass full of water, or the other way around, it depends on the way you are looking at it. Suppose the combination of Ruto and Gachagua wins. Suppose, I'm saying. It's a very theoretical thing. Don't you think in thereafter, even the people go to court and remove them, both of them, because they are combined. They are twins. They are tied at the umbilical cords. And people prove that that team combination was not actually correct to have been allowed to go on. You see, what we set a very bad precedent when the courts allowed, I'm sorry to say this, but this happened as practical. Let me not say it's wrong, but it happened. It was not very positive. When the combination of Uhuru and Ruto, they had a case, an international case, at the Hague court, they were allowed to stand. So, it opened room for any other person. Even when you are wrong, you could ask, wale walikubaliwa. So wale walikuwa na kesi, na wakakubaliwa wasimame, and they won, So that was not a very good, actually, start for us, actually. It was wrong. But it happened, you cannot reverse it. It happened. But it set bad precedent for the others. Now, leave me alone. Kwani ameguzwa wapi ni Uhuru? Leave me alone. Even the language itself, it should be humbled. You can say something in many ways. You can kill a cat using many ways. Twende Ukambani. Ukambani ni sasa huko ni Azimio kabisa. Tutoke hapo. IEBC preparedness they are. In fact, whatever they've been trying to do funny things have been caught, and they have been righted actually. All the things they are trying to do funny and kuisha. Hiyo mwisho nilifanya kitu kidogo bana, lakini kama tukiendelea tutaendelea tu mpaka tujaze ile kikapu ulisema. Wacha nimalizie hapo nisikilize kwanza, lakini it is very actually the topic should be actually talking about anger of our deputy president. That should be the topic only, not any other. And then you analyze deeply and see what sort of leadership we are actually trying to elect. Thank you, all panelists.
Thank you, Mundua Nyumba. Well guided. We appreciate it, and a good start. Let's move on. Wanomar, habari ya leo?
Ni mzuri Bernard. Niko na nikiangalia katika Citizen Live, naangalia TIFA inaleta results. Inaonyesha Azimio 47%, Kenya Kwisha ni 42%. Presidential popularity wanasema Raila ana lead 46%, William Ruto 44%. Ndio wanaonyesha sahi. Kuhusu stronghold wanaonyesha Western nini? Western, Nairobi, Mombasa, Ukambani, Raila ana lead bado. Sasa wakati imeisha hii race ni tight, na kama kuna wengine wanaanza hasira, sijui ni hasira ama ni nini, sielewi. Okay, tuachane na hiyo opinion poll. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nakaa kwa Citizen hapa nikiangalia. Nikisema Wakenya mjambo. Nikianzia hasira ya deputy president, hii hasira haitamsaidia. Hii hasira saa mwisho kafaa ubembeleze watu, lakini saa mwisho Bernard unaleta hasira. Kwanza unaleta kwa commander in chief ya armed forces, unamletea Uhuru Kenyatta hasira, haitamsaidia. Hii ni kama anaongea vibaya. Ni vipi Uhuru, ni kitu mbaya sana, ni vipi Uhuru anaweza kumuulia watoto wake? Hii ni hate speech. Kama yeye deputy ajipatie heshima. Sasa akianza hasira hivi, can you imagine Bernard, nimekuwa na wafuasi wake kadhaa wananiambia wanashtuka sana, wamechange mind. Wanasema kama ni hivi afadhali watu waende Azimio. Sasa tutapigia Azimio. So unaona hizo kura amepoteza. Kura mbili, watu wawili amepoteza. Sasa hao watu wawili nimewaona leo, ni kura ngapi Mount Kenya amepoteza? Na hao wamechange mind ni kutoka Mount Kenya wamechange mind. Ati wanamuogopa, ina mean tukimpatia power ataumiza mtu wetu. Hiyo amejiharibia kabisa. Na kuhusu Azimio naona sio mbaya, awalali, hiyo inatakikana. Wana kampeni paka mwisho hakuna kusimama. At least Bernard, nashukuru sana kuchukua maoni yangu, umefikisha. Sasa hakuna kulala Bernard. Paka tarehe 6 ndio tutapumzika. Sasa hii watu wa Azimio wasilale. Wakipiga kona na sisi tunapiga kona. Alafu kuna leo nimeangalia upande wa Chebukati walikuwa na discuss kuhusu mambo ya uchaguzi, naona amechange maneno. Sijui ameingia baridi ama nini, ama mambo yake yamejulikana. Leo nimeona Azimio walikuwa mkutano Machakos, walikuwa na watu wengi. Na Kenya Kwanza alikuwa huko sehemu ya Bongoma, hasira zake hizo. lakini hasira haitamsaidia. Na mambo sio mbaya Bernard, bora tuendelee hivyo, tusisimame mpaka saa ya mwisho. Na tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu sana hii nchi tusipatiwe watu wa hasira kama huu jamaa. Huu jamaa Bernard akichukua uongozi ya nchi atatuumiza kabisa, hata wengine tutatoroka, hatutakai Kenya. Tuombe Mwenyezi Mungu asitupatie kiongozi kama huyu, kwa sababu atatuumiza sana. Si ati tunamchukia, lakini vile ana behave, kwanza wacha agrow akili, bado akili yake iko chini ya kisiasa. Akikuwa mtu mzima sasa ndio baadaye tutakuja kufikiria, lakini kwa saa hii tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu asitupatie kiongozi kama huyu, atatuumiza sana. Hiyo tu kwa Bernard. Leo sina mambo nyingi ya kusema, kwa sababu ningekuwa na mambo nyingi ningeona mambo inaenda vibaya, lakini leo nimeona mambo inaenda shwari. Hiyo tu kwa sasa Bernard.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo na maoni yako. Tunaendelea mbele. Hasira hasara, Waswahili washasema, na wanasema hasira za mkisi ni furaha ya kunguru, something like that. So I don't know exactly what wrong that Uhuru Kenyatta committed against William Ruto, but in my opinion, the person to be angry here should be Uhuru Kenyatta and not William Ruto, unless there is another revelation that we don't have. But at the look of things, inaonekana mtego wa panya umewashika waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Mipango yote ilikuwa this is just a joke. When we were in primary school kulikuwa na insha ambayo ile insha mlikuwa mnaanzisha alafu mnaendelea za so tulikuwa tunapewa hii kitabu ya NEC where they write the best insha and the worst insha. So kulikuwa na mmoja alikuwa ameandika insha ya ilikuwa siku ya Harambee na mipango yote ilikuwa imekamilika. So he was to continue writing the story. And since he didn't know what to write, he just kept on copying. Ilikuwa siku ya Harambee, mpango yote ilikuwa imekamilika. Mpango yote ilikuwa imekamilika, ilikuwa siku ya Harambee. Ilikuwa siku ya Harambee, mpango yote ilikuwa imekamilika. For the whole it appears to me that the deputy president had planned everything and he was too sure the plans are going to work according to what he envisioned, but suddenly he's cornered. Ana bakutorokea, lazima afike kwa ballot, na akifika kwa ballot lazima aanguke, na akishaanguka lazima akubali. So hii ndio ngoma, lakini akubali kushindwa. Na waje kukata miti, endeleeni kukata miti. Mnaona vile moto unawaka? Lazima watu washikiliwe ama wataanguka kabisa. Naomba tumsikilize nani, Steve ndio turudi kwa Alex. Steven, hali vipi?
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Si jambo, namna gani?
Safi, na wenzangu studio ya mjambo. Nashukuru umenileta leo, acha niongee Kiswahili. Unajua mimi Kiswahili ndo nimezaliwa huku. Sasa Waswahili wanasema heri mwanzo mbaya lakini uwe na mwisho mzuri. Wazungu pia waliinterpret hiyo, walisema it's a bad beginning but a good ending, yeah? Ruto amefail katika finishing yake. Finishing yake imekuwa mbaya na hiyo kitu itamhaunt. Atakuwa example venye tunaona examples katika hii world. Idi Amin, venye tunaona example Saddam Hussein. Mwanzo nataka example yake iwe ya Saddam Hussein. Vile Saddam Hussein alimalizika kwa kamba, hivyo nataka huyu mtu aende hapo. Omar ukisema atumchukii, mimi namchukia Ruto. Mimi siwezi taka mambo ya Ruto. This guy is out there to bring chaos in this country. How are you not going to hate that person? Hiyo tone yenye anatumia akiongea hivyo, si ana inside community yake. Akisimama tarehe 9/10 akisema mimi sikushindwa, hao watu wanapiga makelele hapo, so watachukua mishale na mauta. Surely hiyo si tone ya kuongea 10 days to the election. So mimi namchukia Ruto. Omar ukisema mchukui Ruto, wako wengi hapa kwa panel ukauliza sasa watasema namchukia kabisa huyo mtu. It's not the best way to go surely. because sasa wewe umeona umeshindwa, ulikuwa umepanga vitu zako zimeanza kuporomoka moja baada ya nyingine. Unajua Ruto anasahau kuwa roho ni ya Mungu, lakini damu ni ya serikali, damu na mwili ni ya serikali. Asisahau kuwa Uhuru is still the commander in chief. Kwani Uhuru akikatalia hapo, hata akishinda yeye atafanya nini? A good example, Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, si amekatalia kwa kiti, international community wamepiga kelele na mwisho si nchi inaendelea bado. So you cannot discredit a sitting president, somebody who has the instruments of power. How do you discredit him? How do you go an all out war with him? At the end of the day, nimesema Ruto atakuja kuwa example, a bad example in this country. Atasoma kwenye vitabu the angriest deputy president who never got power. And by the way, let him know, Hague bado inamngojea. So tukimwangusha kwa kura, tuna sign petition tumpeleke huko, na lazima huko. Hiyo hasira wacha ende katulie mahali Charles Taylor yuko huko. Huko ndo mahali anafaa kuenda. Lakini hasira zake asilete hapa kwa nchi yenye imetulia. Because the way he's doing it, it's like he's entitled to presidency. No, it's not for him. Alianza vizuri lakini anamaliza vibaya. Ameona Chebukati sasa ameshikwa upande huu na huu. Ukiangalia ile press conference yenye ilifanyika ni jana pale kwa DCI. Angalia venye hao makomishena wa IEBC walikuwa wamezungukwa na makomanda wa polisi kila mahali. Sura zimekaa ni kama mtu anataka kwenda kuzaa kesho. Surely. So all the plans wenye walikuwa nayo imeanguka. Kura hana. Ukiangalia kila kitu imeteleza. I just checked on Daily Nation. There's this guy CAP. Inaitwa sijui CAP polls wamemweka Raila 52% and Ruto at 45%. And when I listened to this mzungu man, he said in 2017, he almost predicted the last election. And he's not funded by anyone. He's funding himself. So, hii kitu imeenda, anajua hivyo imeenda. Ukambani kelele yote ametupigia Ukambani. He has 19%. Huku Coast, huku hii kelele kinaisha Juma tuisikii tena, huku wameingia kwa mtaro. So it's only a confirmation. It's only a confirmation of his big defeat. Hakuna mahali atatokea hii uchaguzi. Anashinda hii kura vipi? So ameona ametumia pesa mingi, ameona kila kitu haiendi, but hii hasira unajiwekea mwenyewe. Hasira unakaa nayo mwanzo. So hii kitu hata imefanya hata ameanza kutishia watu sasa. Ameanza kutishia hata hao Wakikuyu wenye wanataka kumpigia kura. Nani ataenda mpigie kura asubuhi akijua huyu mtu akipata hii kitu hata anaweza kutumalizia mtu wetu? Surely what he's doing is not right. I'm not happy with how he's putting it. Nani atashika mtoto wake? Mtoto wake anahusika nini na hii kura? Mtoto wake anahusika vipi na hii election ya 2022? Hatujaona Nick Ruto akisimamia kiti yote, wanahusika vipi? So how will your kids be affected? How low will the president stoop to come and touch your children? With all the differences, hiyo venye Raila amesumbuana na Uhuru. Kuna siku hata Uhuru ameshika mtoto wa Raila. In fact, when Fidel died, Uhuru alipeana chopa ya Kenya Air Force ikapeleka mwili wake huko. So hii cheap politics awache huyu mtu bana. Let's confirm this. Tarehe 9 tumalizane na yeye. Hakuna kupeleka Sugoi. Tunapeleka ICC Bernard. Hii mambo tumalizie huko. Thank you.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Tunashukuru kila mmoja. Asante sana kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike tunapochambua siasa zetu. If you are getting us, please make sure that you invite somebody to join. And if you are not yet a subscriber of Mtembei TV, please make sure you do so. If you've been following us on Facebook, we need you to subscribe on YouTube, since YouTube gives us unlimited time for broadcast. We would want everybody on YouTube, even if you enjoy following us on Facebook. Our Facebook live feed has a problem. Until further notice, we will be on YouTube, and then the other items we'll be talking to you later on. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's keep it clean, even on the comment section. This is our country, and we must save everybody. Anybody offering himself for public leadership, he has submitted himself for scrutiny. He must not escape our scrutiny. And as Kenyans, we are the employers. We must scrutinize everybody seeking employment. If they are not fit, we will not admit them into our farm. Kenya is our business, and that is what we will do. Mundua Nyumba, what is it?
Yeah, I want to clarify something to Stephen. Actually, Ruto didn't literally his children. His children is Gachagua and that sort of people. So now that Gachagua was gotten, and others are going to be gotten because of their corrupt ways, those are the children he's talking about. Thank you.
Wow. I won't say anything. Alex.
Bernard, nashukuru Mungu, it's Friday. Wengine tunangojea Members Day mbaya sana, kwa sababu hakuna mtu atatuuliza tukikunywa kitu yetu kutoka leo mpaka Sunday. Tuna relax na tunasikiza Mtembei. So I'm very happy. Nyumba, wewe umeshaanza, mi bado niko na 4 hours ndio niweke yangu.
Ni maji. We Alex, I'm drinking water.
Yeah, ile maji clear. Ile maji.
Unajua ng'ombe kizeeka inakunywa maji.
Oh, okay. Bara hata paka mzee ukunywa maziwa, so haina shida. So sasa Bernard, mimi nashukuru na napigia Mungu asante sana, kwa sababu I don't know kwa nini nyinyi mnaona vibaya. Mimi nimefurahi leo sana kwa sababu Ruto amesema leave me alone. Na unajua Bernard, hii masomo tulisoma kidogo, ukienda kitambo nilikuwa nachukia literature sana, lakini literature ni subject nzuri sana, kwa sababu literature inakusaidia kuinterpret and to have some critical thinking on a simple phrase, because leave me alone can be a phrase or it can be a statement, it can be a paragraph, it can be a book, it can be a mantra, it can be a philosophy. So when Ruto said leave me alone, nataka tuchambue hiyo. It is not just a statement. It is a surrender. Ruto has surrendered. Ruto has said, nimeshindwa and I want, musiniumize anymore. Achia tu hapa. Mesikia? Leave me alone. Nimekubali, nimeshindwa. Ingine inasema, I have wounds now. Katika vita za Jakobo na malaika, Jakobo alisema, sitakuacha hadi unibariki. Ruto sasa yeye hataki mibaraka, yeye anataka kutoroka. Unaelewa? So Ruto anasema hii vita mimi sitangojea mpaka asubuhi. Tarehe 8 haingojei, niachane. Unaelewa? Leave me alone. Leave me alone means I acknowledge I miscalculated. And that is the main point here. Nimekubali, sikujua. Sasa nimeanza kuelewa. Bado sijajua, lakini nimeanza kuelewa. Nilikuwa tu na cheo, lakini sikuwa na uongozi. Achana na mimi, wacha tu nikuwe na hicho cheo, uongozi kaa nao. Leave me alone. Leave me alone inasema niko tayari kwenda Sugoi. Sitabaki Nairobi. Hata ninasema leave me alone nikikuwa nyumbani. Tafadhali, niko nyumbani. Hata nikiwa nyumbani mnanikagua aje. Wachana na mimi, leave me alone. And why is he saying leave me alone? Kwa sababu he miscalculated. He didn't know what power is. Now, wacha nikwambie. Jana nilifurahi sana. Now, people did not notice what Raila said yesterday. Raila gave one of the most important analogy of his political life in Nakuru. Alisema, na nataka nyumba uandike chini kwa sababu wewe unasahau, nataka uandike chini. Chura haiwezi zuia ng'ombe kunywa maji kwa mtoni. Chura ni Ruto. Ng'ombe ni Azimio. Mtoni ni Kenya. Maji ni uongozi. Wacha nirudie. Chura haiwezi zuia ng'ombe kunywa maji kwa mtoni. Chura ni Ruto. Ng'ombe ni Azimio. Mtoni ni Kenya. Maji ni uongozi. Raila akamaliza kusema hivi, tutakunywa maji, tukimaliza tutakojoa na hiyo chura itakunywa maji. Sasa tumekojoa, chura imeanza kukuwa na ugonjwa. Mbona mnakasirika? Those are the repercussions. So sisi tusikasirike. Ukiwa mgonjwa, that is a natural effect of having some senseless, from the primordial days of Ruto when he started as an agent of politics. He has been senseless without a philosophical guideline system. Yeah, anafikiria taweka pesa hapa, taweka pesa hapa, taweka pesa. Ruto thinks money is a solution to everything. He did not understand even that money that he has. Now, wacha nikuje ingine. In politics, everything is scripted, planned, and executed timely. There is no accident. This week alone, from last week, Ruto has been hit more than he has ever been hit in his life. Debate, he failed miserably. He debated with William, and he lost, and he knew he had lost. And he said, enough is enough. Now, compare enough is enough, leave me alone. That is an accepted speech that we have won. Ingine, Chebukati. Juzi alitukana Kinoti. Lakini leo umeona Chebukati na Kinoti pamoja. Chebukati na Kinoti have come to tell William Samoei Ruto. Na uliona mpaka Chebukati akasema sitaki maswali. So Kinoti is protecting Chebukati. Na I like, hata kama hataulizwa maswali. For now, we need him. Mpaka akimaliza, we will jail Chebukati. I assure you, Chebukati ataingia ndani one day. Angalia the military now. There is nothing that Uhuru has used psychologically to torture Ruto like the way he has used military this week. And I want you to put those clips here so that our people can understand. At some point, Uhuru, a chief commander, alikuwa ana conduct band. The next time, anapigiwa saluti. He has absolute control of the military. That is what we call power. Power is not chairing IPEC. That is nothing. That is a constitutional mandate, which is not power. Lastly, umeona what has been working, how the courts are executing a psychological torture on this ticket. What you have seen here is that the pronouncement that Gachagua proceedings of 200 million is to confirm to Ruto that if you continue to rattle the snake, you will be bitten by it. Now, what is happening is that mahali imefikia, Gachagua and Ruto are criminal ticket. Wacha ile yenye nani alisema, yenye Sifuna alisema. So I think where we have gotten to, the Kenya Kwanza have been pushed to the limit, Bernard. And when you hear a man say enough is enough, leave me alone, tusicheke yeye, tusikasirikie yeye, tumuone huruma. Now, people reveal who they are unintentionally. Badala Ruto anyamaze, Ruto now has revealed to us who he is in his true colors. And I think we should be happy that revealment, that revelation is why the president was right, that you are not ready for leadership, not now, maybe, and I like the word, maybe. And the word maybe has a possibility. So when the president said, you are not ready to be the president, it's because of what Ruto is executing right now. Hiyo hasira. Aya, asante sana na Mungu awabariki.
Okay, thank you, Alex. That is a good one, full dose, in my opinion. It is our responsibility to check out our leaders. Na najua saa ingine everybody can be good when everything is right. But when things begin to go wrong is when the reality appears. Anybody can say God is good all the time. All the time, the Lord is good, as long as everything is okay. But when things begin to fall apart, and you are losing grip on them as they fall apart, the true nature arises. Borrowing from the Bible, when Job was visited by evil, trouble came in sequence, one after another, one after another, one after another. The wife could not survive up to chapter 7. She said, no, we cannot continue receiving this. Let us curse God and die. But Job went through the whole thing without breaking down. Ruto is given the first test, and in my opinion, he has failed. Leadership is in how much pressure you can take without breaking down. This one of being explosive, answering back, fighting everybody, kicking everything, is a pure manifestation that he has been having a position, but not capacity for leadership. And so let's beware who we entrust with leadership, because we need this country to go further than it is. And therefore, that to happen, we must have credible leaders with capacity and tenacity to withstand heat. I can't imagine William Ruto as president and the lecturers on strike, the doctors on strike, the teachers on strike, and the county, Nairobi county workers are also on the strike. I don't see how William Ruto can sort that out. Except he will
sort it out.
Those.
Yes, you kill them. You'll kill them.
He won't kill them. We just say from today, with the stroke of a pen, there is no lecturers. There are no doctors. There are no schools. There are no hospitals. We will live without them. So let us make use of this opportunity that we have to assess our leaders before we entrust them with leadership or deny them leadership. Sasa nataka tuende kwa jirani ya Ruto. Tuambie vile wanaombananga kiberiti kama kuna kuanga na hii hasira ama ni sisi tumeanzisha hii hasira. Eliza, karibu.
Mambo.
Poa.
Hey, Alex. Wewe ni mhubiri wa hii Butembei. Maneno yako kila mtu huwa anasikia maneno vizuri kabisa. Kila mtu mwenye ako kwa panel za mjambo. Nashukuru Mungu kwa siku leo. So Alex, huyo mtu wangu hivyo ndiye anakuanga. Hasira ikipanda anakuja kwao, anakuja anaongelea kwao, ndio watoto kwao wanajua. Hiyo ni signs ya mishale. Napote. Mnanisikia? Niko sawa? Bernard, niko sawa? Okay. So, unajua kawaida mtu ukikuwa na maneno unaenda nyumbani kwenu unalilia kwenu, ndio watu wa kwenu wakuhurumia Alex. Hivyo ndio inakuanga. Kwa sababu wewe imagine haizi kwenda mahali pengine aongee hivi vile ameongea. Anaongelea kwa mchanga yao. So watu wa mchanga hapo ni signal. Kama wewe ni Mkale unajua hiyo ni signal ameituma. So ni kuituma ameituma. Wakale nao vile wameichukulia tu hivyo. So sisi tunaomba tu Mungu, kwa sababu hapo ndio mtu anapoongea hivi anaongea kitu kimafumbo, lakini kuna venye hao wameichukulia kwa Wakalenjin wameichukulia. Huyu mtoto wetu ni kama anateswa sana. Sasa unaona vile ameongea hivyo, mnataka kunuulia watoto. Sasa hiyo which means ni ametuma signal, ni kama Uhuru anatafuta Ruto na ni kitu yenye haiko. Hiyo ni kitu yenye haiko. Watu wasifate maneno yake, hiyo sio kitu yenye iko. Hiyo ni siasa. Ni mtu kujitetea. Ni mtu anatetea, ni vile tu mtu anaweza kuja kujitetea, aseme mimi umekuja kwa nyumba yangu nataka kupiga, na pengine huyo mtu hajakuja kukupiga. So ni kujitetea, amejitetea. na hiyo tena unajua ni stress mingi yako naye. Sasa Alex, wewe ukisema wewe unajua huko kwenu saa hizi watu wamemtoroka wamerudi kwa harati, si ni stress mingi? Kwa sababu saa hizi hata akienda Kisii nani anaenda kumsaidia? Watu washatoroka, kila mtu ametoroka. Ukienda Ukambani huko watu wametoroka. Sasa hiyo ni stress yako naye, na the moment yako bado anaongea hivyo, bado huko kwa Kikuyu bado hayuko sure, he's not sure. Wanajaribu tu kuenda tu, lakini he's not sure because Mount Kenya wanafikanga asubuhi, maneno yao wameandika kwa kitabu, wataona sisi huku tunaenda nini kasha, because sasa tayari koti imesema arudishe pesa, kumaanisha koti kishaamua afai kukuwa deputy, tayari hapo na kesi ya kujibu. So hapo distress inaua watu wa UDA, lakini sisi tunaomba tu amani na tunatangaza amani. Watu wangu wasimjishu amani, mshikilie baba. Akikuja huko msikilize baba, msitukane baba. Baba ni wetu, baba atasaidia kila mmoja. Anapo akikalia kwa kiti, sisi zote tutasaidika. Hakuna hizi saidia mtu mmoja, atasaidia kila Mkenya na tutapata faida kwa kila Mkenya. So ukiwa hata uko kwa UDA na baba apite, well and good, because hata mimi mtoto wangu anapiga kura kwa UDA, mimi pengine na support baba, tuko tu hivyo. So usitarajie kila mahali utapata mtu mwenye ana support mtu mmoja, lazima mgawane, lazima hizi kura sifanye nini, siende kila mahali. So hiyo tu ni sawa, lakini mimi nashukuru mkutano wa baba huko Machakos imekuwa vizuri sana. Mtu hata saizi ameingia kwa nyasi haonekani, so Ndeto ndiye atamtafuta. Nashukuru Mungu.
Okay, thank you, Eliza. We appreciate that. Yes, HSC, what is it?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to appreciate this house and ningependa kusalimia kila mtu. Bwana sifiwe. Na Eliza, umeongea vizuri sana. Bernard, chenye Ruto anajaribu kufanya ni wanasema kwa Kiingereza kuwa a dying man clutches at every straw. So ameona chuma chake kimotoni na anajaribu kugalvanize ile support base ya nyumbani na kuuza vitisho, kwa sababu Rift Valley ni cosmopolitan na kuna watu wengi pale. Sasa anadhani labda saa zingine akitumia vitisho inaweza mpatia sympathy votes, kwa sababu aliposema kuwa president asiue mtoto wake, hiyo statement inafaa explain vizuri, and it's very unfortunate kuwa Honorable Ruto huwa anasahau kuwa yeye ni deputy president, na kuna maneno akisimama aongee anaongelea kila mtu, sio watu wa nyumbani ama watu wa UDA peke yake. Mimi si support UDA, lakini anapoongea hivyo analeta uoga katika nchi. Kwa hivyo kama najua anasikia Mtembei TV, Bwana Ruto, tunakuheshimu sana, lakini tunaomba kuwa usiongee mambo ambayo yanaleta uoga kwa nchi. Otherwise nimewaheshimu sana, na ile comments ambazo huwa mnaweka hapa tukipewa uongozi na Bernard ni nzuri sana. Kwa hivyo Bernard, tunashukuru na tunangoja hii station ikuwe TV na tuanze kuona hata vipindi vingine. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you for that. And on that note, before we now tunakwenda kufuata mkururo, tafadhali let everybody stay in order, keep your mic mute, and on that effect, let's get this as we move forward. And everybody, let's keep it sane, especially on the comment section. Kuna watu ambao kazi yao ni kutibua maji so be careful with them. There are those who wakikosa point they want to use insult.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Okay, thank you everyone. As we continue with the debate, we want to urge everybody to continue with our contribution, even as we build up towards establishing and running our content to the local TV set. The details I'll be sharing in the comment section where tuendelee kufanya simultaneous. Mnajua simultaneous equation. You balance the equation and then you, those of you that ran away from algebra, you have issues with it, but no problem. Let's do all that we can to see to it that we help this channel become a home TV set program. We have Mtembei online. Now we are talking about Mtembei offline. And we can make this happen. We are looking for 100 strategic partners that can give us $200 only as your initial engagement with the Mtembei TV. And those 100 people will be the first ones to be given priority as soon as the Mtembei shares are being shared now with the rest of the public. So tunataka the people want to chase the first bird and ensure that Mtembei TV is established. When I joined this place, it was not like it is, but I want to leave this place when it's better than I found it. So I'm appealing to everybody around the world. Kama uko na pesa mweka mahali, hiyo pesa tunahitaji saa hii. We want to have this thing running before the elections. So usikalie hela kama una hela mahali, tunahitaji hiyo hela. Tuna appeal to you. Reach out to us. Let us do this thing once and for all. I have faith that we can make this happen. Sioni hapa kama ni mlima. Kama tumepanda mlima vile baba amepanda mlima na ilikuwa ngumu sana. Is it this, you know? So let's do what we can do. Where is this? I'll be sharing the details. Ile mpesa number unatuma ndani ama wale wanataka contribute on PayPal. I'll be sharing the link. Let's just, as we debate, we do our contribution. If you can't get the $200, you can contribute any amount you have. Any amount is needed. Let's do this thing and let's get it moving. Twende moja kwa moja kwa Stephen. There's now another Stephen. The other Stephen left. Stephen, endelea tafadhali.
Yes, Bernard. Na wasalimu wote.
Tumesalimika, karibu.
Nashukuru sana kwa kuungana nanyi tena siku ya leo. Nimefurahia sana analysis yenye Alex ametoa. In fact, ameileta in another perspective. Sometimes huwa tunaangalia vitu kwa upande moja, lakini nimeona hiyo side yenye ameiangalia nayo tena imeileta vizuri zaidi. Kwa sababu nikiangalia saizi ninaona Mheshimiwa Ruto amekuwa ame expose yule yuko ndani mwake, na ni kwa sababu ya vile amechokorwa, kuna vile amekuwa provoked mpaka sasa anaonyesha wazi yeye ni mtu aina gani, na ukweli ni kwamba hiyo inaenda kumaffect kwa hizi few days zina remain, huenda hata akapoteza votes nyingi sana kwa hizo character zenye sasa amedevelop, kwa sababu unajua ukitaka kujua mtu sana kwanza mkasirishe, na hiyo ndio kitu yenye sasa nimeona amefanyiwa, na sasa imemweka kwa hiyo mode ya kutojicontrol, na imemfanya sasa anatupa maneno na anaongea bila kujali kwamba yeye ni leader. Inamweka kwa eneo mbaya sana, kwa sababu hata Biblia inatuambia kwamba tukasirike, lakini tusitende dhambi kwa hiyo hasira. Lakini sasa yeye kuna vile nimeona hataki kujicontrol, anafika mahali anaongea mambo mazito, na hizo ni mambo zenye zinaweza leta uhasama, especially kwa followers wake, na given the fact kwamba anaziongea akiwa kwa stronghold zake, wafuasi wake wanaweza zichukua na hiyo uzito, na that one can trigger matokeo mabaya sana kwa nchi, kwa sababu when you are a leader, many people will believe in whatever you say. And again, kitu pia nimeona anajaribu kuportray himself as an angel, lakini the produce zile ana produce ni zile zinakaa kama zile bitter fruits. Kwa hivyo ninaangalia, naona deputy, hata kama anasema kwamba yeye ndiye anajua Mungu ama yeye ndio ameokoka, to be honest, zile vitu ana produce sio vitu zenye mtu mwenye ameokoka anafaa produce, na inafaa hata wale wachungaji wanamfuata ama wanamsikiza, wanafaa waangalie sana, kwa sababu otherwise wanaweza dump the country kwa shimo yenye itakuwa ngumu sana kutoa, kwa sababu religion leaders ni watu pia wana ushawishi kwa community. So kama wanaweza enda na hiyo ideology ya deputy president, vile anaongea na vile ana handle things, I'm telling you, Kenya tutaweza jikuta pabaya sana, but I'm hoping that Mungu atakuwa on our side, na tutaweza kuchukua hili kitu ili angalau tuweze kulainisha nchi, kwa sababu kusema kweli that kind of rot haifai iwe karibu na uongozi hata kidogo, kwa sababu ita affect many generations na itakuwa ngumu sana kurectify that effect. So mimi naomba sana Wakenya wawe makini sana, especially wakati huu tunaenda kwa uchaguzi. And I know in these coming weeks, mostly next week, najua vitu zinaenda kubadilika sana. Nikiangalia vile kunaenda, na ukweli ni kwamba for the last few days amepata blows nyingi sana, so niko sure, na vile nimeona hawezi kujicontrol, niko sure anaenda kujiexpose zaidi, na hiyo inaenda kutupea advantage ya kupata more votes zaidi kulingana na vile naona vitu zinaenda. So far naweza sema so good. Wacha tuzidi kupush on na tuombe sana Mungu atusaidie, kwa sababu vile kunaenda hivi, tukizidi kusonga tunaweza pata matokeo mazuri, na tunaomba sana pia amani iwe, Wakenya wasilete vurugu baada ya uchaguzi, kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba nchi inahitaji amani. Nchi imefika mahali inahitaji amani sana. Kwa hivyo mimi ningependa Wakenya baada ya uchaguzi tu mambo itulie, watu warudi kazini, at least maisha iendelee. Hiyo ndio opinion ile naweza kuwa nayo kwa sahihi. Maybe baadaye kama nitapata nafasi tena nitachangia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Stephen. We appreciate that. I want us to move with speed. Hillary, karibu.
Yes, yes. Yes, Bernard, how are you?
I am
Alex,
well.
siku mingi sijakuona. Mnanisikia?
Unapatikana,
Hello?
endelea, we can get you.
Okay. Yes. Things are really unfolding in this country and kweli kuna msemo watu sema kutangulia sio kufika. And we are seeing it happening. And I think Ruto alijiexpose mapema. I think that was his undoing. He started early, then play cards zake akaziweka mbele, alinunua MPs from Central. Hata naona was it yesterday or juzi akikuwa Meru, he was bragging of he's being supported by over 80 sitting legislatures from Mount Kenya. So I think alijiexpose very early. Unajua that was dangerous on his side because I think Raila walikuwa tu wanamobserve what is happening. Then I think also he's getting worked up na history ya opinion polls zile zinatoka that he's not getting anywhere in front of Baba. Baba bado ana side mbele na yeye ako nyuma yake. So those are the things that zinafanya this guy anakaa amekuwa worked up. The other thing is I've watched the video in Kapsabet, and I think Ruto is just sweeping emotions za watu wake, but on a dangerous way. And me, from the way I have looked at that video, this guy is preparing his people not to accept the outcome of the election come 9th August, because he is preparing his people for that. And I think also the other thing, if you've realized, he was in Nandi, I think last week. He has gone back today. You know the reason why? Because independent candidates in Nandi are a threat. Hata uliona he took a lot of time talking in Kalenjin akijaribu kujaribu kusukuma hao candidates wake wa UDA wenye walipatiwa seats. So hiyo story ya opinion polls is not catching up with Baba. Kuna ground pia sio mzuri kwa lieutenants wake, the MPs that are supposed to be there. So all those things they're affecting him. And the other thing again, you see Ruto anataka kwa kila kitu. Ruto ndio bouncer, Ruto ndio MC, you know, ajipati time ya kurelax. Wakienda kwa mkutano yote, yeye ndio MC, yeye ndio bouncer, yeye ndio ana decide who is speaking, you know. Unlike ukiangalia Baba ako na mtu wake wa mkono, and mtu wake wa mkono is perfected it on anajua how to handle our politician Junet. So you find Baba akona a lot of time amerelax, anangoja time yake when to speak na anamaliza. So this other side, huyo the presidential candidate is the MC, is the bouncer. So you find he doesn't trust anyone, as in anaona tu things have to be done his way. I think in a stop we see like what he's doing now. The guy has when you look at his schedule, the guy is doing 3 counties in a day. So unapata kama leo alianza na Kapsabet akakimbia Busia alafu akakimbia Bungoma. So what does it tell you? Personally, I come from Busia. That's my home. Where he went is a place called Matayos. So mobilization ile imefanya watu the governor ule amesimama in Busia County, huyo Bunyasi, doing the mobilization. What he has done, he has gone to an area, a sub-tribe where Bunyasi comes from. That is Bahayos. So Matayos is part of the sub-tribe of Luyas called Bahayo. Bahayos. So unapata the mobilization that was done there to bring people there, watu walikuwa wamengoja hapo kutoka walikuwa wanasema atakuwa hapo saa 4, I think alifika huko around 1. So he is jumping. So unapata he is not giving his people time to talk to the people. Yeye ni aingie afanye nini, aongee for like 30 minutes, then kimbia kwa helicopter, akakimbia Bungoma. I think leo alikuwa Kandui, I don't know where they were. They were somewhere in Bungoma. And him is just running. He's trying. He wants to cover every place. And the other thing, ukiangalia your schedule is imepangwa in such a way that they're following Baba where he is. As in Baba akitoka, naona vile alikuwa Meru, the next day wao wakaenda huko. So amekuwa mtu wa kukatch up. So that in a way inapata anakuwa hivyo vile unamuona, and it's not working for him. So the best thing for him is nani ametuexplainia the literature in leave me alone and enough is enough. He needs to just accept that what is happening is happening. Ajipatie moyo. There's always a next time. He's still young. I think hata hajafika 50. Is it 55 or 56? So 10 years from now atakuwa in 60 something, 65. Atakuwa age ya Kalonzo saizi. Bado atakuwa na energy. He can try that 2032. He will be ripe to be a president. The other thing is I don't know what is happening in Kisii. All of a sudden things have changed. The Arati has become a darling of everyone. I happened to have passed there and on line of duty, and I was shocked that Arati is ruling Kisii County. So, and here guys have left UDA. Most of the MCAs who are vying there may drop their ambitions, wana support Arati. So I'm wondering nini inafanyika Kisii. But I'm told also watu wa the diaspora team are doing a good job. I hope watu wa diaspora na Mama Selina wangekuwa mkwe kama wale wa Kisii, wale wa kina Alex huko. I think their influence in Kisii politics. They call shots huko. I think kuna vitu wanafanya. Nasikia hata the ones wanasimamia agents wa Azimio huko. Nimesikia kitu kama when I was there, I was being told them the agents wale watakuwa wa Azimio huko wa Arati, watu wa diaspora team from Kisii are the ones paying them. They wanna contribute the money to do that, but I'm not sure. Alex ametoka angetuambia tujue, because nimesikia kitu kama hiyo when I was there yesterday. So it is things are working out, and let's hope for the best. We're still urging people, encouraging people from as we are doing in Dagoretti Corner, Dagoretti North, watu adapt polling station, because sisi tumeadapt all the polling stations huku Dagoretti Corner. Tunataka kuprotect kura za baba na za Alai. Hao ndio watu wetu, Alai, baba and Elachi, Sifuna, Pasaris, Azimio team. So we are making sure that we have 10 volunteers for each polling station so that things run smoothly, and we are encouraging other people from other areas also, kama mnaweza jipanga huko, where watu weku, there are people who wanakubali kuwa volunteers kwa hiyo kazi. So I think utaendelea, acha niwaachie hapo for now.
Okay. Asante Hilary kwa huo utangulizi na maoni yako na mchango wako, tunashukuru sana. A good way to look at the whole scenario. I think you are right. William Ruto is overworking. He's been on the campaign trail for 4 years. Now he's tired. He needs a break, a sabbatical leave of 2 years, 3 years, just for him to sleep, eat, wake up. He will refresh, get back to his senses. If he continues like this, he's going to break down completely and he may never recover again. That is not an exaggeration. You don't run a campaign now like he doesn't even think about what he says, because his tongue has been saying it, so it just runs. When you are not thinking about what you're saying, you make a lot of blunders. And so deep in it, a sabbatical leave, rafiki zake wamchukue, wampeleke mahali apumzike kwanza, atarudi baadaye when he's ready for another outlook at leadership. For now, let him cool it. Thank you, everyone.
He needs to learn.
Hold on.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That is the son of Jomo, the president himself. Peaceful, collected, and on duty. No stress. But this other one is stressed, jumping, blowing everywhere. Bible says the wicked run when nobody's chasing them, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. I did not mention anybody. Mama Selina, habari ya leo?
Na Bernard.
Hey,
Mambo,
tuko poa. Uko wapi huku umejificha?
niko wacha ni settle kwanza na job alafu naingia. Elisa, welcome so much. Nitaingia Bernard.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sawa. Owino ametoroka. Okay, anyumba sasa.
Habari ya leo.
Niko salama. Kwani wewe hujafikiwa na the last mile? Na Ruto amepeleka stima kwa kila nyumba.
Nasalimia kila mmoja hapo. Sasa bwana Bernard, niruhusu bwana nirudishe mahali nyuma kidogo. Kuna siku hapa mimi nilisema Sonko ni moli ya Ruto na Alex alinipinga. Unajua wakati wa Moi walikuwa wanasema ile kitu Moi anaweza ona kama amekaa, sisi lazima tusimame. And I knew it very well. So please, I'm waiting for Alex to come in this debate. I said last time and I will repeat it, that Sonko was a Ruto mole. And now what they have been planning does not go through, will not go through, will never go through. Now they are stranded. He has to go back where people like him should be. So that is aside. Now let me come back to the debate. Today I watched Ruto and I failed to understand, am I watching Ruto or I'm watching somebody inside Ruto? I think in a spiritual realm, people who go to church, when you look at Ruto, the way he behaves, it is not him who is talking. It is the spirit that is inside him. Because he knows already he will not get the presidency. And you see, when a pastor prays for someone, and the pastor wants to deliver a fellow in the church, it is not the fellow who in the church is talking, it's the spirit inside. That is how Ruto is. It is not Ruto who is talking. It is the spirit. That is why, how can you answer a sitting president the way Ruto is talking? It is not Ruto. And Ruto is preparing his followers, his backyard, that we are going to lose, prepare for war. That is what Ruto is doing. So if maybe you are genius enough, like people like me, people who come from Lake Victoria, people who have eaten fish, you can have a look at it properly. You can analyze and see what is behind Ruto. It is now obvious he knows he's losing. The next step is preparing for the people. Did you get that clip from Duale? What Duale was trying to say about the other guy from, I don't know whether they were in, what do we call it? Mandera, or I don't know. So these people are planning something that, and Kenya knows it. You know, Kenyans are now, they are more advanced than even the people who are in newsroom. You do something in 1 minute, it is all over the social media. So let Ruto prepare himself to go home. And I want to say this, and I'm not telling Ruto that we hate him, we love him, but this time, what he has said about president, what the insult that even by the time he was he went on a debate, if you go to that clip, you will find where he told Yvonne Okwara that when Yvonne Okwara asked something about being a deputy president, that he was humiliated and whatever, he told Yvonne Okwara, you don't know what I've gone through just because you will never be one. How can you tell a human being who is still existing that you will never be one? What if somebody wake up today and name Yvonne Okwara to be a deputy president? What will happen? Where will Ruto go? So Ruto does not have a respect, number one. Number two, Ruto does not respect the president plus the all Kenyans. Number three, Ruto think that how he ruled, he managed his house in Sugoi, that is the same way he can rule Kenyans. How he manages people in chicken shamba and whatever, what he always pretend that he has been a hustler. Let him not lie to us. If he hates the president, let him come clearly and tell us that I hate this person, I hate this person, but stop calling president names. Stop telling the commander-in-chief that he is threatening you. If president want to finish you, he will not threaten you. And you will just feel the president here without seeing him. So to me, in fact, I hope we can discuss some other things, but William Ruto is messing himself, so I don't see why we should keep on talking about him. For now, I think that is what I can say.
Okay, thank you, Anyumba. Serious way to look at it, but interesting times to be alive in Kenya. Bwana Joshua, what are you saying?
Yes, good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you.
Yes, I just wanted to talk because I need to go for surgery. I'm just right now, but I feel that I need to talk before I proceed to surgery. Just pray for me for successful surgery. Now, on the issue of Ruto, I think Ruto is becoming too much angry each and every time. And as a leader, you know, a leader is not somebody who should be angry publicly. Me in my entire life, I've never seen where Raila, I only saw Raila got angry once during ile wakati wa nusu mkeka when alisema kuwa aliwekewa nusu carpet ambayo ilikuwa ni red. That's the only time I saw Raila was angry, but I've never seen Raila angry each and every time. But a character like Ruto, each and every time he get angry, you know, even Kenyans are even worried. Is it really a good leader? You know, a leader cannot just be burst like that. So today I was shocked when he was firing back to our president. You know, as a wise person, you cannot just fire back to a president however much you think that he has offended you. A president is a symbol of unity. Even if he busted to you, any wise person will just humiliate you, just be humble and calm down. But no, the character of Ruto, he thinks that he owns this Kenya. The way he was talking today, very arrogant, rude. You know, sometimes I wonder the words that sometimes he speaks, and then people just listen and they want to chat and they're cheering him. Today, shame on him. because you cannot just speak like that. You know, sometimes you're saying that, can you leave my children alone? You will take it in a different way. Some may take it in a political, the way someone said it, mtu wa nyumba said it, that it was just because people was referring were the lack of Gashagwa. But now somebody in a different corner we just think that Ruto is saying that you want to kill the kids who are the biological kids. So there's some words that when you're saying as a leader, you should measure your words and you should talk like somebody who is a figure, a national figure. Ruto is a deputy president. And sometime when he just utters some words, I don't know when he lose this election, what next will he say to the Kenyans? So I think that Ruto is losing this election, and he knows very well that he's not going to win this election. That's why he's behaving like this. And this remain these 9 days, 10 days. I'm seeing Ruto will continue to be a furious man, but at the end of it, he's going to lose this election. And then I saw today in UKAMBANI, it was very AZIMIO did attend the rally was attended well, and I'm sure that in the next 5 days and then 5 days, because they're not going to after 6 we not have any rally. So I'm sure that they're going to win big, and I'm sure that the margin the Raila is going to give Ruto is going to be big margin. So let's prepare ourselves that tarehe 10 Ruto anaenda nyumbani, but above all, let's come out in a large number and vote overwhelmingly to put Baba to be president of Kenya. Thank you very much, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Joshua, and we pray and wish you safe surgery. You have spared us the details, but you go safe, come back safe. We're glad that you are being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Sawa. Bwana Mike, internet yako iko karibu na Sugoi. Wacha tu.
Yes, Bernard, how are you?
I'm well.
Wacha niongee kabla wanikate bwana.
Wewe umeficha rat.
Asante Bernard, and the
wangekunywa hiyo
rest of you, I
rat leo.
greet you all. I have a letter from Pharmacy and Poisons Board that there'll be no more supply to agrochemists until after August. At least 10 days, not immediately. Until 10 days. So ukienda kwa duka, there's a shortage of that for good reason. Bernard, to pick up from where our brother he just left, they turn up in UKAMBANI, and I pray that his attention at the hospital goes on well. To pick up on that, the turnout in Machakos is going to be a signature vote. People asking, why are you going to a place where you already have votes? It is going to be a signature vote to dispel or remove all that primitive notion that Raila aende Bondo, sijui Martha nini. These people are going to get more votes in areas that are not their ancestral home, just to prove to Kenyans that the politics of Raila and Martha are not tribal politics. They are more popular outside their home than in their home. The turnout in Western or Luo Nyanza will be high, but Machakos is going to provide the 95% turn up that will make Kenyans know Raila is a national leader, and so is Martha. And that is the signature vote that they are looking for, not running between Kiambu and Rift Valley to galvanize two groups of people, like Ruto has been doing. It is to get the whole country together, and that's why it is called Azimio la Umoja. Azimio la Umoja is getting the whole country together, not getting regions where you think the population is high, and like Gachagua, you say we don't need your votes. You know, Gachagua told Kambas that their votes are useless. So I would even be surprised to see any one Kamba vote going to Ruto, because they told them they don't need their votes. So I don't expect anything less than 95% turnout. And out of the 95% turnout, 90% of the votes will go to Azimio. Bernard, what is happening to Ruto is despair. And the despair is not out of the public's part that we are witnessing. Some of us think that Ruto is angry because of the exchange of words that Uhuru and Ruto are exchanging. There are deep things that have come to the knowledge of Ruto that have informed him that life is not going to be the same after 9th. And one of them is the dossiers Martha has on recovering stolen property. Ruto will be, you should be not surprised when you see Ruto taking a matatu from Karen to town when Martha gets into office. Because 95% of Ruto's wealth is basically stolen wealth. And the dossiers and the information and the preparations that Martha has to recover public wealth, Ruto will be the biggest lesson to Kenyans that you cannot steal public money and get away with it. And these things Kenyans need to learn. Mobutu, Sese Seko, people like Mabangida, they used to live in mansions that were literally painted in gold. They used to have toilet seats made of gold. But these people left in total misery. There's a president who was frogmaged in the street with his wife. I don't know, I've forgotten his name. Bernard, I know you remember. There is the siku za mwizi ni 40, and you cannot, life is interesting. You cannot do bad things over and over and over and over and think that the God in heaven that watches over the innocent people and the widows is slumbering. God will not sleep. And at the opportune time, he will prove that he's God. So even this blasphemous way of us invoking the name of God to cover up for your evils is still not going to, it's not going to work. We are going to see the change that we wanted in 2002 happening in 2022. Exactly 10 years later, but it is 20 years later, but it is not lost because there is a right time for everything. Kenyans have gone through the lessons, and after this August, Kenya will never be the same again. And they will start valuing integrity, they'll start valuing morals, they'll start valuing true leadership. And Bernard, after 2022 August, an ordinary Kenya can stand for public office based on his ideals and stand for any office and win. Barack Obama was not a millionaire and he became a president of America. And he was not even from his ancestries, is not of that place. That is the Kenya we are looking for. Leaders who will one day, Kenyans will wake up and say, we like what this person stands for and we want to vote for him. That is where we are heading. And that's why it will be very easy for Martha to be president, not because of the money she has or because of where she comes from, but because of what she has been standing for. So Bernard, I'm a happy person, and I know and I can tell you for free that IEBC is well prepared for this coming election. The teething problems that have been coming to the fore came for the purpose of resolving them, not for the purpose of confusing us. So what we are seeing on the public for should not make Kenyans worried. All these things happened in 2017, but we didn't see. The reason we are seeing them now is because they are being resolved. And that's why the IBC chair himself said certain issues have been resolved that were teething. And the commitment from IBC to tell us that they'll be meeting daily from tomorrow, from Sunday, also gives us confidence because all the questions that the leaders want to ask will be answered. We never had that opportunity previously. Everything was so secretive. So whatever that we are going through is for the better. It's not for the worse. I would like to leave it at that, Bernard. Thank you for the time.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Mike, tunashukuru kwa huo mtazamo mpya, na tunaamini kwamba tunasonga mbele vizuri tukimakinika kisiasa kama Wakenya. Tunaendelea kuwahimiza mahala pote ulipo, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili kila mmoja ajue mbivu na mbichi. Na tunapoendelea na debate, tunapaswa kuwa tunaendelea tukicontribute. Mtembei TV has to go to ordinary digital broadcast space, and your contribution is called upon. Any amount will make a difference. Beside, we are seeking 100 strategic partners who can give us $200 each. That is going to help a great deal and make things move faster. But you're free to send in whatever amount you can as we debate. So tusidebate tu peke yetu, nataka kuona M-Pesa ikianza kuingia namna hiyo tukiendelea. Normally, we don't need to make it a big ceremony where we stop everything and now begin to terrorize you. We want you to enjoy the debate and enjoy contributing even as we proceed. I'll play a video and then we bring in the Richards to give his sentiments. Wakati Mama Selina anajiandaa, acha tuone kilichojiri Kiambu. Ni Kiambu ama wapi?
Mkutano ni yangu, usiniharibia mkutano. Na niende mutumia, niende kwenda kuharaswa ni adume, mkusamani na wakwa, akaongea kwa sababu mkusamani wako uita watu uwapatie. Leo ni siku ya Wamushomba. Yes. Wale kama msana kwa mkora. Haya, sawa. Mkutano ni yangu.
Richards, take it.
Yes, Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to
and
you. How are you?
Everybody else in the house, I'm fine, my brother. Good to see you. Good to see the great work you're doing, and even for the work of God. God bless you. I want to straight away get to what we have just witnessed there. That is more. Actually, this is what these guys have been trying to run away from. Hide the internal wrangles and the wars within the UDA camp and the Kenya Kwisha. But it is all coming on the phone. However much they try to hide it, these guys are fighting openly, even meetings and all that. Whatever they try to do, try to hide, but still somehow it finds a way out in the open space, in the public. And the people are able to watch and see the much more confusion. And just like somebody said, UDA is Ruto, and Ruto is UDA. Whenever he fails to be in a meeting in a particular place, expect chaos, expect fights, expect every manner of confusion. And having said that, the guy is saying he should be left alone. Actually, looking at Ruto, he should be left alone, actually. If you try to mess around with that guy, I think he's been cornered. He's been pushed. He's been fought, and he's tired. If you have ever seen a lion that has been fought by many hyenas and antelopes, the animals. Yes.
The Richards, you're giving him credit for nothing. Ruto has not been fought. Ruto has been fighting himself. He's been fighting himself. Who has fought Ruto?
Yes, that's where I'm coming. The guy has been fought. Partly he's fighting himself anyway. But I'm giving a description to show a man who is tired and completely angry at everybody and everything. So anytime he turns around and he sees anybody, he sees an attack and he starts fighting back. So such kind of a person can easily injure you without even having anything wrong to do with him. He can easily just injure you. So I think we need to understand him. He's angry. Partly also, it's just like you say, The guy has been on a campaign trail for over 4 years, campaigning alone. That in its own causes fatigue. The guy is tired, completely tired. He needs rest. He needs to take a good time out of politics. If somebody can advise him and they can actually take anybody's advice, he needs to take that. Otherwise, he might run mad. It's not good for him. He needs to get a time and rest. And you can see president, just like from even the clip you just shared here, the president is enjoying himself because the guy is relaxed. Guy is working, has a lot of people to help him do the work, and guy is relaxed. Ruto is doing a lot of fun manner of things, and out of the more confusion and mess he's making around, and the guy is run very fast to go to leave other places and go to Nandi and backyard of Uasin Gishu simply because he is aware Raila is going there on Sunday. What Ruto does always is tries to go ahead and spoil the environment so that the environment may not be receptive for Raila. That's what he thought. But now the guy, he ran his mouth too much and forget about spoiling the ground for Raila, and then he started running the mouth towards the president. And the people even forgot about that he wanted to do these things to make sure Raila is not accepted on the ground come Sunday. And now they are seeing the war between him and the president, fighting somebody who is not concerned about what you're doing. IEBC preparedness. Yeah, the IEBC now seems to be looking in the public glare. He looks to be, they actually look to be a bit organized for now, because actually things have been in the completely with the fall of question marks. What is making things to look like they're almost going in the right direction? We can say maybe the IEBC, Chebukati is now has no option. Chebukati is cornered. Actually, looking at that was the interview. Was it an actually they had a public announcement together with the Mutiambai and Kinoti. And actually the podium was for the Kenya Police Service. And that was a surprise. Somebody who does Kaibizu could be doing it from their own stairs. What was happening? Was this guy announcing from the police headquarters? What was going on? And more surprisingly, immediately he finishes, the police spokesman says, kindly, no questions. And Chebukati goes in. So everybody's left wondering what's going on. Is the guy under Siege? What's going on? So I think the guy has been running some other business. If we did not know, maybe almost the whole commission was under some influence from the Ruto's side. But this guy is just like the chairman is just jumping up and down, telling people things are all right. But things were not all right. Until now, the intelligence has to put him down and tell him, guys, we need to do the right thing. I think we need, up to this far, it looks like he is being prevailed upon to make sure he gives the credible election come 9th of August. I believe somebody talked about the Machakos rally. I saw something different in Machakos, though. Of course, it is our base. That is AZIMIO base. We need to have the maximum support from the area. But today I saw something I'm not used to. That, to me, it was not the meeting Raila holds, the kind of meetings Raila holds. I saw Raila going round in Machakos town to collect people, to come with crowds. I really got pissed off because I always follow his meetings live everywhere. I was wondering, like, what is it that Kalonzo was doing the last 2 days in UKAMBANI? I thought he was supposed to sensitize people, get people prepared, because like the cameras, whenever they're going to the field in the stadium, very few people there, with the guys, young people having a dance on the podium. So I was wondering, like, what was the purpose of the people who were supposed to do the preparation? So until Baba was almost in the stadium, that's when now people started coming in. I think there it was a little bit of a lapse, because I was seeing like the UDA guys were really laughing at us online. Mmewaacha kiwanja haina watu. And actually we would really see kiwanja haina watu until Baba had to come in with the people. But thank God, Baba is just Baba. When he came in, the field was like full. Like wow. Sasa nikaanza hata kuwauliza, bwana, mlikuwa mnasema hatuna watu, mnaona tuna watu. But somebody somewhere alilala kwa kazi. Hapo niliona kwamba kuna mahali tumegongwa, lakini Baba alikuja akamaliza, akafunika hiyo aibu. Mlolongo was good. Hizo ni sehemu za Baba. I don't know what is going on. Kama hiyo vitu ni vizuri, waache Waita and Wavinya to finish it to the last line, to the wire. I don't know, but I wish these guys could agree, because I know there is a UDA guy there in Machakos, so that we should not think of anybody being able to spoil for us. But so far, saizi it's too late. Maybe wataenda to the wire. Otherwise, I'm very optimistic that we are winning big. This one, wachana na zingine, I think we should be talking of 70 and above. That is our target, as we even think to see that Baba revives the economy na hii nchi ielekee katika njia iliyo nzuri. These other places, we know the strongholds of Baba. We know how much he's eating into Central and the Mount Kenya. That one is obvious. And that's why you see Ruto crying every morning, every other time, because Rift Valley tayari imeenda pia. Sasa sijui atachukua wapi. Asante sana Bernard for this evening and even the chance to be able to give my contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, the Richards. We appreciate it. He said there is this Anna what? Will I be able to pronounce that one? Is it true that Richards, I observed as that as well? Thank you. Lakini cha muhimu, your message from Martin, he says ataki uchokozi. So tafuta nini na Martin, mkasameane, mkatafute uwiano.
Kuna mtu nimechokoza.
Anaitwa Martin Dates, so ako hapo kwa comments. We have been tell
All right.
Richards to tread carefully. Awache uchokozi.
Unajua vile mtu yeyote mwenye haelekea kwa njia ya Baba anasema tunachokozana.
Anaongeaje kuhusu Machakos?
Yeah, Machakos bwana, hiyo ileta mchezo, haikuwa mchezo hiyo, that one. Lazima tushughulikie
wewe
vizuri.
subiri hapa, atafika tu hapa sasa kujitetea, so relax. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi, we will play one more video. I'll have to let Mama Selina, she's been on hold for long. And I also want to appreciate Bernard Nyangari has sent 1,000 shillings in support of Mtembei offline TV station. Please, let's keep doing that. And Mama Selina has redeemed her pledge of $100. So let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. Hii kitu tunaweza fanya. It is not too far. We can make this happen. So tujitahidi tafadhali. As we debate, we continue with the contribution mpaka tufike hapo mahali tunapaswa kufika. Let's get this, and then Mama Selina will come in.
On this night 5 years ago, the ICT manager of the IEBC, Chris Msando, made his last movements as a living man between the IEBC offices in Anniversary Towers here in Nairobi and an entertainment spot within the city. It was a Friday night when Msando mysteriously disappeared in the streets of Nairobi, only for his body to be discovered on Sunday morning in Muguga Forest, Kiambu County. A post-mortem examination by government pathologist Johansen Oduor revealed that Msando had died of strangulation. His right hand also had some deep cuts, suggesting the late IEBC employee could well have been tortured before he was strangled to death. His body was found alongside that of 21-year-old Carol Ngumbu a young woman who had just completed her studies at the Medical Training College here in Nairobi. Initial reports of Msando's disappearance were typically greeted with false narratives laden with hints of sleaze, with Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria even suggesting that the election official was having a good time somewhere in the city suburbs. Active misinformation characterized conversations about the missing IEBC senior manager. The discovery of the body of a woman next to his further sweetened the morbid rumor mills with talk of love triangles and related speculation. In short, in the first hours of his disappearance and subsequent death, Chris Msando was treated badly and perhaps deliberately. Deliberately because Chris Msando's killers, who remain unknown to date, had an obvious plan to hide their motive. It was obvious that the killers and those who planned Msando's death did not want the death to be connected in any way to the election, which, just like today, was only 11 days away. And because the killers are not known to date, Msando's death remains a subject of intense speculation. Many speculate Msando died because of his crucial role at the IEBC. As ICT manager, this was the administrator of the electronic transmission of election results, the linkman of the data that flows from the polling station to the National Tallying Center in Bomas of Kenya. And Chris Msando was confident, even pompous, about his election technology. I remember that week he made rounds on television talk shows and current affairs programs, praising the system he was managing as robust and foolproof. A day before he disappeared, he stated in a television show that the election technology IEBC had put in place was impermeable, assuring a 100% integrity of the results flow from the polling station to the Bomas of Kenya. And one thing I remember about Msando is he was confident and highly intelligent and self-assured as a man, visibly fully in charge of his role and space. In his last interview on TV, Msando assured Kenyans that the IEBC will implement to the letter the judgment of the Court of Appeal on the management of election results transmission. The ruling had guided that election results declared at the polling station were final, and Msando went for a foolproof pipe to secure the same. Speculation is that became his death sentence, and that his killers never wanted a foolproof electronic result system in the first place. Nothing has happened to challenge that speculation to date. No one has ever been arrested or charged with the murder of Chris Msando. His killers simply disappeared into thin air and may well be somewhere watching us yapping away, apparently in futility. Well, with Msando's murderers remaining unknown and free, all those pained by his needless death and all those driven by the spirit and heart of justice are left with the hope that the corpse of the late Msando took the strict instructions of his mother and the agonizing wailing of his wife, asking for one thing: may his killers never have peace. That is my kicker.
May his killers never have peace. Mama Selina, inaonekana Madele ako mbio mbio. Mike, go ahead. What I say?
Bernard, the spirits of the dead speak, and from time immemorial it has been so. Huko kwetu kuna magari zingine zikibeba mtu kama hataki kwenda zinakataa na inasimama mpaka wamwongeleshe waseme tafadhali kubali kwenda kuzikwa ndio gari kubali. The invocation, whatever the widow invoked, you know, some of us are so spiritual, we think the certain things do not happen, but whatever that lady invoked an altar is speaking up to now, and you can see there are people who are very, very uncomfortable. They are not settled. They are so restless and almost wamepagawa, and that's what is happening because of what they did. Without mentioning names, if you are in politics and you benefited from the cruel death of Musando, you will not have peace, and it will come to the fore at some point, whether directly or indirectly, and that is what that clip has shown me. It is true that the dead will never rest until vengeance is accorded to whoever did that very cruel act. And God says vengeance is his. Unajua, people think God is so merciful he doesn't avenge. God avenges for his own. Unajua watu wanafikiria Mungu, God is also merciful but is also very, very jealous and vengeful. So it is a very sad thing. It's like Kenyans are used to things happening and they move on like nothing happened. That was a very, very serious thing that happened. And I think as a country, we need to learn from it that politics should not be a matter of life and death the way people are making it look now, invoking, using words dead in every statement they make, that don't kill me, don't do this. Politics should never be a matter of life and death. And we should reach to a place where people like Boris just resign because of having a drink at the backyard of his house. And that is enough ground for somebody to resign. You can't hold on power as if your life depends on it. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Yes, Alex?
You know, Bernard, I said earlier, people reveal who they are unintentionally. And may their blood not rest in peace. Now, if you can see what is happening today, you can see how God is revealing a few things to us. And yet, the Bible says you will have eyes, you will not see. You will have ears, you will not hear. And I think we are not listening carefully to Ruto. I want you to imagine on the day when Raila sat down with Uhuru for 10 hours to speak. And at some moment, Raila said, we stopped talking and we kept quiet. I have always interpreted that on one thing. When you hear Mama Ida say, never again will somebody die because of election, Fidel died because somebody was not happy. They wanted to punish Raila Amolo Odinga. As if that was not enough, they killed Musando to compound it. Now, somebody today is being haunted by the blood of Musando, is telling Uhuru, bora musiguze watoto wangu. Can you connect that? He is guilty of whatever they did. Nani amekuambia mtoto wako ataguzwa? Ni kwa sababu wewe uliguza wa mwenyewe? When Raila says never again will somebody die because of election, it is not somebody who is far away. It is his son. You see, the Bible says even when tunakunywa bia na tutakunywa leo jioni, lakini Biblia tunasoma. Lakini wakati Biblia inasema, wakati Jakobo alikuwa anabariki watoto wake, hata yule ambaye alilala na concubine wake anaitwa Ruben, alimwambia, you are my strength even though you are as unstable as water. your firstborn is your strength. So do you realize how they took the strength of Raila? And yet they thought by doing that, and you know, we have clips zingine ambazo zinatushtua and we don't know. We will revisit it. There's this young man and this another one from who's now masquerading. He wants to become a governor in Mombasa called Sonko, who are seated somewhere. I don't know which strip club were they. And then they're acknowledging they are the ones who killed who? Fidel. There is this another one who was chased away by Gadhona sijui ni nani, the women rep of Kiambu, who also came out and showed us the vehicle of Musando. Bernard, these were cold-hearted, blooded killings. Those were not, even though some of them we did not see blood. You see, nowadays, if you want to kill somebody, you don't have to show the blood or mangle them. The way there is a so-called a civilized way of finishing people, and I think that was the signature of Jubilee before Uhuru came into his senses. And part of what they did was to make sure that democracy does not come to this country by all means. Musando's blood is not just for his wife, the mother. It is for us to remember what these people, and God has paid them in a nutshell, but we don't know in the fullness of time what will happen. Whatever that is happening with this man called Moses Kuria, you can almost see that, I mean, I'm a cheese in one way or the other, but I'm glad that even today Ruto acknowledged, bora musishike watoto wangu. Nani amekwambia tunaenda kushika mtoto wako? People reveal who they are or what they have been doing unintentionally. Pole sana, lakini thank you very much Bernard kwa kutuwekea hiyo clip to remind us where we have come from, because Bob Marley used to sing, if you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, only a fool is thirsty. That historicity is so rich because blood was shed. Anytime blood is shed, it's a sacrifice. Musando was a sacrifice, whether it be intentionally or unintentionally, but we must never forget. And for that reason, Chebukati will go to jail. Chebukati knew it. When Akombe ran away and even took all his brothers to American embassy, wakakimbia kwenda Tanzania, they knew their lives were in danger because of the position they held within that IEBC. So Chebukati is culpable of also Musando's blood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Let's move to Mama Selina quickly, please.
Penat, Alex, Stephen, Mike, Elisa, Papa. It is so difficult and it is so painful for a mother. You forget we have Jacob Chuma. You forget we have Kenei. You forget we have so many people that they work in the office and they are dead today. Those are children of a woman. And God cannot sleep. Thank you, Alex, for what you are telling us. But Kenyans should be awake. Ukiambia Uhuru tutaonana na wewe lakini usikuse watoto yangu, then why are you threatening the president? Uhuru Kenyatta is not in the pilot. Uhuru Kenyatta anafanya kazi yake kama rais ya Kenya. And who tells Ruto being a deputy president for the first time can be the president? Anajua vile aliingia kiti ya deputy president. Kama yale mambo Tuja anatuambia, it was not the will of the people. It was the will of the money. So, if it was the will of the money, you cannot come and tell us kama ulinunuliwa ama ulinunua kiti. Nikienda kwa soko ninunue nguo yangu, mwenye niliusia ama nikakopesha, nikashindwa kulipa, akuja adai, will I say it is mine? Hii election ya 2022 hii tunaenda in 10 days, in 8 days. Nataka kuomba Wakenya wakuwe sober, na Mungu aliye pinguni, the cry of the women wasasi, Pepi Pendo, we have so many blood, Alex, that they are crying in the crown, plus even innocent children. 8 years, 2 years. Why did you kill them? Because of election. Because you want to be a leader. Uhuru Kenyatta alituambia ama aliambia watu yake, nilisalamia baba, hata nimeambiwa let those be killed, wachana wauane huko Karioko, huko Kikomba, wacha wauane lakini to maintain power. When Uhuru looked back, who was being killed? Akaona ni watu yake. Akasema enough is enough. Wacha uongozi iende. Let me go and save my people. And that is how Uhuru aliongea na yeye. And Alex, tunasahau. Uhuru alituambia kabla hajakutana na Raila, he had a meeting with this deputy. Kumwambia, let's try to bring the country down. He said no. Kwa sababu alijua umoja ikikuja Kenya, kutaongoza namna gani na unataka damu ya watu, or you want to fight and rule. So as we are talking, in these 8 days or 7 days, especially those who have been celebrating, ya kwamba we had good leaders. La hasha. Huyo jamaa ana uadui. Wale watu wote wamemfanyia chenye wanamfanyia. I'm telling you, Alex, kama kuna siku Kenya wataenda na makoti, wacha vile, you know, I sometimes sympathize vile watu wanaona Baba Moi kama alikuwa mtu mbaya. Kenyans try this one now so that mutarudi kusema Baba Moi was a good person, because you have to compare something with another thing. Mimi pangu, I wish wacha tufanye uchaguzi, wacha baba sacrifice even the life of his children. Yeye mwenyewe kwanza, hata hii maisha munaenjoy na kupigana, I think baba alienjoy long time ago, but as for now, ako tu ku save your lives and your children. Ni kwa sababu Mungu alimuita. We are talking. Ana deputy president. Anarutisha. Mi nilikuwa nafikiria kama uko na roho safi and you are a real Christian. Bernard, mulituambia ukichapwa unapeana, ukichapwa hii side unapeana this side. I think that is the work of a Christian. Ile munatuambia nyinyi ni wa Kristo. Na hii yenyu munarutisha hapo na hapo. Ukristo iko wapi? Because you are threatening Uhuru and he has the sword. You are threatening Matiang'i. Unamwambia I will come for you. You come for everybody. Unaambia watu you have only 10 days. The chiefs, Madio, Madisis, you have been threatened. How can one person anaweza threaten dunia mzima? Yani kila mtu I don't know what powers. Sijui hii ni power ya Nigeria. Sijui mumeenda kulete I don't know. Sababu mtu moja hawezi kuwa ama uoka. Anyway, kumaanisha kuna wanawake wawili waliolewa na bwana moja. Na kuna mwingine anataka akiona hata bwana akipita anakimbia kumrutisha kumpeleka kwa nyumba yake. And there is still some woman. Akiulizwa anasema wacheni tu, ataki vita. And the arrogant one, hata baba akilete chakula anataka iwe ni kwake. but ukiangalia nyumba yake na maisha yake haiendangi vizuri. The other ample woman, ule anasema wacha tu msee alale hiyo nyumba, aende tu, na yeye anatulia. Akiwa na watoto ya huyo mama watafaulu. Kwa sababu ni mama mwenyewe alishikilia nyumba na akaona asishindane na ule. And I want to nafikiria hii historia ya Ruto na Uhuru, it is like that. Kuna ule anataka kuwa ample, aona amewacha Kenya na umoja, awache watoto wa Kenya wakilala watu, na kuna this one anakuwa arrogant, anataka kila kitu. I think, by the way, because he comes from a polygamy family, I would like to know my brothers yake ya wale mama wengine, how they behave, how they look like. Kwa sababu I'm happy that Ruto pia anatoka kwa nyumba ya wasasi wawili. Has he been able to take care of good brothers, ama step brothers? Because Kenya ni kubwa kushinda binadamu. Kenya is bigger than Ruto and Gachagua and wherever. Gachagua is telling us he's the son of Mau Mau. We have never seen the father of Gachagua, and I would like to ask the people from Mount Kenya, Tetetan Kimatis, wale waliuawa, those at Mau Mau's. Gachagua amesaidia nini ule mama isipokuwa ni Raila anamlipia nyumba? Isipokuwa ni Raila amesaidia hiyo mama ya Tetan Kimati ama mke wake? Kwa sababu tuko na Ndindi Nyoro, son of Mau Mau, na tuko na Gachagua anamwambia Raila, utajua sisi ni watoto ya Mau Mau. What have you done to those Mau Maus? And I think everybody has seen them. Wanatokea kwa TV. Hii watoto ya Mau Mau wanaturingia na kutuambia we are the sons of Mau Mau. What have you done to those real Mau Maus? Because there are some who are alive. Raila amewasaidia. Najua kuna mama analipiwa nyumba. Najua kuna mama Raila amechukua nafasi yake. But Raila is not a Kikuyu. Sasa wewe Gachagua, kwa sababu wewe ni mtoto ya Mau Mau, what have you done to the Mau Maus wale wako na shida? Msitutishe na tunajua we are not, na Mau Mau by the way walipigania nchi yao. I hear somebody the other day talk about Nandis. I thank God alisema sorry, because the Nandis are warriors. We fight with the Musungus. But I hear Wanandi wameitwa waoga. I want to say this in this platform. A warrior, a Nandi warrior. We don't have warriors in other Kalenjin community. But that is not what I want to talk today. I was saying, these people pretend. Don't pretend to be what you are not. Don't pretend to be what your father was not. I'm talking to you here. My father was taken from Nandi. Na walikuwa Olkalao na wasungu walifosiwa. But my dad was one of those people. Wanasema usiku walikuwa napata chakula kutoka wamama ya Central wakipatia Mau Mau. But we cannot come here and talk. Walichukuliwa. I'm talking a live testimony. My father is 96. He's still alive. Na anatuambia vile walipelekwa na wasungu na vile waliweza kusaidia wale wanaume wa Central walikuwa napigania nchi yao. So this Gachagua, you want to tell us, huyu mwingine anamwambia Ruto, Uhuru usikuse watoto yangu. What did you wrong? Ulifanya nini makosa? Na kama ulipenda watoto yako, ungependa nchi ya Kenya na ungependa watoto ya wamama wengine. There are women crying out there. They don't have their children. They don't have their husbands. I want brothers. I want sisters. So, Penat, binadamu, hatuna watoto special. You can be a rich man. Watoto yako wanakula vizuri breakfast. We have poor people, watoto mama anadanganya mtoto na maji moto kwa sababu ana hata hiyo chai inaitwa nini, hiyo machani apatie mtoto yake strong tea. Kuna wamama wanadanganya mtoto, anapika chakula, anaweka chumvi ndio watoto wakule. Lakini tunashukuru Mungu kwamba Penat, tumbo yenye imekula breakfast every ya 1000 na tumbo yenye imekunywa uchi ama maji moto, they are all the same. So don't come, watu wasikuja hapa kutuambia watoto yao kama ni special. Kama ya wengine wameenda chini, it is okay for everybody to get what they get. I'm sorry, thank you. Naona
Wasike,
kuna mtu ameweka musiki, maybe
Wasike.
nimeenda out of topic. They want to cut me
No,
off.
no.
But
So
anyway, thank
sorry,
you.
Mama Selina, just conclude. It was Wasike who came in when his mic is on.
Oh, okay. So Penat, it is a painful na ni wakati ya uchungu sana. Na wale wote wamekusa watu. That is why they are not stable. Alex, you have said the truth. Watachitokezea. Not yet. Wacha ipaki 5 days, 4 days. Unaona watu wanakimbia usiku na mchana. Why do you kill somebody because of election? Kwa sababu unataka kuwa kiongozi. How many people have died in your office? Tuko na ofisi kubwa ya Uhuru na tuko na ofisi ya deputy. Watu ngapi kutoka ofisi ya Uhuru wamechinyonga kwa sababu ni maaskari? Tunapata kama walikufa kwa sababu ya nini? Kwa nini ofisi ya mtu moja? Kwani ile watu wote wanakuja fanya ofisi yako walisaliwa na mama sao wawe wanapatikana wamechinyonga? Anyway, Kenyans, it is up to you. Muamue kuchenga inchi ama na nashukuru kwa sababu wengi majority hii uchungu yote nilisema and I will repeat. Baba amerudi kwa nyumba. Kama ukurutika na ile mambo mama alikupatia while the father was away, baba mkate, umeonyeshwa safari, umefungiwa firako. Now you are told not even to stay kwa sababu baba mwenyewe amerudi kwa boma yake. Now, hii watoto unauliza Uhuru asiue. Uliweza kusaa watoto wakati ulikuwa baba mkate? Na kama ulisaa, wanawake wenye wako na watoto yako watakurudia, watakuletea. We don't have any, hakuna mtu ako na haja. So watoto yako ni watoto kama wa Kenya. Tambi yako si tambi, watoto yako wachatenda tambi. I don't think there is any Kenyan who will go for innocent children. Na kama umetrain watoto yako, then watakutana na sheria. Martha Karua alisema mtoto yake, ndugu yake, dada yake, mtoto ya baba ya mtu yeyote, kama amefanya makosa atakutana na sheria. So kama umetumia watoto yako kuiba mali ya Kenya, they will be caught. Kama umetumia jina ya watoto yako kucrap, watakutwa. But nafikiria sheria itafanya kazi. Hawataua, watapelekwa korokoroni, kesi ifanyike, wale wanapatikana wanafungwa, wala hawana makosa wanawachiliwa. Asante sana Penat for that opportunity.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina for that very strong sentiments on matters at hand. I just want to encourage us to remain vigilant, refuse to buy fear, and do the right thing. We will never do many wrong things until they make our wrong right. We must have courage to do the right thing, even in a wrong environment, in order for us to correct what is wrong with our nation and what is wrong with our world. We must be able to do that. And so wherever you are, these general elections, I keep saying, is historic. This is the one place we correct the wrongs that have bedeviled this country from colonial time to date. Be part of the right history. Don't be part of the wrong history. The people inviting you into doing wrong, they want you to be a victim of a great celebration that this country is about to witness. Don't volunteer. Choose to do the right thing. Follow the right path. Slow but sure wins the race. Raila Odinga can attest to that. In his life, in his struggles, and in his pursuit for a better Kenya, he has demonstrated that you may win and lose, win and lose, win and lose. But eventually, lines will fall for you in pleasant places, and you will end up having a goodly heritage. So let Kenya set the Lord always before them. Let's put God first and do the right thing. Forget all this, the push and pull. All the same, Alex, what are you saying? We have kept Papa Senior.
I will say something. I'll go back and I'll be your backup in case of anything. So, you know, Bernard, there is a saying that my grandfather told me that was when I was young, but over the years it has come to resonate very well in me. There are words you cannot translate from your vernacular to English, but I'll try my best. In Kisi it says, Monto taliko kina mobere, ago kina obongo. Monto taliko kina mobere, ago kina obongo. Which means you don't grow because your body is puffing. You grow because your mind has the capacity to hold your body. You hear? And I think those of us who are bringing the Mau Mau and the Christian narrative, I think they have failed to grow. I'll give you an illustration, Bernard. If I ask you today, are you a man or a woman? Don't answer me, because the next question will be a bad one. Because my daughter asked me and she cornered me one day. Daddy, they say I am a girl. Daddy, are you a man or a woman? I said, I'm a man. Then he said, can I see? You see? What do you do? So what does he see? What does she see? So those saying they are Christians, those saying they are from Mau Mau. Uhuru is a practicing, and I'll tell you, Danny Darius, to understand that. Uhuru is one of the most staunch practicing Catholic in Kenya. Even when Pope came, Uhuru was so mesmerized, but you have never heard him talk about his Christianity. I hear that Uhuru goes 5 a.m. anaweza kunywa keroro yake, but 5 a.m. ako kanisani asubuhi kuomba na kupeana sadaka yake. That has been his character. Uhuru's mother was jailed for 7-8 years. Na hata kuna story, I don't know if it's Raila or Jaramogi who said, I think I read the book of Jaramogi, aliandika note ya Uhuru. How Jaramogi himself sneaked Mama Ngina. They went to Kapenguria. They lied to the soldier alikuwa huko mbele na huko nyuma Jaramogi akiongea na wengine. They sneaked Mama Ngina ndani. Ndio mzee akapata opportunity akakuwa na wiki moja hapo, and Uhuru was born. And nobody talks about that. These are real Mau Mau. They knew how to operate. Uhuru was born because somebody was a true Mau Mau. Jaramogi was a Mau Mau. But do we talk? Do we say? I think those are, and that is the problem that Moi did. He skewed the history of Kenya so that he brought it to be a GHC, geography, history, and civics, so that he hides sandwiches history so that such kind of historicity that was elaborate, sweet, so that we can even know how Uhuru was born, was taken away from our syllabus. My friend, those who are true Christians don't talk. Those who are true Mau Mau, you've never heard Mama Ngina say, I'm a Mau Mau. They don't. So hii watu wakina Ndindi Nyoro, those are masqueraders. Don't listen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Alex, I'll give you an award. One of these fine days. All the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad that we are Kenyans. We are glad that we are Kenyans and we have an opportunity to stand up and be counted. One of the fascinating realities of this country is the rich history, the rich true history. Okay, if you understand that history, you don't struggle being a Kenyan, and you have nothing to be ashamed of as a Kenyan. The people who are ashamed of Kenya and being identified as Kenyans are the ones who want to twist the history and make it say what it has never been. The struggle for the colonial, it wasn't a one tribe issue. It was a whole national issue. We had frontliners. We had it's called midfield. We had the midfielders. Then we had the goalkeepers. We had the silent suppliers, like Martin Shkuku. Martin Shkuku used to be a conductor in the train, and in the train he would carry the guns with the charcoal, so that when they reaches and they begin to negotiate Nanyuki there, he would drop out the charcoal sacks with the guns. Then the Mau Mau warriors will pick. This thing was a whole organized system. And the fascinating thing is at that time, there was no mobile phone. There was no telephone, but they were able to coordinate among themselves. The Nyanza people, the Western people, the Central people. It was a holistic work. Today, we are interconnected with everything, internet included. Yet somebody is determined to tell us that we are Rift Valley and those are Mount Kenya. I think we need to outgrow all this madness and appreciate that we have a country, and this country belongs to all of us, and it's our responsibility to cultivate it for the welfare of all of us. History, as selfish people who are looking on how to save their back using their country, they must be shamed for what they are. And then next, corrected them. We correct them by what? Sending them back to school. So when somebody begins to talk about me, my children, my family, and he's asking for national office, then he's just telling us exactly the reason why he wanted to be president was for him and his children. It had nothing to do with Kenya and the Kenyan people. Now, if it is not about Kenya and the Kenyan people, why do you want to use Kenya to take care of your family? It's all wrong. So let's all wake up and do what is required. So Kinagashagwa and team, those are the imposters. Okay, the imposters. Those who want to report themselves as Mau Mau. When Mau Mau was going on, they were hiding. When Mau Mau was going on, they were the ones reporting. They were the informers. In fact, Gachagua, I can tell this on this national television, okay, was a reporter of the reformist in University of Nairobi. That is what endeared him to President Moi. Yendo alikuwa anaambia which student is arranging what where for people to be detained without trial. And now he's coming around. He says freedom is coming tomorrow. Let me not say that. Okay, please let's make progress. We are 784 people watching right now. I want us please to take serious the campaign we are doing right now. Interested party, you have been here long enough, you know the standing orders. Ukikuja hapa kama mic yako iko on, nitaanza sasa kupeleka we quarantine na nimeshaanza kufanya hivyo. Please let's stick within the standing orders, do what is required to do. Mtembei TV must go to offline broadcast in the next 10 days. We need everybody's support. If those 786 people, okay, send me 1,000 each, just 1,000 each, I'll be miles away. Okay, in fact, tomorrow morning I'll be calling the engineers to begin the setup. Can we do something serious tonight, please? We can make this happen. Just like that. So please, let's move with speed. Let me see that M-Pesa. Let me see Safaricom complaining that my number is too much right now. So Papa AZIMIO, as you come, let me play this video. And I want to see that action, please. That action needs to take place. Okay. Listen out to that.
All right, so there you have it. The presidential candidate for AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya Lands, Raila Odinga, saying that his main competitor, Deputy President William Ruto's running mate, Rigathi Gachagua, should step aside, away actually from the presidential race, after the court ordered him to pay, to forfeit actually 200 million shillings to the state on Thursday. So I just want us to understand what this means, what it legally means for, UDA's presidential candidate, that is Deputy President William Ruto, what it means to the supporters, and also what it means to the country, and also to Rigathi Gachagua. With me in studio is Ambrose Wedder, a political analyst, but also an advocate. Thank you for joining us here on a KTN News Weekend Prime. It's been long having you here in our studio. But then, getting straight into it, what does this court order mean to Rigathi Gachagua? First of all,
good evening, fellow viewers. I think where you are, God be with you. Let me give you the lawyer part of it, not the politics. So what Honorable Raila was saying is the politics part of it. That candidate, whatever. That is neither here nor there, is not there.
Correct.
What is it? Is we have laws in this country. There's a law called Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Law. Then we have another law called Prevention of Organized Crimes. Then we have international conventions to prevent people using money that has been obtained as a result of crime. Any money. And it goes like this. If today, somehow you are found with 100 million, and in 100 million, ordinarily would have traces. If you have to, it has the roots. So if you are found with it, and you ask now, tell us, where does this money come from? It is on you to bring documents to show. Now, if you can't, the law in this country allows the court to order that money to be forfeited. The court will assume these ones are proceeds from crime. That includes corruption, that includes theft, that includes money laundering. You get stolen money from wherever, and then you bring it, and then you want to bring it to the economy. So the law allows you.
So what does it mean?
Yes.
What does it mean to Rigathi Gachagua?
It means he has lost the money. He could not explain. He had 200 million, which he was asked. Normally you are asked, this money is here. Explain how you got it. Then you come and say, yes, this one, 10 million was from this place, 5 million was this one. And then when you talk about it, there are the trail of documents that follows that you'll be able to show. So without it, you lose it.
All right, so the court orders Gachagua to surrender 200 million to the state. The integrity chapter of the Constitution is at play here.
Now, the money was in the bank. It was frozen. And it was frozen as like the court was looking into it. Is it Gachagwa's money or it could be proceeds of crime? Now, how does the court investigate it? The court looks and says, we think, according to the law, there's suspicion that these are proceeds of crime. Any form of crime. So then the burden shifts on you to demonstrate that this is my money. So you bring in documentation, you bring in evidence. And these documents are not very easy to bring, in the sense that you can't say now, my sister, that you are a billionaire, yet your tax returns with KRA has only been 30,000, 100,000. Then anytime you talk about I received 100 million, what did you do that brought it? So these are the things that the court would look and say, you can't explain it. And then the law allows the court to order that this money is forfeited. This is an application of asset recovery agency of the country. So it does not mean that him as a person, he has been convicted. It is only that he cannot explain the money. That includes even your own money. If you picked money in the streets or in a corner somewhere in the forest, Kakamega forest or Ngong forest, 100 million shillings, so and you have it, and then somehow the police gets you, and they ask you, okay, this is what is it? It is my money. They tell you, explain.
All right.
Yes.
So, but then, the agency dismissed claims, that 200 million, it wants Madhira Gachagua and his business associates to forfeit was from a tender they won 7 years ago. So the court also dismissed claims that the funds were in a fixed deposit account. So what does it mean about the integrity of our leaders?
It points to issues of integrity. But the issues of it, I think, like Gachagua is facing a criminal offense. The standard of proof of a criminal offense is much higher. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So evidence will be had. He could be found guilty or innocent. In fact, when it comes to forfeiting money, I was explaining to you, you don't have to be charged with any offense. You just can't explain it. You have it, but you can't explain it. Then so this must be proceeds of crime. This is an international network, so that we prevent drug money, we prevent stolen money, corruption money. So you may have your money forfeited. Even, for instance, you have that huge mansion in the village, suddenly built, the way the MCAs and all these people in the country have done. The agency has a right to come and tell you, can you explain how you built this house? They'll bring valuers to say this house was built 150 million shillings.
All right.
Then they say, now can you explain to us your incomes, your businesses, that you can spare 150? If you can't explain, the court can order that that house be forfeited to government. And it still just remain to the state, not government, to the state.
All right.
Yes.
Ambrose Weda, allow me to say asante sana.
Thank you so
it's
much.
good that you're here,
Yes.
where we try to put the facts straight, after AZIMIO presidential candidate Raila Odinga gave that statement saying that, regarding Gachagua, his main competitor, DP William Ruto's running mate, should actually step away from the presidential court after the court ordered Madhira legislator to hand over 200 million shillings to the state. So we've given you the facts, and that's why here at KTN News, we do all that we can to ensure that we give you the facts the way it's supposed to be done. Time for a short commercial break. I'll be right back with more news making the headlines. Do keep it KTN News.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Yes, Papa Senior, how are you today?
Jambo Bernard, Bana Alex.
Jambo, namna gani huko?
Salama, salama. Steven, Mike, Eliza, interested party, Wasike, Mama Selina, and myself. I'm saying hi to myself.
Hi to you yourself.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Thanks for this opportunity. And we thank God for this good day that has become a revelation. Bernard, you know, in sometime between 2013 and 2015, there was a time actually in somewhere in Rift Valley, the DP had a rally, and he was speaking to the people of his backyard, and it was in vernacular, and he said that mimi ndio serikali, yule jamaa mlevi, mimi ndio kusema. And during that period, the DP wielded a lot of influence. And it is not to a surprise that we are now being informed by the likes of Eugene Wamalwa that he asked him to resign. So there are a number of things that the DP, I want to believe, did between 2013 and 2018 that the president was either did not sanction or was not aware that they were happening. And among the things are what Alex was talking about, these revelations that are coming in modern day. And in 2019, the president did a reshuffle from his state house in September 2019, from his state house handlers, a few security agents here and there. He now became aware that he is actually the president of Kenya, and he needs to be safe at all times. And by doing so, he managed to cut down the infiltrators from his deputy. And he was now a bit more safe, and he has continued to be safe until now. Now, when the DP tells us today that usiue watoto wangu, I don't know if any one of you has any information or has heard Uhuru Kenyatta saying that he will kill the DP's children or his people. That statement in itself is very inflammatory and uncalled for, and very unpresidential. And Kenyans should look out for this guy, because he is trying to incite the people of his backyard. And the truth be said, there is nothing that William Ruto can do. William Ruto cannot even call for a strike of border borders. He tried to ask the border borders to go and pick their border borders from the police station, and nothing happened. Nobody listened to him. William Ruto is trying to sell a lot of fear, and he knows his status in Kenyan politics. He is still an infant. He is still a tribal warlord. Not even the people of Mount Kenya, whom he claims that he is their son and he is the one who is their kingpin, can even come out to the street with placards, twigs, to protest on any issue. So he is trying to create an image of larger than life, and trying to threaten the president, threaten everybody. and that will not work. Kenyans are wise enough. Kenyans have been through a lot of agony since 2007 and prior to that in the 1997, 1992. So those are just noises that of somebody who is deluding himself. And I want to believe too that this anger is not just out of the blue. The anger is because the networks that had been put in place to ensure that he becomes president have been dismantled. The Venezuelans must have talked too much, and there is no way out. And from the look of things, the numbers do not favor him. So there is no any other route that he's going to use to get to presidency, because he believes that it is only presidency that can keep him safe. Why does he believe so? There must be something that we don't know. Raila Odinga has been running for presidency, you talk about 4 times, and every other time he has been robbed, but he still goes back to his normal life. He reinvents himself and comes back with something that ensures that he's still in the thick of things when it comes to Kenyan politics and running of government. That is something that William Ruto cannot do. He has shown that he is a dictator. He is not ready to work with anybody. He wants winner take it all. And that has been demonstrated by the time that Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga shook hands, and he is not willing. He just wants winner take it all. And that is not the way to lead Kenya. Kenya is for all of us, and we need to work together. And the elections, as Kibaki put it, it is just a one-day affair. It is not a matter of life and death. Therefore, we need to work together. And I want to just forget this day like any other day that some angry politician just slipped. It was a slip of the tongue, and nothing much can be said about him. Now I'll leave it at that. UKAMBANI are now trying to embarrass us. And Martin Detto, you need to do something about your backyard. We don't need these small shows of people fighting because of... they have both been cleared and they are going to the ballot. And we don't need some little sideshows. If you feel like you are going to win, just wait for 9th of August, and then we call it quits. Bernard, I'll leave it at that. We'll be with you as we continue. Back to you. Alex,
okay,
salimia sana.
Thank you, Bob. We appreciate that. And
Papa, mwisho wa mwezi naona ni kama uko flat na ni Friday, inakaa pesa hakuna kwa mfuko.
Kenya ni mbaya. Bernard should tell you.
wewe Alex, wakati roho anakuhimiza ku wipe somebody's face, just obey. Don't announce. Thank you. Martin, you have been summoned now. This is the second time. So it's just remaining one. Then we will send to Matiang'i boys to collect you. The first person summoned you now. The second person has summoned you. You need to show up on this court, or we come for you. All the same, I want to appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep going with our campaign. I'm really determined and believe we are going on air in the next 9 days. So please, I am appreciative for those who are sending in. I've received 1,000 Bob from Maureen, another 1,000 from Beatrice. I was told it is pronounced that way. And then Miriam, And who else? So let's keep going. Let's keep going. If those numbers begin to run that fast, we'll be able to get this thing done. I want to leave this station in a better place when I assume my other responsibilities. So please, fanya kazi yako. Alex, unataka kusemaje? Kwanza wewe ndio unakuanga chairman wa hii maneno. Si unajua tu hii maneno mimi
Bernard, you see, I don't know, watu wameanza kusherekea mapema sana. Yaani mtu anataka aitwe beer artist. Beer ndio ikuje kwanza. You know, that's very funny.
Oh, loka. So I encourage us to do our very best. Let's do our very best. You can come in two ways, either as the strategic partner or ndio watu wanakaa ready for getting the shares as soon as they are ready. But we want everybody on board. When we'll be launching that station, it will be owned by you because you are the pioneers of that Mtembei offline. When we started Mtembei online, probably amkuhusika. Hata nyinyi mnastukanga tu Mtembei ni nani na ni nini inatoka wapi. But now you have an opportunity to be listed in the stone that these are the people who launched out Mtembei offline. And when that show in Marsabit, in Garissa, is watching and understand what's happening, your name and your contribution will be speaking. So please, let's move. Give once, twice, three, fourth, as we proceed. Just be mindful. Siku zinayoyoma, tunahitaji station iwe ina run kabla siku ya uchaguzi. Thank you. Wacha niangalie mkururo wangu uko kwa Wasike. Wasike namna gani?
Poa sana.
Wasike, subiri kidogo, uko kwa sherehe fulani hapo, sijui na ya wapi, lakini subiri kidogo tu.
Aya, sawa.
Hiyo ngoma yako utaizima.
Raila Odinga leads in research firm TIFA's latest opinion poll with 46.7%, while Kenya Kwanza's presidential candidate William Ruto follows closely with 44.4%. According to the latest polls conducted by the Trends and Insights for Africa, TIFA opinion poll released today, the possibility of either of the two top presidential candidates securing a win in the first round is, however, proving to be a task 10 days to the general election. Marianne Nyambura reports.
As the August 9th date draws near and the campaign period enters the 10-day homestretch, the latest opinion polls by the Trends and Insights for Africa TIFA on the four presidential candidates indicates that AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga maintains a lead as the most preferred presidential candidate with 46.7% support in the month of July. Raila's popularity has risen over the last month with a difference of 4.7% between June, when his popularity stood at 42%. Harambe! Kenya Kwanza's William Ruto follows with 44.4%. His popularity has also gone up between the months of June and July, with a difference of 5.4%. George Wajakoya of the Roots Party's support is at 1.8%, while Agano Party presidential flag bearer Mwaure Wahiga's support is at 0.1%. 10 days to the polls, 5% of voters who took part in the survey remain undecided. The poll survey revealed that AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya coalition is the most popular formation in the country, with 47%, while DP Ruto's Kenya Kwanza alliance popularity stands at 42%. TIFA officials who conducted the survey also sought to find out if someone who has a corrupt past can make a good leader. In response, 20% of Kenyans believe that anyone with such a past can still lead, while 73% of Kenyans are opposed to this view. The TIFA poll also revealed that securing around one win for either William Ruto or Raila Odinga is going to be a task. The choice of a running mate for the 4 presidential candidates also played a key factor, as the Raila Karua choice enjoys support in Nyanza with 80% and 61% in the Western region. For Kenya Kwanza's Ruto Gachagua choice, the duo enjoy support from Central Rift with 83% and Mount Kenya at 66%. George Wajakoya's support base is in the Coast and Lower Eastern region at 3%. Agano Party's Mwaure Mutua choice enjoys support in the Coastal region at 1%. The latest findings are from a survey conducted between 21st July to 26th July. Marianne Nyambura, Citizen TV.
Okay, thank you everyone. We will also respond to that. There is Dennis Ndianga. It says, Alex, the name Bernard is pronounced Bernard and Beatrice is pronounced Beatrice. So masomo hapo yanaendelea. Alafu Matona yanasema unaacha papa ananigonga. Wewe njoo ukajitetee. Then he said what... but anyway, who told you that you're going anywhere? I want to live in a good... So you want to bind me here? All the same, Wasike, karibu tafadhali.
Asante sana. Leo sina mambo mengi ya kusema, najaribu ku react kwa hii maneno ya Ruto. Sijui kwa nini leo amelia sana. Mimi leo nimeona Uhuru akiwa na furaha sana, hata nashangaa alitukana Ruto saa ngapi, kwa sababu mtu analia mwenyewe, and all these problems ni mwenyewe amejiletea, because there's no way you are going to use government resources, go at the backyard of the president, confuse those people with money, na umechukua vijana wadogo first time MPs wanatusi Uhuru. So the first person mwenye alitusi Uhuru ni Ruto. Na wakati Uhuru amekuwa Nakuru hakuna kitu amefanya makosa. Alisema anapenda Ruto sana, lakini shida ni ya Ruto ni uongo. It's just a liar. It's just a walking lie. Na ni ukweli, ukiangalia Ruto kila kitu, everything about Ruto is just a lie. Hata mwenzake anasema Gachagua sijui son of Mau Mau. Ukora tupu, hakuna kitu yanasema ukweli. Ruto mwenyewe anajifanya Mkristo, but leo mwenyewe umejionea, leo Wakenya wamejionea who Ruto really is, and that is who Ruto is. Ruto is a very angry man. Yani akipatana na any opposition, he doesn't like any opposition. Any opposition to him is a threat. Ni lazima deal nayo in whichever possible way. So whatever he said today about Uhuru asiguze watoto wake, Uhuru ana shida gani na Ruto? Ni kitu gani Ruto anashinda Uhuru nayo? Yes. Uhuru comes from a family which is very wealthy, almost 100 times Ruto. Atafuatana na watoto wa Ruto akifanya nini na? And that shows who Ruto really is. He's a two-faced liar. Akiwa kwao nyumbani anaongea vibaya. Akienda Central anajifanya Mkristo. Mimi nimechangia hii kanisa sijui pesa ngapi, sijui mimi ni Mkristo nimewapatia wamama sijui nini na nini. This is a two-faced liar. I really sympathize with the Kenyan child. Some wameenda astray. They have just gone astray. Because even the slightest common sense, some of the pastors in Kenya hawana kabisa. And those are the people who are going to take us to the bush. But all in all, kila kitu iko sawa. Leo nimeona.
One moment.
Yes.
Wasike, your network is not consistent. You are breaking after every word you say. So please revamp your network and then you will come back so that your submission can flow, please. If you can either refresh your browser or something like that, because the conversation is breaking and our viewers are not understanding you like they ought. So rekebisha hiyo alafu tarejea. Papa Senior.
Bernard, I want to ask the panelists a question. What can William Ruto be minus state security in Kenyan politics? Because that is the only thing that makes, in my opinion, makes William Ruto. And I do not think that William Ruto can survive without state machinery. So I maybe one of the panelists should try and because we try and give us a picture of what William Ruto can be, because Raila Odinga has not been having this state machinery for all this time, apart from when he was prime minister, and even then it was a Nusum Kate government. Without William Ruto having any state machinery, is William Ruto capable of reinventing himself and influencing Kenyan politics in the manner that Raila Odinga has done for the last 2 decades? Thank you.
An interesting question, but in my opinion, somehow misplaced. Because in my way of looking at it is William Ruto with Uhuru Kenyatta, okay? William Ruto with Raila Odinga. He looks significant, promising, heavyweight. Now, William Ruto on his own, paperweight, featherweight, and unstable like water. The curse of Reuben. So with the state machinery or without state machinery, can William Ruto stand on his own alone? Like Baba has stood alone many times and still was able to shake the system? Thank you. Wasike, have you refreshed?
Yeah.
Okay, one moment. Mike seems to have something to respond. Mike, dakika moja ndio Wasika kuje.
Bernard, one of the things that Ruto managed to do is to marshal finance to the extent that he had enough money to buy anything and anybody in Kenya between 2017 to 2020 when he was campaigning. That money has really helped him endear himself in the church, and he targeted the youths, the first-time MPs. If you go and look at their lifestyles, most of them have new houses of not less than 50 million each. That is going to be cut. You remove that and you start even withdrawing the little he'll be left with. What has been pushing Ruto is not just the politics, it's also the financial muscle he has. And post Uhuru, assuming Martha is in, he will be very careful to use money that he cannot account for, the way Gachagua has just had his money withdrawn. So it will be very difficult for Ruto to make his activities. His activities are heavily funded. They are actually cash activities. Because Sunday it is church, 1 million. Group Your Mama, 1 million. Prostitutes, 1 million. every boda 1 million. So you remove that, Ruto is helpless. Actually, all you need to do is just to lock the tap that finances him, the tap that finances his activities, and that is the end of him.
Yeah, and to add on top of that, Ruto has never built ideological maturity that will supersede him. Now, whether Baba dies or lives today, there is something that will supersede him. There is something that will be created, that he has created. Now, let me give you a very simple analogy that will help a layman person understand this. Mike, in school, we had this mojo man called dining hall prefects. I don't know why, for some reason, dining hall prefects used to be built, big people, very rough, very annoying, and very irritant. Somehow, all dining hall prefects across the world, that's how they are, okay? And if you take that position from that person, they will not continue school. They will quit school. Okay? Wanawacha shule. So ukitoa dining hall inaitwa Karen kutoka kwa Ruto. Wacha niachie hapo, Black atakufa.
Alex,
I wish I was in the boarding school you attended.
Alex, walikunyima chakula?
Alex must have been the dining prefect.
Hapana, if I was, I couldn't be in Mutembei today. Trust me. You can almost see somebody like Papa. You know, someone like Papa could be one. And actually qualifies.
Okay, guys, thank you everyone. Please, let's keep going. Tuendelee kutuma hiyo contribution yetu, tukiendelea na mjadala wetu. Asanteni sana kwa kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Tuendelee kujenga hii stesheni tukisonga mbele. Wasike, endelea tafadhali. Interested party, be standby.
I think kuendeleza tu kwa hiyo story ya Ruto akishatoka kwa hiyo kwa government atafanya nini. I think is going to lose a lot of money, kwa sababu ukiangalia most of his companies zimekuwa zikifanya biashara na serikali. One of the companies ni Amaco Insurance where he has shares. Amekuwa na kampuni ya kununua mashamba. He has been also supplying meat to KMC, na pia alikuwa anafanya some shady deals hizi za kupeana tenders za construction. That's why alienda straight to companies zenye to ministries zenye za infrastructure, akaenda kwa Ministry of Energy na Agriculture. So because of the tenders, so I think to some extent maybe akiwa na some of his governors, kama I think Eldoret atakuwa na governor wake. So I think biashara zake zingine bado zitakuwa zinaendelea, but the deals now zitakuwa very scrutinized because you are going to have a very strict administration. But sitaki kuongelea mengi kuhusu hayo. Nataka kusema tu today I think Ruto has been caught severally. Ameshikwa akijaribu kuiba kura, na that is what is giving him frustrations, because kitu ya kwanza serikali ilikuja ikashika the three Venezuelans. The three Venezuelans msishtuke, walishapeana password na wakakuwa deported. So inamtia mwendo apige kwamba their vote will be secured. Na ukiangalia Tifa Polls today imepeana a very good estimate of what is going to happen in online. We are going to have an Azimio president na atakuwa voted in majorly by South Rift. Atashinda kura in South Rift. Watu wanashtuka, oh, South Rift, but Raila is going to win in South Rift. Na nikisema South Rift, I'm talking about Narok, Laikipia and all other regions zenye inakaribia Central. And in Central we only need 23%, of which as per now we have them. Okay? Na ukiangalia Ruto huko upande kwake pale alikuwa anadhania atapata kura, huko pia we have raided. So I think the guy frustration ndio kumaliza. Na ukiangalia this akisema usiue watoto wangu, that is just whipping up emotions. Anajaribu kuleta emotions, ashinde kura ya kura by mercy, watu wamone nini. And this guy has been practicing this type of politics since 2000 and after 2007. He's always the victim, or he wants to make himself the victim. That is his undoing, kwa sababu saizi pale Wakenya wamefika, maisha imekuwa ngumu and nobody is feeling mercy for anybody. Sasa yeye kwake maisha imekuwa ngumu sana, anataabika na sasa I think pali imefikia, we cannot continue to have mtu kama huyo, because sasa I think amefika mwisho na anaona kweli tarehe 9 there's no escape route for him, and the guy has been making mistakes after mistakes. Na the bridges that he was supposed to build zote alizivunja. Kwa sababu gani? Alijiona na pesa.
Bwana Wasike. Bwana Wasike. Hebu tamatisha, because huyo mjunior sauti yake hapa haikubaliki na watu wa YouTube.
Sawa. Haya, asante, nimemaliza.
Kwa mjunior.
Ni hayo tu, sawa, asante.
Okay, you come back later. Thank you. First things first. Ama. Alex, what is it?
Sawa.
Yeah. Thank you. Alex, you are coming in. It's time for interested party.
Yes, hello, the panelists, Alex, Mike, Bob, Bernard, habari zenyu wote. Mama Selina.
Uko salama, namna gani huko?
Niko salama sana huko Mombasani. Mambo iko shwari. Ugangari, ingawa mimi niko huko Likoni, lakini kura yangu ni ya Kilifi huko. Yani itakuwa ni pole.
Hii Mombasani kabla uendelee. Niambie jicho pevu arudi bungeni.
My friend, hata usiongee huyo jamaa. Huyo pia kwa kila siku anakuanga na ile press conference like every week. The guy is very much shaky. Pale hakuna mali anaenda kabisa. Pale nini? Nyali hakuna. Hakuna, alipona chukuchuku alafu akaomba ile mkono ile mnini. Aliingia ile sympathy. Atengine alikuwa out na ODM. Akaingizwa, lakini kisa akapata jamaa kumbe ni kafala fulani, hawezi rudi huko. Yeye ameenda, hata look at the body language. Angalia tu body language yake na nani. Na huyo Sara, huyo jamaa. Hata huyo apigana na nani. The body language tells it all. It is gone. Kuna kitu huko.
Anasema Sara ama nini?
Utaga Sara. Sona anakuwa na matako kubwa sana.
Interested, but anyway, mind the language. Hebu enda kwa debate
sasa. Okay, now. Okay, kwa hii mambo ya Ruto, Ruto is a desperate man. Na whatever he saw today, yeye amona Gisheru na Chebukati. Chebukati amekuwa box, kama friend, you have to play ball. You have to play ball. don't nini my children. I don't know. Especially Uhuru threaten Ruto anyway. Hata kuthreaten watu. But you see, the guilty are also, they are always afraid. Unakimbia, you are running away from your shadow. He's being chased by his shadow. See, the past is catching up with him. Because this guy, you see, unaona, whatever has been happening all along, I've been wondering, why has it put even resigned? Despite his believe that but he can never dare to resign. Why? Because Ruto, hiyo swali nani ameuliza Bob, Ruto can never survive outside government. Why? Because Ruto ana charisma, and this is what he's trying to buy. Raila has the charisma. Ruto does not have charisma. Yeye ataka kutumia pesa. He wants to be like Raila. Raila si yake si ya pesa. People will come. That's why you see the rallies of Raila, if you watch keenly, there's a stadium. Aende kukosi jam kwa mabarabara huko. Most of his rallies, they go to the stadium. Akisema leo tunaenda tunaonoka, believe you me, by saa 12 watu wataanza kuingia hapo kwa kiwanja. Unasikia? Free of charge. But you see Ruto naye atataka, he'll want kwanza awachote, ndio mwende pale. You see, there's somebody that akona ile something like akona kiburi fulani, is a jealous person. He admires Raila so much, paka pia ataka akona charisma, kisi charisma watu buy it. But you cannot buy charisma. It is from God. Ya baba ni ya baba, ni yake. And he'll go with it. Mbona Uhuru hana? You see, Uhuru si ndugu yake mkubwa ama ile hawana, but yeye alipatiwa. This is. And he'll die with it. Number 2, the way I see the opinion poll versus inaonyesha sahihi, it's another statement kwa sababu huku hapana, this should be even higher than whatever they are list proposing, but it's okay. Just to soothe Ruto's ego, ationa I'm afraid kitiende sana. But one thing, Bernard, we have to be very careful. Ruto is ana profess a certain community. Unajua kusema mtu anaamua reli. Reli haizi ng'oa reli. You're profiling a community. Unaongea pale mtu akung'oa reli, si mtu afanya hiyo kuja picha this like that. You're profiling a community. And then the anger with it, anatoa hiyo maneno kwake. This guy, Bernard, you are a saved person. I don't know kama salvation kwa kanisa. Hata Yesu ndiye alikuwa angry watu wakiuza ni, lakini ilikuwa hivi, it was just once. When people change God's house into a den of whatever wanafanya biashara zao zaidi. Lakini whatever Ruto is doing right now, my friend, this guy can kill anyone. Come into a way he can kill. He's so mad as a hatter. Yani ako in a situation whereby this guy, I don't know. And I believe actually this person, nini kitangaza tu hivi ati baba ameshinda. Nataka hao askari wake kwanza wamshiki, wamprotect, because this guy atajinyonga kusema kweli. They namwona anaenda, this guy will kill himself because he's invested a lot, he's learned a lot, and then he's seeing these things slipping slowly but surely from his hands. See it slip slowly but surely. So it is a sad moment for him to talk like that. And yet Uhuru is saying the truth. And I understand Uhuru is going to Kisumu. My friend going to Kisumu, Uhuru is very strategic. Very strategic kwa sababu wachaira pale ile secho jamaa atapata Kisumu, it will be story. It will pull people out to go and vote. It is going to encourage a lot of people. Wala kama nyamaza they are going to come out and vote. But the thing is, kwa story ya Gachagua na Weda, hii Weda ameongea ya Gachagua. It made sense anyway. Make sense. Ukiokota pesa 1 million na banki itakani hesabiwe ifika 1 million. Tuulize umetoa pesa hii wapi? Utanyang'anywa pesa by the way. So utakani ujichanue nayo usiku. Sikina isali na tumeiba. Hata mimi manichanua ikiokota 1 million na 1 million, then I'll have to think twice. KRS inaambia bana, hii kitu umetoa wapi ama things like that. Wapi tax hii pesa? You get it? It makes a lot of sense by the way. But whatever Baba is doing, it just be empty. Kwa sababu Baba is searching the place. Hata kupatia topic ya kesho. Kesho hii itakuwa topic. Baba hataki Gachagua asimame. Baba maogopa sisi. Baba ABCD, Baba ABC. And you see, is putting them off the line. Yaani unatolewa off the course kabisa. Useme agenda yako, useme chochote and things like that. Eko kwa Baba, kwa hiyo Furubi movement, hata mimi nishanunua firimbi. Watu kadhaa hapa tumenunua firimbi kwa Mlikoni, tukia feri pale. Hiyo fi tunachapa nikienda Kilifi. Nafika kwa gari mpaka Kilifi. Asante sana. Hapa ni sasa.
Haya basi, firimbi ya rauka alafu rarua. So jeshi kamili la Baba, hii nchi kwa karibu kutingizika kwa njia isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Thank you everybody. Let us keep working and ensure that we do our very best to secure the welfare of our country. The politics of deceit, conmanship, has finally caught up with the conman.
Conman himself.
There are things that they can just be laughed away, but it's crazy. It's crazy. Let's have this as we proceed further. Is this?
That the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know Aror Dam, which is a flat lie. The money in question is about 7 billion. And for every coin that has been paid, we have a bank guarantee. No money will be lost because we are a responsible government. We have engaged every arm of government to make sure that public resources are safe, and therefore the correct information must be used as we target the fight against corruption so that we can nail the true culprits. Sometimes when we say 9 billion has been lost, and then when it goes to court, it is 100 million. The public is asking, what happened to 8.1 billion? So we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Banolara, how are you?
Niko sawa kabisa hapa, hata ningekuja kwa hiyo mwingine niwaongeleshe.
Haya, karibu.
Okay, asanteni sana. Mnasikiza na wasalimu wote kwa jina ya Bwana na jina ya Muhammad na jina yote.
Tumesalimiwa kwa jina ya Kenya. Asante.
Jina ya Kenya is the best. Because hii mabwana wamekuja hapo wakanyakua maardhi zote. They change the dynamics of this country, and this country is still good. Alex, asante sana. Umepatia lesson in literature to understand the languages of, you see, then
Olara, are you there? Something wrong with your mic, Olara.
kuna mtu.
Go ahead, Olara.
Let's give to someone else. He has a problem with his mic. Then he comes.
Yeah, I think Olara has a problem. Who was it? Was it Brian? Brian, you are next. Brian, you can make a submission while we wait for Olara. You know, Brian, habari yako ndugu?
Mzuri. Bob, Mama Selina, Interested Party, Olara, and Tofik, and Alex. Good morning. Okay, just go straight to the current situation in the Kenyan politics. Because mainly Ruto has invested a lot for this election, and he knows very well that if he doesn't get it, he forget it forever. Because the moment Mother takes in, his political career will be end. Because Mother might be in charge of constitutional and justice affairs, and they're going to work on constitution to bar anybody with integrity issues, and he knows how much his integrity is tainted. So he has, after trying all what, and he has realized that this thing is gone. That now he has become too bitter, because all he did was to invest maybe by whatever they did in 2017, he had planned.
And I can't hear Brian. I think Brian has an issue. So I think Brian has an issue. Tofik, you can take over. I don't know if it's our browser or not, but Tofik, habari yako?
Yes, Alex, how are you?
I'm very fine. Long time bana, usipotee hivyo. Unajua Tofik ni gari ya basi ilikuwa inatusaidia sana. SGR ilikuja sasa jiita SGR, not Tofik.
Bana Alex, I'm fine. Kwanza wewe aino monto wanka mbuya wakire. Yes. Alex, thank you for this opportunity. I'm really humbled. Nimepotea kidogo, nimechukua hiyo sabbatical break, but leo vitu vile zimefanyika imebidi nirudi hapa. So today was an interesting day because we saw that the deputy president decided arudi kwake so that he can incite those people from his backyard. And I think it was strategic because he decided to do it after Chebukati had met the National Police General and the DPP to work together for the election. Hello. Yeah, and so the deputy president, I think most of his plans has been thwarted, and I think ikelele yote imeanza immediately after the story of the people who were captured at the JKIA. So, and I think Uhuru Kenyatta had been strategic because alingoja hii time yote amepanga hizi vitu zote, then all of a sudden his plans were cut. Sasa I don't think he has time to plan another plan B of what he had planned to do in this election. And that's where we are convinced that is the reason why he has gone wailing everywhere. He's went to home, akaenda sasa mpaka akaingisha stories za watoto wa his kids, because that was so sensational, like mpaka ameingisha watoto ndani, and it beats logic why he had to say what he said leo. The other thing nime notice pia kuna hii story ya Sonko. I don't know what Sonko is planning because niliona pia Sonko pia ameanza kurusha some threats. Anasema eti sijui if he is not allowed, sijui he'll back who is the other guy? He'll back Sarai of UDA. So I think as we march to the finishing line, we can see that it's becoming clear. It's becoming clear who is winning the election and who is not. And ukiangalia, and I've come to realize even the history ya Sonko, kumbe it was planned. Ni kama alikuwa Kalonzo kazi yake ilikuwa mzubaishe maneno ya koti time ya Sonko ishi. And so even ndio Sonko pia amekuwa barred from even contesting for that seat in Mombasa. So I think and some I'm convinced pia it was Ruto's plan to have Sonko in Mombasa, because alikuwa anajua the other guy had Sarai, he was an unstarter in Mombasa. So pia all those things alikuwa amepanga has been thwarted. Ukiangalia even the issue of IEBC and the issue of 34As, kumbe they had even planned or print more extra 34As than the originals one which were recorded in the elections. Hizo zote zikakuwa discovered mapema, and the IEBC, it's like actually Chebukati has agreed just to do these elections fair and square. So I think this last week kutakuwa na kelele mingi sana. What I'm expecting is there'll be a lot of noise to complain. And I also noticed UDA, they also wrote a letter to the IEBC. Naona wamesema that they will not be the presidential candidate hatakuwa na agents, so they'll be using the aspirants agents. So it kind of looks like even they don't have enough money to have presidential agents in this election. So mimi sijui hata ikura yao wanaenda kuchunga aje. So this thing is going to be tricky going forward. And I like, coming from Kisii, I like what the Matiang'i and the Kibicho guys have done. Kibicho has been the one who has been mobilizing chiefs. The story and Ruto analia about chiefs. Matiang'i has been moving around the country in regional caucuses. Amekuwa akiambia chiefs vile watafanya elections, chiefs vile wanaenda kumobilize watu kwa ground. And I think that's why pia Ruto amepiga kelele sana. Kwanza nikienda huko home Kisii, Matiang'i is telling the locals there that my position in government allows me to see what is going to happen in this election. Ameambia Kisii, mimi najua serikali kwa hii election iko pande gani. Na so mtu asiwadanganye mupoteze kura yenu kwa pande ambayo ishindi. So Uhuru has been doing things slowly but systematic and very effective, and that's why it's so late for the deputy president to ndianze the story that the chiefs have been mobilized to interfere with these elections. Pia ameanza kusema sijui eti Uhuru anamtishia, and I think sasa some mtu akifika place yenye he wants not to invoke emotions, I think all his plans are not working. All his plans are not working. And I think Raila has had, I think one of the things Uhuru did for Raila in these campaigns, Raila hajakuwa na shida ya planning and story na finances. His campaigns are well structured. Ukiangalia the way they are structured, they're well structured. They are very seamless. Ukiangalia, those are the things he has been lacking over his campaigns. Now ukiangalia even the resourcing of campaigns, it's so structured. And so I think it zote confirms what Uhuru had said earlier, that these elections sometimes is not a sprint. It's a marathon. Somebody plans slowly and does it effectively to the end. Na nyinyi mnaanza na mbio mingi. And you can also notice that even William Ruto's campaigns is not even doing the campaigns these campaigns za Dias. Ni kama pesa imeisha, so he's only doing these campaigns za barabara, he just kuja kwa street hapo kwa soko, then he does his campaigns. So wamemaliza resources wise, wamemaliza. So and I don't think is no longer a threat now in these elections. Now ukiangalia most of his people have financial problems, especially politicians in Mount Kenya. Saizi they are underground and everybody's trying to fight for his seats. And I think what Uhuru said to those, kama kuna kitu imekasirisha Ruto actually, is what Uhuru told the Kalenjin leaders. The leaders he met in Nakuru the other day. And so akawambia, vile the way he has arranged all these things for the campaigns. And the way I'm a target, you know, that these people in Central who have been abusing Uhuru. Uhuru ni kama aliambia watu that those people he has marked in Central and wao ndianda kwenda na wao nyumbani kabisa. So ni kama some of the people leaked the information and that's why Ruto wamekuja guns blazing leo. So moving forward in this election, I think I don't think there is any problem in this unless sasa yeye ajipange na his lawyers, they take the case to court. Because for now I don't think he has any chances and the die is cast. Asanteni sana.
Yes, Papa Senior, what is it?
I just want to mention something about Sonko in Mombasa, and interested parties said that from Lekoni, you know, Sonko has this idea that he has votes in his pocket that he can dangle to any function that he chooses. One thing that people don't understand about Mombasa politics is that in as much as we have devolution, in my opinion, actually contributes probably half of what improvements or development that happens in Mombasa County. Most of the projects in Mombasa are being funded by, let me call it, the Arab world. There are a lot of charitable organizations that fund the operations in the county and other services that should be provided by the government. I'll give you an example of Coast General. Coast General Hospital. Joho found one of the, I think the emirs or the sheikhs in Saudi, and the fellow invested 500 million at a go. He supplied in cash and he supplied hospital beds, equipment. If you go to Coast General today, there is no difference in terms of infrastructure between Coast General and Aga Khan. Coast General has, other than the medical equipment, even the other amenities to make a patient more relaxed, things like televisions, what have you. It is so equipped, and there are things that Sonko, you know, the idea of Sonko came with the idea of trying to start a religious or a faith war, religious or something war between the Muslims and the locals of the coast region. And that is something that Joho had fought very well. And the people, the Mijikenda and the Arabs who settled here a long time ago, they have jailed. And it is next to impossible to exclude one community from being in the Mombasa County government. So Sonko is a non-starter. If he's still dreaming that he's going to continue with that narrative of driving a wedge between communities in order to have his person or himself ascend to power in Mombasa, it is not going to work. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think Bernard mute, but I also wanted to inject something there, Papa. You see, the politics of Mombasa and Coast in general is complicated, and after this general election, I think the Arabs and the locals, I don't know why we call them the locals or the Mijikenda, needs to sit down and harmonize in the future on how they must carry. Because we should not underestimate Sonko's euphoria, which was bubbly, okay? It was not real euphoria. It couldn't turn into votes, but it brought a discourse and a debate that we started hearing things from the coast that probably, if they don't sort them out in the future, it can bring out other issues. So I don't think Sonko perceived that as a narrative to deconstruct the Arab dominance, and using that word sometimes is wrong, but I think the locals have thought so from the very many radio stations that I'm listening from the coast, because I was wondering, why would they allow even Sonko to go there? But I think also Mombasa being a cosmopolitan, people from all over, we have Luos actually who have lived there for a very long time. We have Kambas who moved more, Kenyatta gave them land over there, and they have mixed, and actually they've become coastarians. So just saying that the Arab bankrolling is going to dominate the coast politics, I think that again is taking the sovereignty of the people. What I'm trying to say is this: I think at some point Sonko should have realized to take advantage of that which was supposed to. But what he did was to play his politics in a low way. If I was Sonko, for sure, if I was Sonko, I would have played that politics in a very different way. But I think Sonko did not understand how to harness that. And he didn't realize that Kalonzo was using him to negotiate for what he wanted. And after that, everything will have gone. So I think in the end, the politics of cost remain fragile. Our ODM person, if he doesn't really take care, might be a one-term governor if he doesn't know how to harmonize. And I hope, and I'm telling him, if he watches Mtembe, that he must do more so that people like Sonko don't take advantage of politics like that. Because Sonko could have messed up Mombasa big time, messed up totally.
To add with what Alex has said, there's this a narrative that Sonko brought in Mombasa, that they were barras. They were barras. These are the Wakambas, the Luos who live in Mombasa. That these were barras. It's like those Arabs don't want them to be governors. Like they want them to be these other seats, but hawataki wakuwe governor. And so that's where Sonko's popularity shot because of that. Because the Wabaras thought that now we have somebody now who can actually fight for us to be governors in Mombasa. So I think to agree with what Alex has said, Abdul Samad should be able now to inculcate the Wabaras into his governance. Otherwise, that revolution of the Wabaras feeling that the majority and the Arabs don't want them to govern Mombasa might cause problems moving forward in the 2027 elections.
Can I add something there?
Yes, yeah, briefly interested, but
Yeah, just see the reality. I'm a support cannot be transferred. That's what you have support. If the right one but it's support yake. Picture support.
one interested
Interested
party, your audio
party,
is not
we
clear.
can't hear you.
You can't hear what you're saying. Reset your gadgets, please. Your audio is very poor. Organize it, please.
Now. I get me now.
Okay.
I get it.
Yes, take the
Hello?
earphones away. Just speak without earphones.
Okay, I'm saying, yeah, you cannot transfer support. But one thing I've seen is that simmering, murmuring from down below about people from up country, that when it comes to access of something like bursary and this and that, they consider the local more than people from Para, something like that. And And this is something that they have to do very, very, very serious, because it's going to bring a very, very. You see, by the end of the day, you see, the barras, they are the top up. Oh, see what they do, right? What DM does. They bring a local, and then you go back up top up na watu wa bara na wapatia top up. Then they feel like sasa hata hapa Likoni hapa kwa Mwishi Boko, it's a problem. People wananungunika, ataingia ndio, but people wananungunika. Sema huyu ikifika mambo ya basari anaangalia watu wa kwao, si watu wa hapa. So these are things that they have to address. Otherwise, it's going to be a net of long night for us.
Okay.
Yes, Bernard. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, interested party. I believe that we need to get our politics beyond these favors and not favors. I see that card also being played in Bungoma, where they say that Wangamat gives a bursary to his clan and does not give to these other clans. In my opinion, we need to begin to look at politics differently, in the sense that do we even have this enough bursary? And when bursary is not necessary, will you still need a governor? Like now, Baba has said education is free all the way to the university, and you want to deny somebody leadership because of bursary. In my opinion, it's too childish. Let's define leadership rightly, and then also the politics of divide and rule, coming to introduce a narrative that sets people against each other. That also needs to be done away with. I don't care whether the person in my village, okay, the MCA in our village, like in our village, we are almost cosmopolitan. We have Kikuyus, we have Kisis, we have and all that. If there is a good, like there was a man was called Maina. Maina came and opened a kiosk in Navaholo Market, a kiosk, a small kiosk. And now he has built a shop, he has bought the backyard, he has bought he's now a native, his children speak Kinyala, and it's powerful. So such a person, he wants to become an MCA. Are we going to stop him from being an MCA because he's a Kikuyu and he lives among Luyas? We say he's not one of us. He is a stranger coming to dominate us. Those kind of politics needs to be done away with. Let's look for how effectively can we govern this country using credible people in our midst. And if this person can deliver, let the person deliver. But history ya watu wa bara, wa pwani, wa Arab, wa Digo, we need to grow out of that. And that will only work when we now come up with the aspect of regional leadership. Like I was talking some time back when Kingi was coming up with the issue of starting political party. And I said, you don't need a political party. You don't need a regional political party. We already have devolution. Devolution is to address those regional issues. If we have issues of, let's say, marketing of corruption from Kilifi, wherever, it is through the county government. The county government will work more effective than having a small party calling it cost party. We don't need it. So Kingi lost it when after they finished their term, instead of him coming to national politics. If he wanted to continue with politics, he would have come and taken one seat in Nairobi. We have a lot of vacant seats here. The boys are swimming in those seats. He would have come to Nairobi, flex his muscle in Nairobi, see kama he will make it to parliament. Lakini ana retreat back kama Halwale to go and try to get a local seat. Now he has gone back to look for a local party. The local party has buried him. Let us move further and become what? National leaders, and tell the people of Pwani, we are one, strong together. We must push together to get this place developed. And the moment the coast is developed, hakuna mtu atalia. The markets will be there, the business will be there, jobs will be there. Who will be waiting for bursary? Who will be waiting for which Arab is doing what? As long as the system is working, transport is working, health is working, education is working, the infrastructure is effective, who will be talking about tribes again? So let's have a change of defining leadership. Other than hii story ati nilienda kanisalimia kanipatia ngiri moja. Like today I woke up and there was a lot of noise in my neighborhood that there was a politician who was giving out money. And so these women have come make noise for me because they are waiting for somebody to give them a handout. And it's sickening that before they vote, they want somebody to give them something. As long as we do that, we are wasting our country. We're wasting our capability, and able people will not be able, faithful people will not be able to access leadership simply because corrupt people are able to pay their way. That's my interested party.
Yes, this minor you're talking about, is he huyu anasimama Marachi West, Bumala?
Nani?
Maina. Is this the one that said
No.
Marachi West?
The Maina I'm talking about is not in your neighborhood.
Kuna mwingine hapa Pesh pia kuna Pesh supermarket, the same story naenda kushinda. Sawa, asante.
Yeah. And the name Maina is in fact is a Luya name. For your information. Maina is even Bukusu
No,
is a native.
Kisi hata Kijaluo. Wajaluo wanamuita Maina. Kisi pia kuna Maina. Yeah. Sawa.
So he can do very good politics with that. Kama wana fight him because of the name. You should just consult with me. We tell him this is our name, this is our own, this is that. But all in all, as going forward, we will need to, I believe, as Mtembei TV and the rest of our conversation forward, even after this election, we need to move our politics further. I want to make it very difficult for politicians to play shortcut politics. So that somebody wants to lead politically, he must do their homework. He must give himself to scientifically and otherwise prove the point that is capable. History ya kwenda ku incite these people against this so that you pass katikati. Hizo shortcuts zote ziishe. So as soon as we swear in Baba, the new government comes in, we need to chart the 2027 politics. Will be clean and on substance, and all the idiots be locked out of this system, because we can't move the country forward by rewarding mediocrity and giving the prefect to be the person. Hata wewe ukiwa shule, ukiwa class 3. Ule mtu alikuja number last, alikuanga class monitor. Why are we giving people who came number last to be now member of parliament to go and do what? And they are the ones to draw out the policies for the development of the country. Let's be serious about this. Haya, nashukuru. Yes, Tofik, quickly nataka to songe mbele.
Kuna maswali nataka niache kwa panel kidogo nisaidiwe. Okay, you are mute.
Sorry, you're mute. You are mute.
Oh yeah. There's this influence of this issue of the coast politics is a bit complicated, because there's the influence of this Mombasa cement guy in this coast politics, and there's this influence of Mohamed Jaffa, the one who prevented the Tanzanian oil jetty from being established in Mombasa. So there's this influence these guys are playing in controlling the politics of Mombasa and Kilifi, and the effect it has to the politics of coast. And again, Pia, I wanted somebody to analyze for me this issue of the gubernatorial, the governorship race in Machakos, because it's becoming interesting, and Nimeona Pia it's intense between the Wavinya Ndeti and the Nzioka Waita. I don't know now who should shelve for the other, or they all go all to the ballot. And also also for Azimio, na feel in Western they can get all the governors, but is there something that needs to be done in especially Bungoma County so that they don't lose that governor seat?
Okay, maybe Alex will respond to that, but before that, let me just respond to Black. Black, you are very good in twisting things. I did not talk about regional leadership. Regional leadership remains. What I'm talking about is having regional parties, okay? An excuse of having a regional party when we already have devolution. Through devolution, you can chart the development of your region without having a regional political party. In joining a national party, and through the national party, you push the regional agenda. It's legit, it's within the framework of the constitution, and it will make things work easier because you are pushing for something that's legal. But if you say our party has not been considered, there's no constitutional requirement that every political party must be taken care of. But there is a constitutional requirement that every county must be taken care of. So let us not complicate things. We go and trouble things. And then the issue of the governorship, maybe I will talk about Bungoma. It's an uphill task. It's an uphill task in the sense that the complication of Lusaka having been a governor. But does Azimio have an upper hand? In my opinion, they do. But the turnout will be the determinant factor of Bungoma. If there is a low turnout, it's going to be complicated. But if there is a high turnout, Ongamati will recapture the seat. Low turnout, italeta shida, because the moment the votes are split and those minor few turnouts, hizo kwanza hizo ndio Wetangula anapenda sana. When there is low turnout, anafanyanga hiyo miujiza yake, mambo inaharibika. So let there be a good serious campaign to ensure that there is a high turnout of people coming out and voting. Ya Machakos, hiyo tunangoja Mato, yeye ndio chairman wa hiyo maneno. Akifika tu atatueleza vile iko, lakini kulingana na mimi, I am for the politics that is of substance. That I believe that's my next assignment. Okay, so tukimaliza tu na hii uchaguzi, tunaanza politics of substance. Tunataka we get those Obamas that are hiding in the village, those great brains that cannot voice out their opinions because they have been clouded by the noisy wherever empty heads. We need to get them, give them voice, give them platform, so that come 2027, we're going to have a purge in this country, that the politics are going to be clean in such a way that we are so much committed to moving the country to the next level that nobody's going to worry about which tribe somebody comes from, or whether it's a local or whether it's a foreigner. The issue is, can he push the agenda of this place? Can he improve the lifestyle of the people? And the lifestyle of the people, are they moving in the right direction? For example, to help like places like Marsabit, Garissa, Moyale, and all that. You can't push the infrastructure development without pushing the education aspect of the same concurrently. Watoto waende shule na wapewe masomo ambayo yanafaa, so that when children are being educated, they will take over the taking care of the infrastructure. Yesterday, just in the city center, okay, people have taken the road, turned it into a market. The hawkers, they have spread the tomatoes, the onions right on the road. So the people of the vehicle are the ones begging them, please push the carton so that we pass. Now, that is taking place in the heart of the city of Nairobi. So what happens on Thika Road? And as you go towards the village, they will even arrest the vehicles then. So the hawkers have got more power and they are not licensed to be on the road. The people licensed to be on the road are the ones apologizing. The vehicle cannot turn. Imefika kwa kona tayari, is supposed to take that, they start from Fangano, then you want to take Sheikh Karume. You can't turn directly. You have to go and kiss Nyanza House and come back again and negotiate carefully, because the vendors are on every side and all of them think they have a right to spread their wares in the middle of the road. So all that is as a result of what? Backwardness, which is enhanced by poor management, by people who think that they can't touch anybody because it's election time. Naomba nisiongee sana lakini yes, Bwana Alex.
Tofik, the politics of Mombasa, and I repeat, is delicate and complicated. Yet we shy away from it. For many, many days or many years, we have had a complicated situation of the Coastarians, and that's why they have always been in the position. And you have seen these extremists, jihadists, sometimes they call it like that. I don't want to use that name because some people feel aggrieved by it. But for them to understand how to resolve it, they must borrow a leaf from Tanzania. I love going to Zanzibar for my vacations. And anybody who goes to Zanzibar will ask themselves, why did Tanzania decide to have Zanzibar as their own, but never allow them to become a country? It's a rich history. And because of that, they decided that president comes from this side, the president comes from this side, they harmonize it, and we've never had real issues that like they were when Nyerere got it, because they were really bad issues. Religious and political problems combined together, they are worse. And if left like that over the years, they can blow out. But I don't think Kenya can reach that point because we are more civilized. And I think Mombasa is having more and more middle class. When you have middle class, watoto wanaenda shule, uko na nyumba, uko na gari, unakunywa bia jioni, ama unaenda vacation mahali pengine, you don't want your house to be messed out. So I think the more they make people in the middle class in the coast, I think we can see people toning down. But if the inequalities increase, that is when you hear the locals start making noise. For instance, let me use Duke's word for instance. The problem with Kilifi is not about, this and this and this. It's because the corrosion industry failed and Kingi has refused to revive it, and the economic embargo that they are. So I think we need to borrow a leaf from Zanzibar, Tanganyika, how they harmonized it, so that we don't have a full-blown religious. Nobody is talking about it, but with Sonko coming in, umeisikia kutoka mbali. People don't want to say it. It's not only Ubara, but they need to borrow immediately from Tanzania. Now, in Machakos, take it to the bank. Wanyiva is winning. Kalonzo wanted a parliamentary party. He's getting his parliamentary party so that he can access money from the kitty of party funding with the budget. And Bungoma, it's a win-win situation. Lusaka played very well his politics, and Lusaka had no option because Wangamati performed very well, so he did not have a vehicle to run with, and he wanted to run. So that's why he went there. But when you look at his relationship with Uhuru, his relationship on how he did his work as a speaker, he tried so much to help the Uhuru administration when it was being sabotaged. So whether he wins or not, he did his best. But I think Wangamati will win because of his record, and also because it's easier for Lusaka to get a job from Raila anytime because he did what he was supposed to do at any time. So, I mean, Bungoma is okay. Whether Lusaka wins or Wangamati, I think Lusaka has learned the mistake he made. Wangamati is doing very well because of the competition that he's seeing from Lusaka. So Bungoma is safe. Whoever takes there, it's not a loss. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably I will say something about the cost politics on the issue of inequality. There is, I think I made this while I was in Ukunda. There is a dire, severe poverty situation in Kwale and generally in the coast, and that poverty is more prevalent in the natives than the foreigners. There was a poor transfer of, I think, assets, where somebody would take over somebody's land because he's paying school fees for the child. And they would do that so seriously, like as if without caring. So you find that the person who you came and rented space from, you build a kiosk, you started buying his land, you have bought his land until you want to push him out, okay? And because he said, oh, chukua hii sehemu nilipie mtoto wangu amepita mtihani. Then next time ambia kama unataka nilipe tena niongezee sehemu nyingine. Eventually the whole land is now transferred from the native to the foreigner. That is a time bomb. That's something that must be addressed. If it is not addressed by the AZIMIO government, let's forget about this middle class you're talking about, Alex. that is serious. And I learned this in 2013. 2013, I was in Ukunda when Mutunga gave the ruling of the Supreme Court ruling. I was preaching in a church is it called Ndiani? Yes, up on Ndiani. And before the ruling was given, the boys were on the road with pangas sharpening. Okay, they were waiting after the ruling, and it went that way. They waited for Baba to say something. They have sharpened the pangas. They are ready on the road. The only person that saved the day was Baba. When Baba went to the mic and said, we accept the ruling, although we don't agree with it. That's when everybody retreated and went back to their houses. So this is something that we cannot give a blind eye anymore if we want to recover this country and be able to chart it in proper development. There are ways watu walichukua mashamba cost that is unfair. Unalipia mtu school fees tam moja, unachukua eka moja. Tam ingine unachukua eka ingine. Mpaka una squeeze the owner of the land out of the land because you are paying school fees. Na huyo mtoto tena akifika fourth form labda ameanguka mtihani. So I invested in education. The child did not perform well. I don't have the land. I don't have the success of education. What do you want me to do? Insensitivity. They are very insensitive people within the coast place which have messed up the balancing of that place. And it's my suggestion that needs to be looked in keenly.
Okay, and again, Bernard, that's why, with all honesty, we need also to castigate what the government has been doing recently. And because of that, you have brought a very interesting issue whereby sometimes also we conflict ourselves. And the subsequent government have done that confliction to a point that, and they are playing a political game on it. Now, let me start from Timama. When Timama realized that was being muted on his people, he, in a very wise way, took a bill to parliament, you remember, and said if you buy land from the locals by taking advantage, encroaching their land until you buy all their land, okay, they are illiterate, ABCD, and later on they, the family comes out and say, we were taken advantage of it. There is a law that that land can be brought back to the family within the Maasai land. You know that. So when you're buying land in the Maasai, you have to be very careful, because if you take advantage, there was a law, a bill that was brought and passed as a law that protected the indigenous people of the Maasai culture. Now, having said that, in the wisdom of the founding fathers, they also protected the coast from after, and I think Mzee started it in a wrong tone by taking land, which we can't blame Uhuru, and because, as Weda said, proceeds of crime is also you're culpable. I don't know how we will ever resolve that, because Ndungu Ndungu Commission said that land should be given back because the way it was taken was in a wrong way. That's another subject. But now the issue of land you're speaking about, traditionally, even now, there are places in the coast, you are not given a title deed. All these papers you see wakina Uhuru wanapeana hapa, those are porojo. They don't account anything. That is why it was important that some areas before the literacy ratio goes up, giving other people their title was actually a crime. And if that is happening, that people have received real title on that land, I think we should go back and protect these indigenous people, because what is happening is the encroachment. These people have been left without land. And the question is, what can we do? The land issue, it should be one of the first pillars, like South Africa, give us our... Bernard, the reason we became Kenyans, not Luos, not Luyas, not anything, is because somebody took our land. And so we had one common fight. We left the fight between Kisis and Luyas and so on. We became Kenyans. We fought the white man. So the reason we were called Kenyans is because we were fighting for our land. Okay? So it can't be that we have attained independence and we fought for the land and we can't have the land. We don't want political emancipation. We want economic emancipation. And economic emancipation, which I subscribe to only by EFF, is a economic freedom in our lifetime. And the first thing that you can have economic freedom is land. If you have land today and you have title, you can go to the bank and you can have money. Even the internet that we think runs in the air, they need servers or this, what do we call it? These things that we have big areas on. I forgot their names. They need also to be set on land. Okay? They can't work without land. Land is important. So when you see land issue being played all over the country, I think Raila must resolve that issue as soon as possible. So Ndungu Commission should be one of our priorities in the coming Azimio government, because Martha Karua said he doesn't have appetite for land. Why should he fear that? So we Azimio, we don't have appetite for land. We should not fear.
Thank you, thank you. Even if there is appetite, there are issues that must be addressed. The country cannot take off when others are limping and others are riding. We must all hold each other's hand and move forward. There are things that we just have to open those files. Hata kama we don't like what is in the file, we must look into that file and be able to address those issues. We can't pretend anymore. Kama babu ndiye aliuza shamba, sasa baba hana shamba, na baba sasa ana watoto, na watoto na wampata watoto wengine. Unataka hii maswala au watu wote tuwapeleke wapi? Tuwapeleke baharini? We must get to the genesis. Huyu baba alikuwa na land. Where did it go? How come now his grandchildren are chokoras in the cities when he once had land? What happened? What transpired? Without much of antagonizing people, We just need to face Nini. And I believe one of the reasons for devolution is this, so that instead of the national government dealing with everything, these things need to be investigated within that framework and be able to get amicable solution. Where you need help from the national government, now you can call National Land Commission. This is how it is. This is how the land is here. This is how people live here, and this is what needs to be done. Governors sio watu wa kukaa na kusign checks. They need to have something between their ears that is working to help the country move forward. We will deal with this further, but we can't overemphasize it. Papa, what are you saying?
Yeah, yeah. I just want to debunk what Black is spreading down in the comment section. That the entry of Sonko brought hope to indigenous people. I want to tell Black that we have William Kingi, Dr. William Kingi, who is the current deputy governor of Mombasa. He is also running. He is an indigenous. Unless Black does not know the meaning of indigenous, because he's trying to imply that Sonko is an indigenous. Sonko is not indigenous. If anything, Sonko comes from originally from South Coast, and Sonko he emerged from the shadows of his father, who was running a company called Peli Properties, which was a very professional company that was dealing with real estate. But when Sonko came in, Peli Properties has gone down. And the history of Peli Properties in Mombasa is a sad one, because all this wealth that Sonko is welding, among the proceeds, the riches of Sonko are selling land of those same indigenous people in South Coast to multiple people, especially the foreigners who have invested in South Coast. So Sonko's entry is not a relief to the indigenous people. In fact, it is an oppression. He simply canvassed himself, just like what the DP is doing. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Mike, you want to weigh on that? Nataka tulete Toroitich ajaonga.
A quick one. You know, Bernard, just a quick one. I think all of us have observed, as I told you, I think in an earlier session, Ruto strategists look at an area, and this starts from a national platform to a regional platform. Ruto looked at the Kenya as a country and asked himself, with this strategist, where is the biggest voting bloc? And they segmented it to youths who are over 65%, vulnerable people, that is Wamama Mboga, Boda Boda. Then he was told that if you can come with whatever thing that can attract these people, you have 70% of voters. So he starts with the population, then the problem, then an imaginary solution to that problem. He doesn't start with solving a problem. He starts with where is the biggest number? Then what can we go there and sell? So in cost, I think when they sat down, and this is why most of us have the opinion that Sonko is Ruto's apologist, is they looked at who can we send there, if not to get votes or divide the votes. And Sonko became the best candidate. They looked at the Kamba votes, at the Watuabara votes, and of course Watu who like handouts. And I'm not saying people in coast like handouts, but there is a sizable number of people who think that is an ideal way of running life, that you have a governor who every Friday you go to and line up and you're given 300. That is the ideology of Sonko, and it serves very well in Mombasa. and people have sort of, I don't know whether Papa can say, people have sort of were willing to buy that idea. And believe me, what this gentleman is saying is true. If that is not arrested, that ideology can really pick up in Mombasa and make Sonko very popular. So I think it needs to be arrested. We need not to just say, oh, he's just making politics. Unfortunately, that's the politics that sells in certain segment of our Kenyans. So to just rubbish it as it is cheap politics, it is that cheap politics that endears to those people at a certain cadre. Thank you.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for sticking by at Mtembei TV. And Alex, I know where you're going. Just hold on. We'll deal with that one. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to sing, Bernard. I just wanted to sing.
Which chorus? I know the song. You want to choose hymn number 232, first and second stanza.
I wanted to sing for Papa. Fire, 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 follow me on the day of Pentecost.
I know you're headed there. So please, the people of fire, please, let's avoid that fire on the screen. Eh? Thank you very much for addressing that. Nakwambia mko juu. Nataka tumlete Toroitich, na tukiendelea hivyo tafadhali tuendelee na mchango. Mimi niko determined na imani kwamba hii television naiweka hewani kabla ya uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo don't let me down, don't let my faith fail. Eh? Please let's get in with everything you can. Anywhere there is a possibility, I need that money. Let that money come in fast. Our strategic partners have reached how many? Let me just check. Others are even joining with installments. You can pay that in bits until you reach the $200. Right now I have 12. Others are pledges. Others have already redeemed. We are making good progress, but we are not running fast enough. I want us to move fast enough. If I'm able to engage the engineers by Monday or Tuesday, I'll be a very happy man. Because I'll be sure that hii kitu naweka hewani wakati wa uchaguzi. So please, let's give it what it takes. And I know we can make this happen. Thank you. Toroitich himself, how are you?
I am very fine, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. You're welcome.
Yeah, nice. That confirms that you can hear me well. Habari ya Alex, Mama Selina, Mike, mtu wa firimbi, umesema ni moto, Tofik, na wasalimu wote. Ndeto ameingia. Welcome back. Nilikuwa kuona huko kwa comment section. Yeah, so
thank you, Toroitich. Why are you lighting fire for our son?
No, tunapuliza kipenga, ni kipenga. Only that hatutaki kipenga kwa sasa kwa
firimbi ya jana.
Enye Alex anaongelea. Yeah, so tunaendelea vizuri na hii idea ya Mtembei TV. Actually nimependa hiyo idea na hasa nimependa watu wenye wako behind it. Ni watu wenye wanaongelea vitu wenye nimekuwa nikiona ni kama hiyo ndio shida yetu. I think Kenya ni kama kwanza tuliacha mambo ya civic education, and I believe this would be a very good platform ya kujaribu push Kenya into that conversation, into that medium yenye watu wanaweza kuwa exposed to civic knowledge, because I believe kama tungekuwa tuko na civic education vile inafaa as Kenya, hii election ilikuwa inatakana ikuwe bila campaign, bila nini, unajua tu ni nani mwenye anaweza endelesha Kenya mbele. As in, to make it clear, ingekuwa kuvote in baba, ingekuwa hatuhitaji hata campaign, it would be going without saying. Anyway, to talk about mambo yenye imeendelea leo, hiyo anga ya Ruto kujaribu kuwekea maneno mdomo kwa rais. Of course, hapa anajaribu kuchokora watu akili, watu waanze kufikiria kuhusu war. He is beating up war drums. Na we are not going to buy into that. We are not that cheap. Anasemanga wajinga wameisha, na ni ukweli wajinga wameisha, ni yeye anafikiria ni wengi. In fact, yeye ndio mjinga juu watu wanakula kwa Ruto siku hizi. Na imefika mahali tunatoa hiyo undercoat tumevaa sasa blue, ni wakati ya kwenda kazi, ni wakati imepigwa tuende tuchape kura. Otherwise yenye mimi ilikuwa inanisumbua, nilikuwa nataka nikuje jana lakini nimekuwa niko na kidogo challenges ya network, but according to me ile issue ya kanisa ilinifurahisha kwa upande wa baba, na ikaniusha tactically au kupiga hesabu vizuri kuongea hiyo wakati, kwa sababu most of us are not civically educated wenye tunaweza yani decipher hiyo message vizuri. But ukweli wa mambo ni kuwa Kenya tunatakana tuende ukweli, tuko under constitution. Sisi si Christian nation, that is the truth. But I believe kwanza kama kuna watu wangekuwa mstari wa mbele kujaribu kutoa hiyo misinformation yenye imekuwa iko kwa mtandao about mambo ya kanisa, ni kanisa yenyewe. Juu at the end of the day tuwezi jidanganya hapa hivi tunasema Bwana asifiwe, Bwana asifiwe, na wenye wanasema Bwana asifiwe ndio wenye wanaiba shamba za watu, ndio wenye wanaua watu, ndio wenye wanafanya nini, unaona? So at the end tunajifua. And even then, Christ did not leave behind Christianity. This one is man-made inventions ambayo imekuja imefika mahali sasa ndio inaanza kuwa ni kama enemy yetu. Na kanisa, where is the kanisa saizi? Hata kwa hiyo chama yenye wanajiita, tuseme kwa wao wenye wanajaribu kuharibu, yani sio kanisa yote, lakini kwa wao wenye wamejaribu kuwa wanajifanya ni kama wanadefend kanisa, where is the manifesto? Even they are not backing up anatoaje Mwaure. Where is their policies kwa manifesto moja yenye tutasema now church is really involved? Because at the end of the day lazima tukue tunawajibika kanisani. Countries zenye zimejiendelesha na zenye zinajitambua with religion inakuanga ziko guided na wao wenyewe wanahakikisha wanaweka sheria zao, tuseme kama ni kanisa ama kama ni Muslim states inagonga wameweka Quran inatangulia huko mbele, but for us ni maombi tu na kuita wengine waganga. What is that really? When kanisa imekuwa iko silent, sasa ile corruption inaendelea, kanisa imekuwa ikiendelesha corruption yake zingine. I am a Christian by the way, and it's so sad. Ukienda mahali unakutana na Catholic Church iko na Catholic school, SDA Church iko na SDA school, PCA iko na PCA school yao. So everybody is stealing watu kutoka kwa public, wanajaribu kuweka into those sects, and at the end of the day tunakuwa ni watu divided. Unajua uwezi wavuruta watu wako waweke kwa shule yako alafu uunde public yako ingine kando huko hivyo. Hizi mambo na private schools, in fact according to me zingekuwa ziko abolished, so that if you want to really changia kwa society, walete mchango kwa public schools. Mbona siku hizi public schools zetu zimeisha? All churches na wanasiasa wetu wote, kila mtu amepeleka watoto wao kwa private schools, but they are running public institutions. Hiyo ni haramu. Na wakiambiwa kuwa this is not a Christian nation, watu wanapiga nduru. It's true, they are believing that. That's why they are taking their people to private schools. Wanajaribu kuunda those those SDA societies and kujaribu kujitoa kuwa na hizo tu sects ndogo ndogo, and it is hurting more than it's healing. It's not helping anybody. Now we are not even talking the same language, because there are people who are believing Baba, kuna wengine wana believe Ruto kwa sababu ya ignorance, not information, ignorance. Watu wamejisukuma, wengine wanafikiria kuwa sasa juu huyu amesema kuwa this is not a Christian nation, sasa yeye ndio muganga. Tumekuwa tukisema na ni ukweli. What does the constitution say? Tunaimba wimbo wa taifa, hakuna siku yenye tumetoa pambio moja ndio imekuwa national anthem yetu. That shows exactly this one is not a Christian nation. And I believe it's better tuko na secular nation yenye watu wamechoose wenyewe kuwa Christians. We are not forcing. And because we are trying to force things, that's why tuko na watu kama kina Kanyari, kina nani, they have to lie so that they can pull people to their sides. We have people like now Deputy President that has to lie in order to ascend to power. I'm talking of this guy Ruto. You know, saizi hii mambo yake anajaribu kujifanya hapa mambo ya war. This guy is so selfish kiasi kwamba yeye amehakikisha yeye akiwa Deputy President there is nothing that has happened yenye saizi tuseme if this will be the seat yenye yeye aliwahi ascend ikakuwa ni ile kwa pinnacle of his achievement as a person, as Ruto, haizi sema kuna kitu yenye amefanya. Why? Because he was denying Kenyans progress, development, akisema nikikuwa president, these are the things that I'm seeing, these are the things that I will do. So kwa hii presidency yenye yako saizi ametunyima vitu akitaka yeye sasa kufanya, ameziweka tu. Anajaribu kusabotage kwa Uhuru wenye zinawezekana vizuri so that yeye mwenyewe aende aifanye huko peke yake. If Raila angefanya exactly kama yenye Ruto wako anafanya, meaning hiyo second liberation, first liberation, angesema mimi nangoje kwanza, acha nipiganie presidency ndio nipiganie ile shamba ya Mau Forest. Wacha ningoje presidency ndio nipiganie multipartyism. Wacha nipiganie kwanza presidency. Imagine kama saizi angekuwa hajapata na ndio hii tarehe 9 twende tupige na Raila apate. So saizi ndio tungekuwa tunaongelea kuhusu multipartyism. Imagine all this progress yenye tumekuwa tuko nazo politically, economically, zote zingengojea mpaka yeye akuwa amekalia kwa kiti ndio iwezekane. But because yeye ni selfless, amekuwa akipigania even in opposition. If right now we are not going to have Raila as a president and he dies today, there is something to show. There is something ameacha nyuma yenye tunaweza sema yeah, this one yenyewe alifanya. Ingawaje haku rule but alimake, mpaka inakuwa ni paradox. How? Mbona tuko na watu wenye wamerule and we cannot attribute so much progress kwa jina zao than huyu mtu mwenye hajawahi kuwa na a lot is talked about him. So now we have freedom of speech. Even this TV is now running and nobody is hampering that, courtesy of Raila's sacrifices. So as a Kenyan, we have really to wake up. Na Mtembei TV, we have to make it a reality. Currently, tuko na shida kidogo nyumbani, ni kubwa. Kwetu ni kubwa. So we are trying to help somebody from home. That's why I've not even pledged for now, but I am coming. I will come on board. I want to be among those first people that are going to give their $200. I really want to be part of this because it's speaking to what is in my heart. I may not be, yani naweza kuwa mimi mwenyewe siwezi nikazifanya hiyo vitu, but I believe in Makiadi, I believe in Bernard, I believe in Ndeto, I believe in Mama Selina. Kila mtu mwenye ako hapa hivi, this is a good team. Every day ni ikifika tu hiyo time natakanga tu kuja kwa tukue pamoja. Sometimes even I don't have any material, but from you people I get things, I understand things way clearer. Like now politics za Mombasa mimi pale siko si uongo, but now niko na kidogo naanza kujua, oh, so it's going like this, so this is why things are happening like this. But me, I want to speak still again to my people, to our larger community. Kalenjins, of course mimi si mmoja wa Kalenjin, lakini tumekuwa clustered hapo kwa sababu ni wakati ya kura. Please, tusikubali hiyo drum ya vita ambayo imepigwa na Ruto. At the end of the day, hata hiyo mtoto wake nyana anaongelea ameiweka in quotes, he is talking about you, na yeye yako anajaribu kuinstigate wewe uanzishe vita. Sijui hiyo vita utapelekea nani. Let's be sober, let's think straight, let's be factual. Hata akisema kuwa ametishiwa, tafuta hiyo vitisho penye iko kutoka kwa mdomo ya Uhuru. Mimi sijaona, na kama umeona utuelezee, but let's be factual. Tuende na vitu yenye iko kwa ground, yenye tunaona, yenye tumesikia. Hizi zingine, hizi porojo zingine tufungie macho. Hizi mabwana asifio za uongo tuzifungie macho, tuangalie ni yapi ambayo atatusaidia. Yangu ndio haya kwa sasa. Nashukuru.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Toroitich, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Kila mmoja ajitahidi, usisukumwe kwenda kupiga vita ambavyo sio vyako. And hakuna mtu ana haki ya kuwa mfisadi, na hakuna mtu ana haki ya kupora mali ya umma katika nchi, na ni jukumu letu kama Wakenya kulinda mali ya nchi. Okay, wakati sisi tumekujia mali yetu na sasa unasema you are being threatened, we will have no apologies, because why do you want to live on the blood of Kenyans? Are you a parasite? In the even parasite we have insecticide na hiyo mambo ingine to get rid of them, because we need to have a country that is reliable, self-reliant. A self-reliant country must take care of its resources, and the bad elements that wants to reap where they did not sow, supply here and collect money, pour maram on the road and claim you have tarmacked. Hiyo kora yote, hiyo hela tunakujia. Wacha kusema ati you are being threatened. Hatujaanza. Inventory is going to be done. Any contract you did not supply, kuanzia kwa t-shirt sakano, hiyo pesa yetu tutakujia. So kama una hela yetu umeweka mahali, anza tukurudisha mapema. On the 10th swearing in, 11th file zote zinafunguliwa, 15th tushaanza kwenda door to door evangelism, recapturing and restoring everything we have. Nakumbuka 2002 when we moved to KICC. In fact, Tuju is the one who led that movement. Tuju. He was Minister for Tourism. He said, Kanu said, we received the KICC as a gift. It's a gift, okay, from. So we're going to recover our items back. This country has enough resources to educate our children with quality education. Watu wapate madipapu vizuri bila kusumbuliwa. Nurses wakuwe well trained, doctors wakuwe well trained. Watu wapelekwe shule na wasome vizuri. If for example we are paying for education or for our medics, they will be happy to serve other Kenyans with loyalty, because they have benefited from their country. It's their country that took them to school. So they are giving back to their country by serving in the hospitals. Lakini nasi akikuja kwa hospitali amekasirika tayari. Kwa nini alilipishwa school fees? sijui certificate yake sijui ilifanywaje, sijui alitukanwa na nani. So mgonjwa akimuona anakuwa mgonjwa zaidi kwa sababu he's not receiving medical care, he's receiving medical threats. Let's get our country back on track by getting right people in right places. Okay, naomba sasa tumlete Martin. Amekuwa summoned. I'm happy he has arrived, so Matiang'i boys are not looking for him. He's right here. Welcome Martin, how are you today?
Wewe ni mkora kabisa wewe, hata sijui unaitwa Bishop vipi?
Mimi hapana mkora, mimi mnyoofu.
Hii na mumenisumbua leo, yaani mnaniattack mpaka nikiwa kazi bwana. Ala, iko vipi? Nitasema kama troli. Ala, ama seme kama ile ya Uhuru, ile alisemanga, ile alienda kusoma kitu alafu ikashindwa. Ala, nani aliandika hii kitu bwana?
Uhuru has been one of the natural presidents you have had.
It's very true.
Never artificial like others, okay? When kama asomi na speech ikiwa mrefu asema hii kitu ni mrefu. Is natural, is normal. It's not like wale watajifanya tu kuendelea when they are suffering.
Ala, nani aliandika hii kitu bwana? Bernard, let me start by actually, let me now try to get serious before I get really serious. Now, I really appreciate your background. I appreciate what you're doing. It's a start of a great TV to come. Before I start anything, I'm always a supporter of everything that you're doing. And even though I've been summoned time and time over again, I want to start with actually agitating for the people that either like me or hate me, like Bernard or hate Bernard, but always want to come and see who you like or not like. I would really want you guys to keep this thing a moving thing. We're trying to move into a digital so that your views can be heard by even the people in the uko mashinani, and where you can actually see that. And at the end of the day, one day it might not just be the debate that we have over here. It might be even shows, and you might think you're just contributing something today, but then again, it might be something that actually gives you a job when it becomes big. Because whether you're an engineer, whether you're, I don't know, a nurse or whatever, this might be a platform that actually can put you out there one day. So we don't have to rely to the CNNs of this world, the BBCs of this world, and the KTNs of this world. So I'm urging everybody to look at the initiative that Bernard has started. It's a brainchild, and I think one day we will be proud to look down and say, and even tell our kids, I was a part of the beginning of that TV station. Fortunately, the person, when they started, they said they didn't call it Mutembe Online. They called it Mutembe TV. So what does that say? TV. So then we can be a competitor, or even not be a competitor. They can be a competitor of this TV. Not necessarily that it has to be Mutembe forever, the name. We can change it to be something else. For the 100 people that Bernard has been talking about, please, guys, just put it out there. They are putting Wanaka, names, Apple. Then when shares comes, there's a time Safaricom was selling IPOs, and everybody was running for it. One day it might be this one, and you might be one of those people. For the 100 people, please try to be one of those 100 people. We've been here for a year now. Those who know us. But anyway, that's my plea to the people who have not. And if you have the ability, just put it there. Bernard is here. He's always keeping tabs of who did, and he has records of everybody. So anyways, now having said that, najua nilikuwa nimeitwa na nimeitwa sana. Bernard, Bernard, si Bernard.
You have started English class again.
Okay, Bernard, you know, a hippopotamus or whatever you want to call it, people have a different kind of way calling it according to your English teacher. A hippo gets sticks and it gets out of the water and it lets birds, inachaga birds, to land on its back so that what? The birds can take the ticks out of and clean it. A crocodile will get out of the water and open up its mouth so that, and it will let a bird walk into the mouth so that it can clean its teeth. Where am I going with this? Is we need to expose the parasites. We have parasites in our country. And sometimes, even if you're in the deep state, whatever you want to call it, whatever they call it, you have to get out and expose them. And that is what is happening in Kenya today. We are exposing them. They are being exposed. Even when you're in the deep state, in the water, you have to come out and expose your teeth so that people can bite. And then once they bite, you get them and people can see what is happening. We're in a place, we're in a turn point of our country. Mama Selina, I'm so sorry I didn't say hi to Fik, because this was a hard one. Big Papa najua umekuwa ukinigonga the whole day. But I want you guys to listen to me very carefully. Because this thing, where we are headed right now, and I keep on saying it, 10 days to come, that we are at a point where people are tired of being a third world country. People are tired of this, what we call corruption, and then we cannot expose, and then we give all kind of excuses. Oh, sijui nani alifanya, kwa nini hukufanya? Oh, sijui this law needs to be followed. We already know. Who doesn't know that Gachagwa's money did not come from proceed of of corruption? Why are we playing games with these things? This is why you find people walking hawana chochote, and then you start calling mama mbogas and whatever, na mkitoka debate mama mboga na skumanishwa ni kama hakuna kitu. It was just a photo op. Come on, guys, we need to do that. But anyway, Bernard, for now, so that I don't take too much time, I think the biggest thing mlikuwa mnanisumbulia story ya Ukambani. So let's start from Kitui. Actually, no, let's start from Machakos. Let's start from Kitui, and then we'll go to what happened today in Machakos. So Kitui, we have Musila and we have Malombe. Musila is Jubilee, Malombe is Wiper. Both Azimio. Let's come to Machakos. We have Wavinya, we have Waita Nzioka. Wavinya is Wiper. Waita is Agano, which is Kivudas. Let's go to Makueni. We have Junior, and we also have Masika. Junior is Wiper, Masika is ODM. Let's look at who's against them on the Jubilee side. I mean, on the UDA side. So Kitui is Mweke, ex-deputy governor of Nairobi. Then we come to Machakos, is Mudhama. Then we go to Makueni, is Musimbe. Now, the last three names that I've spoken about, do you guys ever hear them as much as you guys talk about the other names? I've seen Mweke, Mudhama, and Musimbe. That means UDA is not anywhere in Ukambani. The problem, niliwaambianga kitambo sana when we started, And I say this, yes, we did need Kalonzo, but there was a problem with Kalonzo. And Bernard, you remember my first day nikisema hiyo kitu. There was going to be a problem with Kalonzo because Kalonzo also wants to be somebody who's revered in the national politics. And that's why you have this, he doesn't want to give up. And that goes also to Sonko. By the way, Sonko needs to go get his graduation papers from, the prisons that he was, Shimolatewa. He's not going to be there, But politics za Ukambani, this is what I'm going to tell you guys. Politics za Ukambani, all these guys that I've mentioned, they've been there for a long time. This is not the UDA side, but the AZIMIO side. They've been there for a long, long time. There's a sibling rivalry and Ukambani politics is hard, but now we've covered it to where is two of each of the three Ukambani blocks. So it's just moja aache, mwingine aendelee. Moja aache, mwingine aendelee. We've come to tumeacha na wawili. Like I said, Kitui, Musila, Malombe. Machakos, Wavinya, Waita. Makueni, Junior, na Masika. If we allow, that is just natural politics. Lakini when it comes to the up pale juu, the baba mama part of it, hata kifungua tujui kule iko. We don't know where the key is. Tuli lock na tukafunga na hatujui kifunguo tulitupa, tutaipata hapa hivi elections ikikuja kukuja. So and what you guys saw Raila moving around, kuna mtu alikuwa amesema Bernard, when I was saying that uchokozi, what I was alikuwa akisema ati Raila alihave kuzunguka sana ndio alete watu. No. He went through Machakos. It just
one moment, Mato. One moment. There is JZ. He says, kindly correct Mdeto. Waita is CCU, not Agana. Thank you. Just for the records.
Yeah, rightly corrected. Sorry, I thought it was Agano Waita because I think he's going to attach Wavinya. But yeah, thank you, sir. Whoever corrected me, thank you so much. So Raila had to move around. Kwanza ukajua, they came from Nairobi, but the way they came into the stadium, they came like they were coming from Kitui, actually Katoloni, side of Katoloni. They used, the other side. It was just, it's a hype moment to just bring people into it and to walk with people and all that. And if you saw, it's just something, that's a campaign thing. It's not like he was looking for people to come to the stadium. The stadium was already full. It was just a thing. I mean, lazima uruzunguke huko, kuna watu wako na biashara and they're doing everything. You have to go say hi, muinue mikono and everything, and whoever wants to follow you, you follow you, they follow you into it. Machakos, Ukambani, guys, forget about it. Ukambani is locked, done, and everything, and then mpige siasa mahali pengine. The only thing is this sibling rivalry of the 2-2-2. The Wavinya and Waita, we don't know who. They are equal. They are 50-50, both of them, equally loved. So we don't know who will let the other one. Wavinya has been there since Kadhiani, Maendeleo ya Wanawake and all that, and now we're moving to, respecting ladies and all that. Yeah, she has a thing when she uses the gender part of it. Waita is also very revered in Machakos. So there's an issue there, but it's just a sibling rivalry, and I would wish people hearing about by the end of this week, those 2-2-2, we will have one, and that's what it is, and that's what Baba was doing in Ukambani. It was a good one, and tuendelee firimbi, tufanye hiyo kazi bwana. And anybody mwenye haja decide, come in to the Azimio side. Nili change politics zangu. I always say, by the time I finish everything, I just try to tell people, come in, let's do this and let's go together. Let's change this Kenya, and let's not be called a third world country again forever in our lives. Na Bernard, you're not going anywhere. Wacha ujinga. Ati sijui ati unaacha hii kitu ati sijui nini. Unakaa hapa. Wewe ni wetu, tumekushika hivi. Wewe you'll be the senior moderator.
Wewe, you don't want me to be promoted?
Kuna mahali unaenda, si ndio tutakupromote.
Sawa, tumekubali. Asante. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Martin, for that update. Is a good one, and let's keep going. Kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Karis anasema hela yake atatuma tarehe 10. Anasema baba akishinda atatuma 5,000. Baba akishindwa ndo atatuma 10,000. Naona huyo ni mkora. So wewe nitakuweka kwa list ya wale watu Matiang'i atashughulikia hiyo tarehe 10. Kwa hivyo tulia hapo, hakuna nini. Unajua nyinyi watu wa UDA mrelax, hamna numbers, mlilala siku miaka 4. Badala mtengeneze numbers, nyinyi mlitengeneza tu ukora kununua hapa, ni kununua watu wa church, sijui nini, nimeleta mabati 2. You don't build your political capacity that way. You build your political capacity by putting up a political infrastructure. Yes, Baba has built a political infrastructure for 30 years. And you want to break it in 4 years. Hata wewe pia unajaribu. You can't do that. The political infrastructure is built by your involvement in the lives of the people, the sacrifices you make for the people, the stakes you take for the people, your interaction with schools, your interaction with the communities, and all that, where people trust you, people believe you, not to come as they have come so that I become your president. That's not that's playing games. And so let's do what is required. All the same, let's keep sending in that our contribution. Kuna wale ambao wanakwazika na hii project. This is a noble undertaking that anybody would be proud of. Only the twisted ones will have a problem with it. But we're here to secure the future of this country. We will be here. We are not going anywhere. Martin is right. We're not going anywhere. We will chart the way forward. In fact, we're going to make it impossible, very difficult for somebody to say he's a politician. By the time we are crossing in 2025, if you did not study politics and you understand the value of politics, utakwama. Because hiyo siasa ya shortcut imeisha na 2022. Siasa ya uongo imeisha na 2022. Going forward, it will be pure, clean politics that is built on substance, not lies and animosity and incitements of communities and other people. Well, thank you. I think we'll play a video and then thereafter tuendelee na mtafutie walimu wa night class sasa. My day class is period kengele imepiga.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Sorry. One moment, and then we bring in Mama Selina. This is do I get this?
All right, so there you have it. The presidential candidate for AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya lands, Raila Odinga, saying that his main competitor, Deputy President William Ruto's running mate, Rigathi Gachagua, should step aside, away actually from the presidential race, after the court ordered him to pay, to forfeit actually 200 million shillings to the state on Thursday. So I just want us to understand what this means, what it legally means for, UDA's presidential candidate, that is Deputy President William Ruto, what it means to the supporters, and also what it means to the country, and also to Rigathi Gachagua. With me in studio is Ambrose Wedder, a political analyst, but also an advocate.
Elections the world over has consequences, and consequences for its electorates. This was one of the reasons why AZIMIO Youth Group in Ghana held a massive press conference to echo the point. Their point is to encourage all in Kenya to vote none other person than for Raila Odinga as the general elections nears. We got up with the convener of the group, Evans Osei, and this is what he has to say.
AZIMIO La Umoja. AZIMIO. AZIMIO La Umoja. AZIMIO. This statement is read on behalf of the friends of His Excellency Raila Amuru Odinga in Ghana. We, AZIMIO La Umoja, One Kenya Coalition Youth of Ghana, gathered today as friends of Baba, His Excellency Raila Amuru Odinga, known in Kenyan politics as the Mysterious One. We express solidarity with the youth and people of Kenya as they prepare for elections on 9th August 2022. The AZIMIO youth in Ghana still have fond memories of the visit of Baba to Ghana in 2017. We met and had discussions about how African youth will be placed at the center of affairs in terms of governance and socio-economic activities. We were hopeful for victory in that elections, but it didn't happen as we thought. We still have high hopes in Baba. He said, people of Kenya, because we know all too well that the majority of Kenyans, at least about 65%, are in AZIMIO, just as most progressive African youth who are also friends of Baba. We want it known to all Kenyans that Baba is not only the Kenyan people project, but a project of progressive youth in the Pan-African world. And as such, we are all stakeholders in Baba's presidency as he ushers into Kenya and Africa a second Nelson Mandela movement. Our closely monitoring of the Kenyan leave us with no doubt that in the choice of Baba and Mata ticket as one reformist, progressive, people-centered, approach-based, development, integrity, principle, inclusiveness, gender-sensitive, upholding the rule of law, respecting human rights, and many more modern tenets of democracy. Given the records of Baba and Mata, especially when Baba formed the coalition government with then President Kibaki between 2008 and 2013 as the Prime Minister, we
Yes, Martin.
You know, Bernard, the guys that are watching us, I just want people to understand this. Look, people still think that this election is about Kenya. This election is not about Kenya. This election is way beyond Kenya. Remember who we are talking about. He's all of East Africa, EU. Who's the one employed to do infrastructure for East Africa? I mean, for the whole of Africa. You see, this thing is not about Kenya. It's about a union that was seen there by our 4, not even Kenyan presidents. People that even one time there was a currency that almost went all Africa that was going to be an African currency. Today, and it's so coincidental that just the other day, one of the most stricken, war-stricken countries in Africa just joined to be East African. And I don't know if people really sit down and understand why every time we go to an occasion, we sing the Kenyan national anthem, and immediately it's followed by the East African anthem. Why we have a parliament of East Africa, and all the countries, Djibouti, Congo, all of them, they are wanting to join that thing, and it's growing and growing. There's something called, and we keep on here really revering and really wanting to think that US is such a thing, and we here come on say United States of America. What do you think United States of America is? Washington is a country by itself. Missouri is a country by itself. Everything is a country by itself. The way in Africa we are moving to a point where that continent is going to be one country and states. Not countries, not Kenya, not Uganda, not Tanzania, not Congo. Is going to be states. And that's what East Africa, because ililemea kufanyikwe inini Africa yote, with the people that actually came with that. Now it's starting to happen, and I keep on saying it here over and over and over again. Today, even the people that if you go, you will not be given a Kenyan passport, you will be given an East African passport, blue. Kwanza sisi tumefanya kuwekewa tu cause bado tuko na zile za black. We need to change it. We were just extended. You see, Africa is coming to be Africa. This election is not, but Kenya is at east, is at the central of everything, has a big coastline, 500 miles of coastline, white sandy beaches and everything. We are the people to become the capital of Africa when it unites and everything. Guys, when you're voting, don't vote watu wa mashamba. Don't vote people who don't understand what is happening. Vote people that actually understand where Africa is going. And Kenya, hata venye tulienda Somalia, we went in there and we did show our F-13s and F-16s na tukaeka Al-Shabaab on their place. This place, Kenya, is gonna be the hub of Africa. That's the capital. Guys, it's a dream that was there and people died because of that dream. And I want you guys to start thinking about where we are, where we're going to Africa. We will not be called a third world country anymore while we provide everything to the whole world that makes the whole world move. We can shut down and nothing will happen. Even these phones that we use, Tanzanite comes from Congo. Without that, you won't even have smartphones in the whole world. We need to understand where we are, where it's going. Yes, it's hard for some people to understand because some of us people, we are backwards. We don't understand, but I'm just saying, we need to really get somewhere where we understand what it is. This elections is not about Kenya. It's about Africa, where we want to go, East Africa and Africa at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. It's a good way to look at it. That's why it is. That's why it's difficult to appreciate the fact that somebody claims to be competing with Raila Odinga. It's incomprehensible that somebody claims to be competing with Raila Odinga. It's not there. It's not possible. Watu wakubali size yao na waishi kwa hiyo size. Wakiongeza kidogo tuta acknowledge, lakini huwezi tu kupanda tu unasema una compete na mtu na tunataka kudebate. Mama Selina, karibu. Mama Selina is on phone.
Yes, Penat.
Endelea.
Yeah,
Karibu.
nashukuru Mato na Kiprotich. Yeah, it is 8 days, 7 days to election. Oh my God. And bitterness in the inalete shida. Bitterness, and even bitterness cannot take you to heaven. Uhuru akiongea ukweli wake kuhusu vile walifanya urafiki na brother yake deputy president, the way they start. Unajua mapenzi ya uongo inaishanga na uchungu. Penat, I think you know that. Mapenzi yote ya uongo ya kulasimishwa inaishanga na uchungu sana, because watu wanadanganyana. Hawa watu wawili kukuja pamoja, it was because of ICC. Apart from ICC, yes, Uhuru akasema au kunisupport nilikununua. So if you go to a shop and buy a cloth, hiyo imeisha penalty. You cannot, usiwezi kuniambia tena juu ulinisaidia nikanunua nguo and then now it is my turn, so utanunua Uhuru. That is why ulitaka kununua watu ya Uhuru na imekuwa difficult. Uongozi penalty inatoka kwa Mungu. Watu wamesahau wisdom ni Mungu anapeana mamlaka kwa kila dunia. But anyway, so I don't know, akisema watoto wasiuawe, the Kalenjins wale watu yake ya mkono wafikirie sasa wataumia penat. If anybody can send mtoto yake hapo nje kwenda kufanya uchinga, they will face it. I wish nobody will be a stupid person to be keberber and then somebody will say, oh, mutietu. There is no mutietu. When he was eating, he was sitting alone with close friends. Maybe he can get a close friends kwa ende wafanye hiyo mambo. Otherwise, watoto yake wamefanya makosa kani. The only thing I know is Wakenya ama Kenya itarutisha mali. Na kama hizo mali umeandikia watoto yako, of course, mtoto ya 20 years ama 30 years ama 15, atakuwa amefanya kazi kani kubwa sana Kenya, mpaka akuwe na shamba ya maybe 2.5 or maybe 2,000 acres, ama akuwe na biashara ya billions. Of course, wataulizwa. Because, Bernard, watu wengi wanatafutanga mali for a long time until wanapata. So, kama anajua kuna mambo amehusisha watoto kwa ubaya, aserente, amwambie watoto waserende so that nobody will go for the children. But kama wako na mali ya umma, itawakusa. So anajiusa, anajitangasa. And again, huyo Kiprotich, even though they say we are not Kalenjins, there is a say in Kalenjin, they say penat, ya kwamba usionyeshe adui yako ama kama una pimbo ya kuweza kuua nyoka. Usikuje na inaitwa nini ile kijiti ya kuchapa watoto, unakonga mkia ya nyoka. Itakuuma because hauna kitu ya kuua naye. So Kalenjin anasema ukiona nyoka na una kitu ya kupiga naye kuua, wachana na yeye iende. Yeye kama Pokot, I know is a Pokot. Unaweza enda nchi yao ufikirie there is no men in the village. Kwa sababu wamekaa kwa strategic places. Kusa mama moja. That is the way you will know Pokots are there. So hii story ya Ruto ameanza kutusi Uhuru na uchungu. Hakukuwa anashindana na Uhuru. Alikuwa na ruhusa kuita Raila the all names, ila ameita sijui nini. Hiyo uchungu yote angeweka kwa mtu mwenye anapishana naye. So Uhuru at least angeona these two brothers ni watu, lakini sasa wesi ambia Matiang'i you will see me, Mutiambai you will see me, Kisheru you will see me, sijui mkubwa ya wapi you will see, everybody will see you. Kwani wewe ni mwanaume kiasi gani mpaka you make everybody kufikiria you will see me? Ukaenda kurokota waoka wengine wanatuambia Maumau, Uhuru ni mtoto ya Maumau, hajaiambia sisi hiyo. There are so many people that wanakuwa related na Maumau. And those are the home guards. Unajua bahati mbaya ya Central ni hii. Wale watu walikuwa home guard ndio wamekuja kutawala hiyo watoto yao ya Maumau apart from Uhuru. So I want to tell Ruto na marafiki zake alikataa kusikia maneno ya wasee because I know kama angekuwa anakaa chini na Wakalenjin asili, Ruto angekuwa anaongea vitu kama hiyo. I have never seen Biblia inasema ukichapwa this side unapeana the other side. Sijaiona mahali Biblia inatuambia tit for that. Ati Uhuru akikutusi unamtusi. Uhuru ana hasara gani? He's going home in 2 weeks, in 1 week, 7 days. Next week Tuesday tarehe 9 tunafanya election. Uhuru anaforget, ana furaha yake na anaenda nyumbani na atakuwa anatembelea marafiki zake. Where will you be, in prison?
Mama Selina.
Yes.
Swali, kuna mali Uhuru ashaitaja jina ya mtu?
Mtu nani?
Hajawahi taja, si ndio? Si anasemanga tu.
Uhuru, you know what? Si ati Uhuru hajataja. Ile maneno walifanyana na Uhuru, unajua nikifanya date na wewe na nikue mama, wacha niongee kwa sababu hii ni uchungu. Nikienda na wewe date kama mwanaume na umekula mori sana, unasema nikifika nitakumaliza. And then unapata mwanamke umetoa nguo and then you hauna kitu. That woman will go tomorrow and tell others that this man, he look like this. Na wewe pia mwanaume ukipata mama ulikuwa unamfikiria ni mtu, the silly things utajua, you will tell your friends. So Uhuru ameongea, yes, kulingana na vile maneno walifanya. Uhuru anasema nilikununua, and it is true, everybody knows that. Ulisema Uhuru ni mlevi, unaongoza nchi. So all those Peter words, unaenda Central, unawaambia maneno ya Uhuru. How could you go and talk about somebody in his home? Hata kama ni mchinga. Why are you going to make him naked? Unafikiri ukiambia watu yao ati leo Selina ni mbaya hata kama mimi ni mbaya, you think my community will agree? They will not. So usiseme mtu hajatachwa. Hivyo ndio iko, na hata wacha kutoroka. It is true, wacha kucheka. I know you like laughing, but ni ukweli. Ni ukweli. Ni ukweli. We want to say the truth. Inasemekana ukweli inatufungua. The truth will set us free. Kama hatuta, this is the first time sisi wa Kalenjin, kwa hiyo machina yote tumekuwa naye, especially Nandis, wale walipigana. Somoei mwenye alipigana na Msungu alituambia maneno. This is the first time sisi wa Kale tunachukua cheko ya ulimwengu. This is the first time. Well, Kiprotich anajua. Watu unajua niliwaambianga hapa. Wanaume ya Pokot, Turkana na Pokot na Turkana na Marakwet. Kama unaenda kuoa, these men hakuna wasasi kuwapatia mali. They have to look for, uwezi oa msichana juu umepatiwa mali na baba yako. So kama umefika rika ya kuoa, lazima utafute mali. Kwanza uende utafute, kwa sababu hakuna msichana atakubali ati wewe Kiprotich, mali yenye umekuja kunitolea imetoka kwa baba yako. You will not be a man in the community. So hiyo mambo, ingawa tumeenda shule, hiyo ni vitu yenye inatakikana nchi yote ya Kenya iwekwe equal, so that the young men, instead of kwenda kutafuta ng'ombe, wanatafuta mahari, kwa sababu lazima waoe. Na mwanamke huwezi ishi kwa nyumba ya mtu kama una chochote. So the only thing, na ndiye nimefurahia baba amesema ataweka dams ili wanaume waanze kulima na wafanye biashara na mambo ya hiyo ya, kwa kikwetu kabila ingine wanaita wisi, but kwetu ukienda na Kikalenjin is like wisi ni ile umeenda pomoa nyumba na kuipa sufuria, kuipa kuku, lakini hiyo ya mali ina china yake ya heshima kwa Kalenjin, ya kwamba mwanaume ile ataenda. Unajua walikuwa na let wana penat, wanachukua ng'ombe mpaka na wasichana. So akileta msichana anakuja, yeye hawezi kuja oa hiyo msichana kwa sababu atakuwa amechukua hiyo msichana kama sister yake. So wanaume wa poma ingine watakuja kuoa hiyo msichana. And imagine umekuja na yeye kutoka labda ni Mkamba. Kama my grandmother, for example, we don't know where our great grandmother, maybe she was an Indian, maybe she was a Muindi, she was something. She was not from Kalenjin. But our great grandfathers walikuja na yeye na familia ingine walikuja wakakana na my grandfather akaenda kumuoa. So hawa wanaume kuna ni ile tu imekuwa pati mbaya. So watu wamewaita wezi, but there is a name, Kigilian Kibaru, like you I don't know how to call it. Kiprotich can say it in Swahili. What is that name? Kele kabamureni poriet asugobarmali. So even Ruto to me sometimes is, if you could have done it in a nice way, that is how the Kalenjin was supposed to be. But for us now, China tumeitwa wesi ya mashamba, tunaitwa wesi ya sijui nini. But I want to apologize because of our community, that we have credible sons and credible ladies and credible people of Kalenjin community that they can lead and they can associate with other people. We come here every day. Tunasikia machungu, but we stand because of our community. Si ati tunafurahia sana saa ile maneno inasemwa. We are human beings. But because tunataka kurekebisha yale mambo watu wametuita, we stand here every day, not because tunafurahia what is happening, but tunataka kuonyeshana we are part and parcel of Kenyans. Sisi ni kitu moja na Wakenya wenzetu. Wale wakiona ubaya, we don't say ubaya ni yetu. Tunataka hiyo ubaya mtu amefanya penalty iwe ni individual. Kama ni Mama Selina, isikuwe ni Mama Selina na watoto yake, ni Selina, not Mama Selina. So mahali mtu amefanya makosa, tuite makosa. Yes, Martin, I know you want to say something. It has been long kabla hujanijibu maswali ama unaipanga.
Nilikuwa tu nataka kuambia Mama Selina, you're not a Kalenjin, you're a Kenyan.
I am a Kenyan, but also my blood is Kalenjin. I cannot run away on it. I'm a Kalenjin Kenyan. As you are Mukamba Kenyan. We cannot run away on that because atuku choose, you know, you never choose where you are born. But for me, I can be anything because I'm a woman. Nikikuja nyumba yako, nitakusalisha watoto. But still, I will be that Kalenjin woman, amekuja Ukambani na amesaa Ukambani. I can be that Kalenjin, nimeenda kusalia Wakikuyu watoto. I can be that Kalenjin, nimeolewa na Muhindi ama Msungu. But still, my origin, my blood, watoto yangu ile nitasaa hata kama ni Wajaluo. But watakuwa na kitu kidogo ya Kalenjin because I am that Kalenjin woman. So we are not shy of it. We are Kenyans, but we cannot shy where we came from. And we cannot shy when one of us anafanya makosa. We don't want to run in the hiding. Tunataka kukua mbele, tukirekebishana na Wakenya wenzetu. I'm here, I've been here for the last 9 or 1 year. I've been talking to Kenya, I've been talking to Unity of Kenya. Martha Karua has been my friend for a long time. Hata wakati alikuwa kwa ofisi ama hakukuwa ofisi, because she's my friend, I did not run away. We stayed together because the values, I value the values I had and the values she had. She valued me the way I am. She's a lawyer, ni musomi, I'm in the middle. But she valued my friendship. Akuona, she's not a PhD or she's not a graduate to work with her. And that is how Kenya should be. We don't have to put ourselves in the class. So if I say that, for the 8 days remaining, let us choose the right leaders. And it is not choose the right leaders. It is time to say, it is time for Baba and Mother. Because Raila had suffered a lot sababu ya Kenya. Raila ako na mali yake. Na Raila akutusi anakuambia ukweli. Hawezi kuja kukuita hizo machina, but he can say ya ukweli. One, na nimekuwa nikiambia Penat, after this election, Penat lazima mrudi mufunze vijana ya kwamba Bible inasema heshimu mama na baba na siku zako zitakuwa mingi. And baba na mama is not your real mother. Si ule amekusaa ama baba ile amekusaa. Mtu yeyote mwenye ako juu yako kwa umri, heshimu. Kama unaona huyo mtu amtoshani na yeye, kama si rika yako, kwa sababu nyinyi mulienda hiyo machondoni. Wale walikuwa yenyu ya kwanza, amwezi chesea. And you can joke with Penat if it is your age mate. But you cannot joke to other people. Mtu kama Raila, you can call him names for real. So if you can call Raila names, you also call your father those names. Na pale pinguni Mungu anasababisha. Hawa watu wote wanaita huyu msee, and thank you because wana recognize. Ile kitu inanifurahisha ni kwamba Mungu yetu aliye pinguni. These people wana abuse Raila. Na batu wanamuita msee. They say msee akitendawili. So it's not a sirika yao. Na wanafungua mdomo. Na Biblia inasema asiyefunzwa na wasasi atafunzwa na ulimwengu. Ulimwengu inamkuta Ruto. Now he has nowhere to run to. Pesa imekulwa. Alikimbia Central 5 years kwenda kutusi Uhuru, kutusi Mama Ngina, kuona huyu ni mlevi, lakini Wakenya walimchagua. And Uhuru amefanya kazi mzuri na ametuongoza kama president ya Kenya na heshima. Anaita Raila ndugu yangu hata wakati walikuwa nakosana namna gani kwa uchaguzi. But Uhuru angekumbuka wakati baba yake alikuwa vice president ya Raila na baba yake alikuwa president, au wote walikuwa nakaa. Raila anasema alikuwa na pepa Uhuru. So there are some things, na hata kama unakosana unasikia wako rahisi sana kusameana, unasikia anaona amefanya makosa, unakuta Raila anasema no, is my young brother. Hata kama I'm sorry, kwa sababu anakumbuka I'm not a boss. Uhuru naye hata kama ameita Raila kitu, anatubu na kusema huyo ni ndugu yangu mkubwa. That is how things should be. And again, Kenyans, hata kama amupendi Kityon kwa sababu ni mtoto ya Moi, lakini Kityon is very disciplined. Alifunzwa na baba yake. Kityon hawezi toa mdomo. Alimwambia Ruto, you are a leader, you need to show us the way. Wakati ya mashishi ya Makto. So there are some things, we have good leaders. Si ati ukitusiana unapata kiti, and it will be a lesson to everybody. Na kama mwenye anaitwa Ruto, kama yeye ni mtu mzuri, kama Ketera amesimama na independent, why is he fighting Ketera? Kama Mushira Muindi amekuja kusaidia Wakale, ametengenezea hospitali, watu wanaenda India penat every sometime kwenda kwa medication, watoto wanaenda mashule. How could you come kwa sababu ya uongozi tu ya 5 years unaambia Wakalenjin mwenye amepatia ng'ombe manyumba yenye hawana mang'ombe? Sasa wewe kwa sababu ulikuwa tu deputy president umepatia Wakalenjin ng'ombe ngapi? Umepeleka Wakalenjin ngapi kwa hospitali? Vile Misra amekuwa na hospitali Eldoret, unatibiwa na unatoka bure. Amepeleka watoto yetu India. Kuna every month doctors wanatoka India wanakuja Eldoret, Rivaron, na wanakuja hospitali yake kuangalia wagonjwa free. And then unaenda kumwambia wa community ati hiyo Muindi aende. After that, na wewe ulikuwa huko for 9 years, what have you assisted Kalenjin community? Apart from kukula kimwarer, apart from kumalisa hiyo hata hawana, what else? Mahindi, what else? Hawana masiwa, what else do they have? Leo ukitoka ofisi ya Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, what are you proud of that umefanyia Wakalenjin, isipokuwa kufuta watoto yetu kasi, isipokuwa wale hatuna msomi hata moja, ulipaki tu kutawala pale juu? Shame on you and shame of those Kalenjin who cannot see what is happening. Thank you, Bernard.
Mami, on a lighter note, ambia Bernard basi cause umesema wazee waheshimiwe. Ambia Bernard aniheshimu, lakini nitamheshimu kwa sababu yeye ni mtumishi.
Martin, I'll fine you. I'm sending your fine through the courier so that you will not pretend to say you did not receive it. You will sign as you receive it so that when the Karua will be in office, kesi yetu tutaenda huko na evidence. Otherwise, let me quickly appreciate Mama Selina and her contribution towards our country. Her wisdom and her counsel has been immense and important. And just listening to her, I have learned a lot in terms of understanding the country generally and our politics. Her vast understanding of our Kenyan politics has really shaped in how we look at things differently. There is one thing I was looking at. I don't know if you forgot the Itumbi's madness. They call it what? Intelligence. The intelligence of Itumbi. That thing they send around, saying that they got the information on what transpired in State House when the Kalenjin elders went, or something like that, or what the president spoke with them, claiming that the State House is sponsoring the independent candidates so that they win against UDA in Rift Valley. I read through the whole thing in the morning, and I came to an understanding that if there is anything true into what he is claiming to do, and then they can only lead to one thing. William Ruto is getting what he did in Mount Kenya. He's getting the harvest of the same. He was invited in Mount Kenya as a brother. He was introduced to the parents of Mount Kenya, but he came back and dismantled the Mount Kenya traditional leadership framework by elevating Kinandindi Njoro and these other people above the structure set by the elders, disturbing the order of Mount Kenya to his advantage. Now, if Uhuru is in Rift Valley, disturbing the order that William Ruto had established in the place of the traditional setting, then Rift Valley is reverting back to the factory setting. Everything is going back to the normal traditional structure of leadership. The artificial structure he had placed is being dismantled. And that is why these 2022 elections, no wonder the cry is too much. I believe the fire lit by Her Excellency, Ambassador Sally Kosgei, is getting to his tail. It's what is making this man shake and cry and scream and jump, because the structure ile alikuwa ameweka ile ya uongo, hiyo kina Sudi na hao wengine, wale watu wajaokelewa mikono na wazee, wanatimuliwa na watu wa independent, nao wamesimama kidede kuhakikisha kwamba we revert back to the factory setting, tuende kwa uongozi wetu vile ulikuwa unafanywa kitambo kabla ya huyu imposter came up and messed up the structure. And so he's getting what he did in Mount Kenya back home. Is payday. Let him enjoy what he has been doing to others. You don't go to somebody's home, destroy the structure there and expect your home to remain the same. No, what you make happen for others, God makes happen for you. Don't be deceived. The Bible says, whatsoever man sows, the same he shall reap. If you come to my place and respect the order in my place and flow with it, it helps your order at your place. But if you come and destroy my order, you have planted a seed. That seed is going to result into a harvest. How did you get into the Moi family? How did you leave it? When you got into the Jubilee family, how did you leave it? When you got into the Uhuru Kenyatta family, how did you leave it? Those are matters that we can't brush them off. And as the younger generation, we must learn from the elders and be able to align with the traditional structure, the ancient landmark. The Bible calls it the ancient landmark. So don't move the ancient landmark that our forefathers have established. The taboos, the honor for the elders, it is something you can't push away and succeed. Despising your parents, that does not bring curse. It is a manifestation of the curse itself. Is it the generation that curses their father and curses their mother? You see, it is terrible. And so kila mtu ajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinafanywa kulingana na nini, na mipangilio. Ningependa kuwashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kuchangia program yetu ya kwenda kwa Mtembei TV offline. Please, let's keep it up. I've received somewhat 2,500 from Kevin Allo. I've received 4,100 from Jeremiah Simiyu. Let's keep it up, keep up. And then there is a pledge from somebody, Mark. He wants to be among the 100 people who will be the strategic partners of Mtembei TV and facilitate the launch of offline Mtembei broadcast wherever house. So please, let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. I want to give myself this weekend. By Monday, make me call the engineers to set up this thing so that we have a road test by Friday thereabout. We are set for the elections without much problem. I'm doing out these other things just in preparation. We're setting up different section. We have space, and that space needs to be set in such a way that we'll be able to go live here and be recording this other side, and then we'll have it will even give you a test of the broadcasting. before we go to that whatever digital broadcast space, mambo yanalainika. Like in after this, I'll go for my rest. When I wake up, we'll be doing some talk shows with the young people who will be coming here to tell us why they will vote Hustler or vote for ODM. That's something that is imperative, just to let us know that we are set for this thing and it's going to work if we work it. Naomba sasa tumulete Laban toe maoni yake, na Martin nitafutie walimu wa usiku tafadhali. Walimu wa usiku wamechelewa kufika klasi. Kengele ilipigwa kitambo sana. Bwana Laban, how are you?
Habari Bernard, Mama Selina na Ndeto. Second time ingawa niko na homa kidogo, lakini nafikiria mnanisikiza.
Unapatikana uko sawa. And thank you. Just 1 minute. Kings Ogwaro anauliza maneno ya swearing in. Kila mtu atapata nafasi. Unataka kuwa studio physically ama unataka kuwa studio virtually? Hiyo from the eve to the election until the swearing in, Mtembei TV will be on 24/7. Tutakuwa tunatoa, tunaenda kutoa shati, tunabadilisha, tunaoga, tunarudi. We'll be exchanging just like that for 5 straight days. We'll be here. So kama unataka kufuatilia, kama unataka kuchangia, utoe maoni yako vile Kwale inakaa na nini, then we'll be having our reporters around the country calling in and giving us the updates and all that. We are not going to do child's play. Hii kitu ni ngoma, and we are set for the same. Wewe hakikisha tu soda yetu imefika na wale watu wajalipa fine walipe fine, na stima haitakatwa ama haitakatika. That's why I wanted that system to be set, ile ya as soon as power goes off it takes up, and when power comes up it goes off non-stop, seamless, hakuna kujua kama stima imepotea ama haijapotea. We have to have that in place, not that kimbia na nini generator imeisha mafuta. No, want that whatever solar system that is charged by power, so that we just translate from one item to another seamlessly, no noise, no losing anything. Hii ni kazi ambayo tutaifanya na kila mtu atafurahia. Asante. Bwana Laba, niendelea.
Nafikiria ni wakati mwingine ninajaribu kusikiza kidogo usia wa Mama Selina, and I think kama watu wangekuwa wanasikiza mama mambo yenye anaongelea, I think that is the same thing yenye tunaona watu kama Mama Sally Kosgei wanafanya, Meja Cheruiyot pale na wengineo ambao wanaelewa kitu yenye inafanyika. And by the way, I don't know whether it will be on Sunday wakati baba atakuwa Eldoret, atatokea pande ya Nandi. Nafikiria kuna statement pale itawekwa, lakini most importantly, unajua wakati haya mambo yanaendelea kuongelewa, lazima watu waangalie na wawe very careful kwamba kuna kitu hapa yenye watu hawajaambiwa ukweli, nayo pia watu wataambiwa ukweli wakati wake, hata kama sio kitu yenye mtu unaweza sema directly ni nini inafanyika. Mzee Moi, na Mungu aiweke roho yake mahali pema peponi, wakati ilisemekana kwamba mtu fulani asiingia hata kwake, hata kumuona wakati alikuwa kwa kitanda, there is a statement. Hiyo peke yake ni statement, lakini ifikie kwamba huyo mtu atatokea hapo hata baada ya hiyo, that was just a caution. Atoke hapa aende kutusi the first lady. Honestly, hata kama Uhuru atakuwa na makosa, atakuwa na makosa gani? Kila boma ama ina setup ya clan. Kuna walevi hawakosi, inaweza kuwa ni mtoto wako, inaweza kuwa ni ndugu yako, inaweza kuwa ni kazini yako, ama any of the family member. Rais mwenye ako uongozini, issue ya ulevi si kitu yenye inatakiwa iongelewe eti huyu wako hivi. But anyway, sisi tunataka tuangalie hili swala kwa njia ambayo ni rahisi, kwamba ushindi unakuja na tena sio kitambo. Kutokea hapo, tujiulize wale wazee ambao walikuwa ni viongozi kutoka formerly Rift Valley Province, waketi chini waangalie ni wapi kazi iliharibika, sababu kuna makosa hapa. Lakini ukijaribu kuangalia, kuna jamii kati ya zile jamii za Wakalenjin ambao tayari zimechukua msimamo. Ukiona Tolgos analeta shida sana upande wa Elgeyo Marakwet, ujue kuna watu hapo wamesema hapana, hatutaki kuhesabiwa kwa hii makosa. So tuwe na uangalifu sana, hata kiongozi yeyote wakati uko kwa uongozi, uwe very careful ni nini unaongea kuhusu jamii zingine, kwa sababu kuna watu ambao utakuwa umeongea vibaya juu yao ama juu ya mtu wao, na watatoka kukupanish siku ya kura ikifika. Itakuwa vigumu kuconvince hao watu ni nini unataka wafanye. Kwa mfano, the entire Rift Valley ungekuwa na hiyo heshima, Ruto angekuwa na shida ya kuwa rais wa Kenya hii, kwa sababu the population yenye iko entire Rift Valley, kama wangekuwa wameheshimiwa kama Wakenya wengine, ilikuwa inampropel to power directly. So hili ni swala ambalo si swala la kufikiria ni nini ilifanyika, ni nini haikufanyika. Lakini kuna jamii ambazo zitakuwa pale na zitakuwa na kitu kama punishment ya kutoa through the ballot, kwa sababu hiyo ndio njia ambayo ni democratic peke yake, na zita make statement, na hiyo statement itaonekana tarehe 9. Lakini hayo ni mambo ambayo pia, kama Mama Selina unanisikiza, kama kuna kitu yenye unaweza ongezea kwa hizo statement ambazo nimegusia hapo, kama kuna ukweli ama hakuna ukweli, ningefikia hapo uendelee.
Sawa, ni sawa, yale yote umesema ni ukweli, and that is what we need. Watu walipotea njia, na umesema wacha tungoje tuone what will happen in Nandi and Eldoret, and then it will be okay for us and the Kalenjin community to have a stand, because it is so wrong tutengwe na we are Kenyans na tumefanya kazi mingi. So for me, I support what you have said, but tunataka kutoka na kuambiana ukweli, because we have young kids, we have young children that they don't know about our history. They don't know about our culture. Wanasema asala, but they don't know. Hawajui Kalenjin walitoka wapi, wamefanya nini. We are great leaders yenye hata tunaona uongozi. Mungu alitupatia baraka ya kuweza kuchinja tu ng'ombe ama mbuzi and know what is happening in the world. But vijana wetu wadogo wanataka kumaliza. So anyway, endelea. Kuna meeting nyingine hapa kidogo, we endelea nikisikia.
Sasa mengine ni yale ambayo yanaendelea across kama Machakos. Tumeona hapo mkutano ilifanyika kwa njia mzuri, na tunaendelea kufikiria kwamba kila mahali ambapo kulikuwa na taswishi zitakuwa zimeondolewa na hizi tarehe ambazo zimekuwa zimepakia, ili kufikia kwamba ile percentage yenye inatarajiwa kwamba itakuwa imefika. Sidhani kama tutakuwa na shida yoyote, na ushindi utatoka kwa ukubwa sana ambao maybe watu wengi hawatatarajia. Ile swala ambalo Bernard aliongelea hapa kuhusu nominations zenye zilifanyika za Jubilee last time. There was interference vile, hata kwa wakati huu kumekuwa na interference kila mahali about independent candidates. Nafikiria ulikuwa unamaanisha mmoja ni huyu mbunge wa Nandi Hills Alfred Keter, na kuna mbunge mwingine ambaye ni independent candidate ambaye anasimama ni ugavana, I think Uasin Gishu, huyu ambaye ni nikumbushe tafadhali Bernard, huyu independent candidate mwenye anasimama ugavana Uasin Gishu.
Oh, Buseki. Si Buseki ama ni?
Yes. Buseki, yes. Buseki. Nafikiria hawa ndio watu wenye wanajaribu kuongelewa sana, lakini hata hivyo our independent candidates, they are very strong candidates, only that walikuwa interfered with. Sidhani kama kuna kitu itafanyika sana, kwa sababu itabidi wachukue muda wao, kwa sababu they are also strong candidates, na hawa strong candidates, in fact most of the votes zenye wanapata ni diaspora votes, ambazo hizo hasina sababu yeyote, siko pale kwa sababu they support AZIMIO, hivyo tu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laban, and thank you, everybody. Even as we continue with the conversation, please let us, those who want to come into the studio, there is still room. Let's come in and weigh on these matters affecting us as a people and as a nation. I trust that by our conversation, we dissolve, or we get more solutions to most of our issues than when we keep quiet and say nothing. Well, leadership as a nation is now at a call. That is why we have general elections, so that we can elect the new crop of leaders to fill up the positions that need to be filled up. So I'll play some videos even as we anticipate the other people who need to take over the show. Listen to this, and I believe it will help us out.
Moi died. Mzee Moi died. He told me, when you go to hunt jackals, wolves, and foxes with your dog, there is one thing you should remember, that your dog and the jackal you are hunting and the wolf you are hunting, all those are cousins. They can turn against you. There is no difference between Deputy President William Ruto. There is no difference between him and Raila Odinga, and Uhuru Kenyatta, and Kalonzo Musyoka, and Musalia Mudavadi, and Munde Awori. First of all those people are political cousins. They can turn against you. That is one clan. I am going to give you a little history. The late Daniel Arap Moi was, when he was the leader of the opposition, the leader of KANU, he used to attack Mzee Jomo Kenyatta very bitterly. In 1964, Jomo Kenyatta called Daniel Arap Moi and he told me, I know you are attacking me, but we are both politicians. The people of Kenya, the hoi polloi, that is our food. Our food might run away. So you come, let us greet each other, because the Kikuyu, they come from the east, the Kalenjin come from the west. Let us meet in Nakuru, greet each other, and get land for our people in the Rift Valley. And Moi rose to become Vice President, and later President of Kenya. They buried the hatchet. Moi had taken Odinga's job. Odinga's job. In 1978, when he ascended to power, he made Jaramogi Oginga Odinga the chairman of the Cotton Seed and Lint Marketing Board, because they are the same, they are politicians. Later, Mzee Moi greeted Raila, and he made him, although Moi had jailed Raila, he later made him Secretary General of KANU and a Minister for Energy. Uhuru has greeted Raila Amolo Odinga. They now call each other brothers. Kalonzo said, I would be the most stupid person if I joined Raila. He changed his mind and he did join him. Kemunya said, I would rather die than resign. He resigned. So if you look at these people, they are political cousins. They are political cousins. They are the same. Ruto is now 55 years. People of Kenya must learn to love they must learn to like his face, because they're going to see it for a long time, for the next 40 years. He's not going anywhere. Why? Because when he leaves office, he'll get 2 cars, 2,000 cc, 3,000 cc, fueled by the government, maintained by the government. And his salary will be 80% the salary of a sitting deputy president. Medical cover, he'll get. Diplomatic passport, access to all airports, VIP lounges. Raila is enjoying the same. Mudavadi is enjoying the same. Munde Awori. So these people are not going anywhere, just reorganizing themselves. It is the people of Kenya who should think about themselves, not those people. They are already taken care of by the taxpayer. They'll be on our backs for as long as they live. That is not enough. If they die, their wives, they'll earn half of what they are getting. People should go to the government printer and get this small book called the Presidential Retirement Benefits Act. Don't worry about those people. They are already taken care of until they die. It is the people of Kenya who should think about themselves. So when they go to vote, it's not a matter of life and death. Vote peacefully. These people are not going, they are not going to starve. Don't think about them. Think about yourself. Go and vote, forget about them.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
and the coordinating center, CICC, in the Philippines after the 2016 elections called on this mathematics. It compromised the elections which led to the election of President Rodrigo Duterte. Did you know that in Uganda, the biometric voter kits failed, forcing the election officials to revert to the manual voter system? Did you know that in Venezuela, in Latin America in 2017, this mathematic on its own acknowledged that the turnout voter figures were manipulated by at least 1 million voters? Did you establish this before you awarded the contract?
No, because I rely on the evaluation committee after they do the due diligence and they provide me with the report. That is what I rely on. And therefore, these other news about that you are providing now are things that I was not even aware about.
So the report you awarded never cited these issues?
These issues were never cited.
But this is a company that is seriously indicted by cybercrime agents of a country.
This, I think, it would require the company to respond, because I don't have...
But you're already in agreement with them?
Yes, it's because this information did not even come to our attention. You are actually saying that, and it's not even confirmed. This probably will be based on information that you've been able to search maybe from the internet and the rest. And I think it would be proper at this particular time if this question can be actually directed to the respective company for them.
No.
I cannot speak on their behalf.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you are still watching. Thank you so much. As I wait to hand over the class to the next teacher. Bado tunaendelea na siasa. Naomba kila mmoja tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu anasalia nyuma na hakuna mwanasiasa anaye take advantage ya ignorance ya watu wetu. Kila mmoja anamakinika. Tuko masaa ya lala salama. Naomba tu kila mtu ajitahidi, especially if you can facilitate people to get to the polling station, please do that and make that done practically. This is not a time now to imagine things. This is a time to ascertain everything. Kama hujasonga karibu na polling station, tunaendelea kuhimiza, tafadhali hakikisha you move to the state where you're going to vote, to the town where you're going to vote, to the village where you're going to vote. Don't stay far and wait for the 11th hour. We are now on only 9 days to the polling day. So let's do our best to ensure that that is done. And also sensitize people, engage people casually, deliberately, on purpose, everything within your power. Let your sphere of influence be useful to this campaign and to this nation. Don't let people go vote wrongly because you did not tell them that that is wrong or that was not profitable for the country. Mohammed Ege seems to have issues with Lin Jiru. Lin Jiru was the press man for President Moi for all his life, and he seems to have a lot of insights on how the presidency is done, State House operates, and all that. So he was sharing that on JK Live, and so there are some. We say that in the secrets of men are in their stories. So as we listen to his story, he gives us some leakage here and there. So Mohammed says some of the information he gives is not accurate. That's bound to happen, but let's make sure that we profit from what is good. We shun from what is evil. All in all, be vigilant, stay safe. If you feel you are not safe, please make sure that you seek help in good time. Don't put your life at risk unnecessarily. Avoid unnecessary argument. You all know that I'm a preacher, and one of the advices the Apostle Paul gives to Timothy is that you should shun unnecessary argument and endless stories. Keep away from that. Don't get into the exchange of UDA, AZIMIO, UDA for no apparent reason. If the person you're trying to convert refuses to be converted, they have a right to remain where they are and continue following whatever they are following until they get to a place where they realize they are wrong and correct it. Don't make it your duty to convert everybody and get into getting physical with anybody for that matter. So naomba sijui tutamleta Toroitich aendelee kuchangia. Nilikuwa nimecheza video but campaign inaendelea, mchango unaendelea. I'm still receiving calls for people committing for that $200, that 100 number. I believe that number can be achieved within the shortest time. Please talk to your people, talk to your friends, talk to your relatives. Tell them there is an opportunity here. They can book for themselves a place where they will invest in the future and it will be profitable. So please don't just wherever book for yourself alone. There is somebody who has booked for himself and for his 2 daughters. That is a good way to go about it. Let's help this venture. Let it pick up and succeed. So usikalie opportunity kama hii. Mimi najua hapa kuna mafanikio, and I personally pledge to be here until this work is fully established. I'm not going anywhere. Hata nikiwa appointed kuwa ambassador of Venezuela siendi. Ambassador of Venezuela tutapeleka Chebukati akisha swear in baba. Aenda kuwa ambassador of Venezuela. Mimi nitakuwa hapa Mtembei TV tu nikiendelea kuchunguza vile anafanya kazi huko.
Penat, what will happen with some of us that we pay 100? Are we supposed to add another 100 or we will be members with that? For ladies, I'm talking for ladies, not for men.
For ladies, not for men.
Yeah.
Now, hiyo itakuwa special nini, lakini wewe unajua wewe ni stakeholder. That one will do in-house arrangement, but no cost for alarm, no cost for alarm.
No, I wanted to know, you know, it is good to know so that nisifikirie niko sawa and then nifahamiwe and then nitakuja, sitaki kuwa mgeni. I don't want to be a neighbor.
Huwezi kuwa mgeni. That's why I'm staying. I'm staying here to make sure that huwezi kuwa mgeni. So
thank you.
Relax. Thank you very much. So let's continue. Father Danny says let's continue praying for Kenya. Yeah, very, very important. Let's continue praying for Kenya, and let's pray fervently and vehemently and accurately. We believe that God loves this country, and God has interest with this country. On a serious note, God has serious interest with the country called Kenya, and we need to plug in and just flow with God, because that's the only way to work with God effectively. Tusichanganywe na wa maaskofu wanakimbia kutafuta mkate hapa, kutafuta support hapa na hapa. Don't mix yourself. God is different from bishop. God is different from church association. God is different from NGOs. God is different from people's associations. Don't mix people's associations and their behavior with God. God is different, and God stands for the good of this country, and he wants this country to be a success. And so when the bishops are failing, when the church is failing, when human organizations are failing, stick with God and do the right thing. God will always reward you. So kama kwa mfano pastor wako ama askofu wako anakuambia enda hivi, huyu ni mwizi wetu, akiiba anatuleteanga, unajua huyu ashaanguka. Because kama wewe ni askofu na unaongea hivyo, hauko kwa mwamba, ushaanguka tayari, wewe ni finished product. So ni lazima ujitahidi na kuchagua kile ambacho unafanya, kwa sababu ni kizuri kwako, kizuri kwa nchi hii na kizuri kwa vizazi vijavyo. Nashukuru Njiru amefika, na naomba sasa nitamwachia zamu yake. Bwana Njiru, video iko hapo, imeitwa Bernard, number 2 from my nini, hiyo ndio unacheza alafu naimiza, and then ninyi watu wa Mount Kenya amkucheza hii video, sijapata simu zenu from that end. We want everybody to migrate with us, because you will be carrying out all those programs on the offline platform. So isikuwe ni huku peke yake, ikuwe kila mahali, and we need genuine strategic partners to help us navigate and become the household name that we have been ordained to be as Mtembei TV. Nilikuwa nimepatia Toroitich. Toroitich, you can take it. As Njiru, now you are in charge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Toroitich ni wewe, ongea.
And yeah, tunaendelea vizuri. Yeah, unanisikia sasa? Unanipata?
Yes, go ahead, Toroitich. You're okay. Just raise your voice kidogo.
Njiru. Okay. So kabla Bernard hajatoroka kabisa, nilikuwa niko na swali moja na nilikuwa ninataka nijue, kwa sababu tuko na TV nyingi ambazo zilianza hivi karibuni Kenya. Kwa mfano kina KUTV, so that watu wengine pia wako na moral na sababu ya kuchangia na kuwa stakeholders kwa hii Mtembei TV. Ningeona ingekuwa bora kama tungeguziwa kuelezewa itakuwa inaguzia nini, itakuwa inaangazia nini, malengo yake ni yepi, so that watu wasifikirie ni kama zile zingine ambayo wanaongelea kina Marichui, kina Alejandro, kina mali penye tunataka kutoroka wengine wetu kama mimi yani. So sijui kama ungeweza kutuelezea kiasi.
A good question. We will still proceed with what we are doing. We stand for a sound government, a sound nation. We are here for a better Kenya, and we want to do programming that enhances values, that teaches the younger generation on how to stick within the boundaries of life, and fortune, how to succeed the right way, how to make it in life the right way. So it's not far-fetched from what is required. The only thing we'll not do like other mainstream media houses, whereby you are forced because you need the money, and the advertisers are the ones who have money, and now they force you to compromise on the values so that they give you the opportunity to advertise their products. So ikifika hapo itakuwa tunachagua, kwa sababu ni lazima tusimamie kitu. We want to be a value-based broadcast house, like we have done, standing for what is true for Kenya, what is true for our people, what is true for families, what is valuable. We don't want to have a senseless, just entertainment movement that has no head or tail. Hiyo hata jina yangu yezi weka karibu na hiyo. So we are here to be part of that, a better society, a better people, a value-based programming. And wider, it's not just politics. We'll be doing social programs, we'll be doing wherever job creation too, entrepreneurship. Hiyo mambo yote inafanywa kwa pamoja, but focused on value-based. We need integrous people, we need faithful people, we need people who are not given to corruption. We need to fight corruption in our programming, fight all these ills that have bedeviled this country for ages. That is, in a nutshell, what we stand for. We will not change the tone because we are now on offline.
Yeah. I think I think ni idea poa. Personally naona ikiwa ni idea poa. And you know, with the media, like in a country like US, mahali penye tumekuwa tukipenda kuangalia sana, unapata for the longest time wamekuwa wakitumia media kueneza propaganda yao, so that if they want the community to go in a certain way ideologically, they put it, even the government sponsors the movies and the things that are supposed to be advertised, things that are supposed to be, that's why tuko na vitu kama kina Nestle Foods, Coca-Cola ambazo zimepenya sana juu zimekuwa zikionyeshwa sana kwa media through movies, through news, what and that, na hizo advertisement. So it's good juu Kenya saizi ni kama serikali yetu haijatumia media vizuri, so that unapata a lot of communications by the way inafaa ikuwe ina flow in through the media, but tumeachiwa mpaka imekuwa our local TVs and media stations zingine nyingi zimekuwa overrun na phone, but unlike US, unlike India ambapo traditions zao zimekuwa kept, wanajaribu kuziproject, zinaonyesha wao wenyewe. So I think this is a very good idea na just like I was saying, politics yetu saizi iko informed largely by ignorance na vitu yenye tumekuwa tukiona, na especially nikisema tena, wacha tu nirudi bado yenye labda alikuwa anaongelea na Mama Selina alikuwa anaongelea, tukiongelea kama sisi kuhusu Kalenjins, tuko na ile hangover ya Moi era ambapo now things that are happening in this government, people did not envisage this. They were thinking it's going to be like the Moi regime where tutapata national goodies, as in tutakuwa tuko favored largely na serikali ambayo inaongoza na, and I think even that's the reason why people are thinking mtu wetu atakuja kuokoa mambo kama, but dunia imesonga, imeevolve. So without this public information na public education, especially upande ya civic, next 5 years we're going to be here in the same situation if we are going to have the same leaders wenye watataka kuji prop up na kujiweka mbele yetu kama aspirants wa the bigger seat. So we really need we need a change even from the media. Now we have Mtembei. I'd really love to be a stakeholder so that tujaribu kuchange narrative na tujaribu kuchange perception actually, na pia kuchange our mindset. We don't have to be in classes to be educated. Even some people get educated through media. So I love this idea, really. Na I'll make sure niko among those the first 100 ama ilikuwa ni first 10 wenye natoa $200 so that at least tukue tunaelekeza society, community yetu vizuri, watu wasikuwa nakaa wakijua tu at the end of the day siwezi nikaachwa nje juu serikali ni yetu. Njiru, take it away, mi niko poa.
Okay, so thank you, Bwana. Oh,
okay. One moment, Njiru, one moment. Father Darius, yes, confirm, received. Thank you very much. Let's keep moving. Asante sana.
Thank you. Asante kwa wale wote wanaendelea kujitolea. Yeah, I know we started at a very narrow point. Mutembei is becoming big day in, day out. Continue giving. So, Bwana Bernard, I think if you allow me to first of all make my presentation, ili sasa tuingize mwingine nitafurahia. Yeah, first of all, I'm happy. The election is less than 10 days to go. And today I just wanted to handle hiyo story ya Ruto na hiyo kukasirika and his speech. Kuna speech leo nimesikia ni kama anasema ameambia Uhuru, bora usiue watoto yangu. I heard something like that. I'm just trying to paraphrase. Bora tu. So ile kitu nimekuja kulani saa hii, Uhuru na Ruto, hii relationship yao iko beyond repair. And ile problem nimekuja kuona ni ya kwamba Ruto ameshindwa yule mtu ambaye anashindana na yeye ni nani. And in fact, I wish he just concentrated with Raila Odinga, aachane na Uhuru. Because every time ana concentrate na Uhuru, anatapakaza kura ya Mount Kenya ama some other key areas where Uhuru might have some influence. including even the stakeholders of our society. Sababu unajua Uhuru ako na very serious support from very key people in our society. Kingmakers. There are some kingmakers who by rattling Uhuru ni kama unawakanyanga miguu. So mimi naona the more Ruto anaendelea kupigana na Uhuru, the more ile percentage yake anashukisha. Sasa naona opinion poll ni kama inasema ako 44. Ile opinion poll ni nini? He was performing very better by the way. Kuna wakati ilikuwa inasemekana ni kama alikuwa karibu 50. But anashuka kushuka because of this war. Because he has been unable to know he is vying against who. Uhuru is not losing anything in this election. He is fighting with somebody who is losing nothing. And that is one thing which a basic person needs to know. Hata saa zingine ukienda kwa vita, even in football, you need to know how your opponent looks like so that you can be able to make a formation. Ujue kama utacheza 4-3-1 ama utacheza 4-4-2, you need to know. But sasa inaonekana sasa Mr. Ruto doesn't know whether he is in a presidential election, because I've never seen a presidential election which is being conducted this way. Instead of attacking the people who you are vying against, you are blaming and accusing people who are not even in the ballot. Mr. Uhuru has nothing to lose in this election. So the more you hammer him, the more you hammer yourself. Ni kama kujaribu ni kama instead of fighting in the ring, unajua ring is between Uhuru and Raila Odinga. Na akina Uhuru na akina Kalonzo na watu wengine, they are outside the ring. So the more you want to punch them, like for example, na kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kusema hapa, ile opinion poll ya jana, kuna kitu imeconfirm the most important people in our society. Ile opinion poll ya Ukambani at least imeoneshana Kalonzo Musyoka is in control, sababu amesupport Raila Odinga and there is a mirror. Lakini ukienda ile pande ingine ya Western, Ruto amesupportiwa na Musalia Mudavadi and the other guy, Sosa. But still, even with that support, it is not mirroring into Ruto votes. Kumaanisha, through that, you can try to isolate the most useless people in this campaign. Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula are useless. They are not transposing their support to somebody. Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye ako na Raila Odinga and Raila Odinga ako mbele kwa Wakamba, you can see that impact. So at least you can say Kalonzo Musyoka is more impactful in this election compared to our majamaa wengine. So and that's how we need to see. So clearly Mr. Ruto, na nilisema juzi hapa, the only problem Ruto has is that he is not ready for presidency now. Sio shida yake. You know, I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming. He is not ready. Even Uhuru in 2002 he was not ready. So saa zingine ni vizuri to understand the times and the seasons. So it is not his fault. Ni vile hayuko ready and he cannot take leadership now. And the more he continue punching, the more the injuries he is going to inflict on himself, and even in the future atafika level whereby he cannot even become a candidate in future. I hope somebody, angalia kama sahi hata Wakaro wameanzia kumkimbia. I'm now hearing in Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo and some other places, people are fighting seriously to get back to their positions. So even in encouraging, he cannot say that he has it intact. I'm double sure in encouraging land, Raila Odinga might get close to 20, which will be a very serious boost for him. I'm not sure if in Luo land, Ruto can get 10 in Luo land. I'm not talking of when you combine even with the Kisii. Maybe in the Kisii area, he can get 15, close to 20. But in Luo land, I know the best Ruto can get this time round is 5. because I know people in Luoland, the eyes on the ball, they are looking at the target. So huwezi pata, but in Kalenjin land, Raila Odinga is going to get more votes. Then already angalia kina West Pokot. West Pokot sasa ni kama imepasuka. South Rift nimeona Raila Odinga ako mbele in the South Rift. So when we are talking of Ruto, we are only talking of North Rift, which is cosmopolitan in nature, by the way, and we are talking of Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya is not extremely intact. So we are talking with somebody with only 2 bases, which he is not sure of. So I'm just telling Mr. Ruto, it is not your fault. You are not able to assemble a serious presidential election, and I hope in the future you will be able to learn. You will learn to respect people, because the easiest person to become a president in Kenya was William Ruto. The only thing William Ruto needed was to pay allegiance to the kingmaker, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. And if Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto did not have a friction now, it could have been impossible to defeat Ruto if they didn't have a friction. But he decided to introduce that friction, thinking that introducing friction will help him. Thinking that by doing other campaigns, and he is not the only one. Even Hillary Clinton in America, he resigned from Obama government to start campaigning for election early, and eventually she lost. So there is that relationship of early campaigns and losing elections, because people lose steam over time and people start to understand what we have been doing to them. So what I would like to tell Ruto is that 2022 is done. There is nothing you can do. You cannot resurrect this race, even if you want. This race cannot be resurrected. It's done. It is finished. The only thing Mr. Ruto can do now is to plan for retirement. At least I know Raila Odinga si ati ni mtu mbaya sana. At least he will be given 2 vehicles, which he can be using during the retire. Meanwhile, as we try to audit him, because we are not sure how he has been conducting himself as a deputy president. So we will audit him. And if there are some things which belong to the common mwananchi, watarudisha. Already Rigathi Gachagua has started returning our wealth. So we are going to audit these people. It will be work in progress. So lazima vitu zirudi. So hakuna ati historia ati ya kusema ati sababu umekuwa kiongozi wetu tunasamea wewe. Hapana. Audit will be a continuous progress. And Mother Karua, we have already assigned her that task. So we are going to audit these guys. Kama kuna hata ile pesa walipeleka huko Mount Kenya, kama ilikuwa pesa ya wizi, they are going to cough it. So we don't care. So right now is people have to start getting accountable. From now all the way to 2100, in the next 100 years, people will have to be accountable of what they have done. And that is why Rigathi Gachagua needs to pay heavily for what he ever done in this life. And others within KKA. So let's not have pity when people are doing public plunder. Remember, Obama one time said that any money stolen when he was in Nairobi, any money stolen is a bunch of opportunities to people. So we have now to cultivate an item whereby people have to be forthright and they earn from what they have worked for. So even in Azimio, as Raila Odinga enters, kama kuna mtu ako na madoadoa ya ufisadi, we have to clean it up. People have to return well. Ni vile tumeanza na ile pande, sababu hiyo pande iko na mambo mingi kabisa. It was a conglomeration of people with issues. Ni watu walikuwa na mashinda, walikuwa wameshikana. So lazima kwanza tuoshe hiyo pande, lakini hata Azimio yenyewe tutaosha. Kama kuna mtu ako na shida, tutaosha huko. So Kenya has to be clean, because we cannot be assured of a good country for our descendants if everybody is corrupt. We have to start trimming, and we have to start from somewhere. And now at least that somewhere is Rigathi Gachagua. So, and I know Rigathi has his own, maybe he has his own people down the line who pia watatafutwa. So I'm very happy of what is happening. I hope the judiciary will keep on pressing. Tutafute how watu wote wamekuwa na. We can even go as early as 80s. it's good. Anyway, thank you. That's what I'm going to say. And Ruto doesn't need kukua na hiyo makasiriko mingi. So Bwana Bernard, sijui nani alikuwa aongea after mimi, sijui ama ni Mama Serina ama ni Ndeto, because I can see the studio is a bit small.
Left for Toroitich has a response. Toroitich, take it.
Actually, not a response. I just need to ask Njiru. I just want a clarification from Njiru. From the way he's talking, it's like, is it the point of focus to do cleansing? Is it not just to put things right, and then by virtue of everything being right, those people that are culpable, those people that need to be accountable for anything, it'll just be naturally done to them, right? Like in the case of deputy aspiring president Gachagua, do we need to focus on them? Do we need even to focus on Ruto's ways and his, let's say, his alleged corruption cases? Do we really need to focus on that? I thought if we just take this thing and then the judiciary system, everything, the constitution just to be upheld, I think this thing will just go on by default. They'll just be dealt with.
Okay, Bwana Toroitich, we are not focusing on them. They already have ongoing cases. And anyone who has an ongoing case, it has to conclude. What we are saying is judiciary has to do these things quickly. If Raila Odinga has a case, it can be done quickly. So it is not a witch hunt. These guys have cases. It is known there. So it is just only that they are now in the public eye. Ndio unaona sasa tunafuatilia. And you know, the fact that Rigathi Gachagua is the deputy of Mr. Ruto and pending cases, that is why it is of interest. But we have so many cases, thousands of corruption, but they are not being brought into the limelight because those people are not looking for. You also need to understand that your ambitions will make it possible for you to be microscoped more. Like, for example, if today you said you want to become a president, we have to begin by you, because that one is, we need public accountability. You are now becoming a utility. So that's the reason why Rigathi Gachagua, the microscope is on him, because he wants to become a deputy president and he has cases. And we are not sure if he becomes the deputy president, if his former lifestyle is what he is going to do. And remember, even in the debate, alidanganya sana. He said, he talked of very small wealth, 800 million, 8. So we are, whatever is happening about Rigathi is we have data from the debate. You can correlate the two things. Wengine hata hatuwezi correlate sababu hata wajatokezea waongee. So that is why hii case ya Rigathi, you can easily read it. Even Mr. Ruto, because of what he spoke in the debate, you can now easily even try to correct. Ile mashamba aliongea na maybe ile mambo iko kwa case, now you can easily correct. So that's why sometimes these issues of saa zingine, that's even in modern world, in America and other countries, some people, you start knowing their scandals when they start seeking for public office. It's just a domain. It's something which we cannot say it is witch hunt. Kama hebu sasa nikuulize, kama mimi saa hii in my nature, why would you start following me if I have a corruption scandal? But let's say I'm saying I want to become a senator or a governor. Watu wataanzia kuchimbua, because that is the nature. It's everywhere. In the US and Canada, they even look for sexual scandals. Mtu unakuta jamata alikuwa pastor, alikuwa mtu mzuri sana, lakini tu after amesema tu nataka kukua senator, wanawake wanatokezea. It's nature. If you want a public office, accountability has to be side on side. Lakini if you don't want accountability, enda ukakae na bibi yako na ufuge kuku na usiseme unataka kiti. But if you want...
Bwana Njiru, wewe, mind your language, number one. Number two, the government does not work like that, as in looking for audit of lives simply because they asked to become senator, to become governor. The issue is simple. There are people who already have been suspected for corruption deals. There are people under investigation. So it's nothing new. It's not something that Martha Karua is going to start or Raila Odinga is going to start. There are people who already have cases before the court. And some are in politics, others are outside politics, others are in business. But what needs to be given focus here is recovery of lost assets. Tusikue na anti-corruption ya kupunish watu peke yake, because that doesn't profit the country. It in fact incurs expenses for the country because the investigators are paid, the prosecutors are paid, the judges are paid, and the only thing you get is that you send somebody into prison for 71 years. What does the country get back from that, beside except for the lesson that is being learned by those that may have the same approach towards life? So I don't think there will be an issue of which hand or an issue of following up somebody simply because he has left office. But if you get mentioned, you will be investigated and things must be followed up to the letter. Tusikue story ati tunatafuta mtu kwa sababu ametoka ofisi ama alitukana mtu. If he's mentioned and there is enough evidence was that, let due process be followed. But I think Baba's approach will be amnesty. And I from what I know about Baba, he will give priority to the South African approach. Give amnesty. Kama uko na mali na unajua hiyo mali ulichukua kwa njia isiyofaa, rudisha mwenyewe. Sisi tutafanya nini? Tutakutafuta. So naweza weka 90 days of amnesty or yes, 90 days of amnesty. Kama uko na mali na unajua sio yako, ulipata kwa njia isiyoeleweka nini, make submission yourself, hand it over, you be cleared. But now after the 90 days, you want to keep what is not yours, and then there is evidence to that effect. Sasa hapo ndio utaanza kutafutwa. So it's not a witch hunt program. It's a matter of let's recover what, for example, somebody said, I think it's Bob, he said, people are asking where will Baba get the 6,000. He say at least now there's already 200 million for the kitty of the 6,000 for the vulnerable families. So hiyo hela ikuwa recovered, ndio hiyo 6,000 itaendelea. Now that's outside the budget, you can imagine. So if we do to that asset recovery program, tutakuwa na pesa mingi ya kulipa shule, kulipa nurses, kulipa kila kitu. And Kenya is rich, no doubt. Kenya is very rich. If the kind of corruption that goes on here was going on in Uganda or going on in Tanzania, hiyo nchi ingekuwa imefunga. But angalia, corruption 60 years, but we are still functioning. We are still standing on our feet. There is more in this country that if you put to good use, will be first world within no time.
Yeah, Bernard, what I was saying is that when somebody is seeking for an office, they are much more to scrutiny than people who are just silent. It comes without saying.
That is all. That's true, but the scrutiny should not be in finding fault. The scrutiny should be, you want to be president, okay? You have what it takes to be president. How did you perform when you are Minister for Agriculture, okay? Before we promote you to president. So we check you out because you have presented yourself for high office. That's okay. But we shouldn't have a demon searching program. I mean, even as preachers, we are not given permission to look for where there is a devil and cast it out. We only cast out the devil that interferes with what you are doing. If the devil is minding his own business and you are minding your own business, is not interfering with what you are doing, you continue doing what you're supposed to do. Nobody has been given the ministry of looking for where there is a devil and cast it out. No, the devil that comes to interfere with what you're doing is the one you cast out. Toroitich, ngoja wasewe najua ukifungua chapter
iko swali
hapa.
Iko swali.
Hapo wewe maswala yako baadaye. Toroitich, tumalizane, mimi naondoka.
Njiru ataenda kabla hajajibu.
Kuna clip
No, Njiru is here. Njiru is the one taking over the show. So wewe subiri hapo, mtakaa hapa na Njiru.
Iko na swali kwa Bernard. Iko na swali kwa Bernard.
Yo, mimi hutanipata leo.
Aya, uliza kaka.
Mantoro is the one I'm waiting for.
Yeah, he has donated his time. Don't worry. You see, public demand. Thank you, Torotich. Iko swali mzuri sana. Njiru has just talked about Rigathi Gachagua and his explanation for the stopped account of the 200 million plus. Now, Bernard, I'm sure you have played that clip where Latif asked Gachagua to where the source of his money. Now, 60% of that answer was saying that it was blackmail. You know, how is that an answer for the source of funds? Then when he was pushed further, I need you to explain what he meant by saying he is an astute business person. And that 2008, 2009 is when he made his money. Now, when he was reminded that the case in court is 2013 to 2020. Now, what was the answer? What was his answer? Before he starts saying that because he's a friend of the DP, blah, 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 President Uhuru is after him. You know, that what sort of an answer is that? And interestingly, the moderators let the question lie there. Now that is for Bernard Onjiro. I think let's hear what you.
Let me just say one thing. Njia ya muongo ni fupi. Okay? Njia ya muongo ni fupi. Na huwezi kutumia uongo kuepuka kila mara. Unaweza okoka siku moja mbili, lakini sio kila mara. The best explanation he gave that was almost making sense destroyed everything. Okay? He said pesa aliwekanga kwa fixed deposit na polisi hawezi kuelewa vile pesa inawekwa kwa fixed deposit ikitolewa ikirudishwa. Yaani kwake yeye peke yake ndiye anaelewa. Polisi hawezi kufanya nini? Kuelewa. Kile ambacho hajui kwamba tunajua, hao watu wanaita police, these are not ordinary police, traffic police wa barabara ama AP. These are investigators. It is their job to understand how money moves from one place to another and how one can make money through fixed deposit or not. So these people who think that Kenyans are very ignorant and they can say anything and get away with it, that is why they are being caught into their own traps. Hakuna bank ambayo inakupatia fixed deposit, you put in and then they give you back and then you return and then you do that, you do business with them through fixed deposit. Bank uses money. I'm a trained banker, okay? They use the money you deposit. They will gladly do that. But if you want to play with them or use the bank to do dubious things, they will not play along. Yeah, we have those who play along, but there is a risk to that. One of it is risking your licensing as a bank. The moment you are known to be a bank that is used for money laundering, hiyo ngoma yako imeenda hivyo. So Gachagua hiyo pesa apoteze tu hivyo, asipoteze pesa irudi kwa serikali, na zile zingine 12 billion pia hiyo kesi pia ikwe yarakishwe tuongeze kwa hii kiti. Sisi tunataka kuendeleza nchi, sio story ya kuzungushwa akili. Gachagua yeye anajua mchele na nyama na kufungua milango watu wakule. Story ya leadership, astute businessman doing which business? Okay, doing which business? Kipa amekuwa hapa kituuliza utauza nkuku ngapi, okay, ndio upate pesa ya kununua chopa, okay? Mayai ngapi, kuku ngapi ndio upate pesa ya kununua chopa? Hii maneno ya kutuambia I'm a astute businessman doing business where? Gachagua is said to have supplied wheelbarrows to Bungoma County at 100,000 per wheelbarrow. Is that astute businessman? Let's not baptize
in terms of udanganyifu. In other words, akona hiyo nini ya kudanganya.
Yeah, Uhuru,
mpaka the governor could tell
as an escape court. Mtu ukishakutwa umeweka mkono kwa sufuria ya nyama na ulikuwa umeinua kipande unauma, kubali umeshikwa. Wacha kusema kwa nini aliacha sufuria imefunguka. It is you was found stealing, so answer for it.
Unakumbuka Gachagua told us that once they are elected atafanya party. Unakumbuka? He's going to get back his money which is frozen, alafu atafanya party. So now you have done interesting. Before he becomes deputy president, the money has moved off. Well, it is an old case.
Bwana Njiru, take it. Thank you very much. You guys, let's meet again later on in the day, but let's continue with the campaign. Tafadhali, hiyo pesa ingie. We are doing well. We are almost hitting a quarter. Let's keep running, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Bernard. Thank you for your time. You have done close to 7 hours. Nikiangalia our time hapo, less 14 minutes. Congratulations, that's a full day. Wale wanafanya kazi. Okay, so my final comment ya hiyo story ya regard Gachagua, as I leave it, what I was saying is that the truth of the matter is that when you are seeking for an office, there will be more evaluation of your life more than any other person. And you might think watu ni kukuonea na kuonea, but it is because some people are seeking accountability because of what you want. Kama mtu kama Uhuru, when he was vying for presidency, that is the time many of his land issues zilitokezea. So that's why I still stand. Naona Hirarono hapa na criticize, but what I stand to, the reason why Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua, they are on the radar. Kwa nini mtu kama Musalia afuatiliwi na akona mashamba ya nini, akona ile mashamba ya cemetery, kwa nini afuatiliwi? So there is always that connection when you are seeking high office. Na saa zingine mbona mtu kama Raila Odinga afuatiliwi? Hata Raila Odinga angekuwa na vitu ya watu si angekuwa anafuatiliwa sahi. No one has been prevented to go to court kushtaki Raila Odinga kama kuna kitu akona ya mtu ama madhakarua. So lakini hawa ambao wameshtakiwa na vitu inapatikana, they need also to carry their own cost. Na wasiseme ati ni kuonewa wanaonewa. It is a systematic verdict taking its due course. Sio sisi. Otherwise, if they were clean, hawangeambiwa warudishe hiyo pesa. So sometimes when mtu anakuja anasema ati ni kama naonewa, unaonewa aje na you have been held criminally liable na umeambiwa urudishe pesa, and you are not even appealing that conviction if it is there. So mimi ndio najaribu kusema hapa, even when we talk of state capture and other issues, let's lead by example. Is Rigathi Gachagua reading by example? Is Mr. Ruto reading by example? Sababu ile kitu tunaambiango, kama wewe unasema mambo ni mazuri ama ni mema, can you be enumerated? Mr. Ruto, is he having self-interest in the government? Are they part of the state capture? Those are the issues. Can they be copied? That is the issue. They cannot. That is why wanaenda kwa debate wanaongea story ya state capture, then 1 week down the line unaambiwa urudishe pesa. So why are you preaching water and giving us wine? So kama umeamua story ya state capture, ukue mweupe kama pamba, lakini usiongee story ya state capture na rap. Sasa hata wale watu ambao unaongea story ya state capture hawaambiwi hata warudishe vitu. Huyo Uhuru wanasema yes in state capture. Nani ameenda kwa koti? Although hata kama tunasemanga president akona immunity, who has gone to the court and to try and prove Uhuru to be criminally liable to some of the things they are talking about? So those are the issues which I want. So historia saa zingine ile wakati mtu amekamatwa, you want to drag other people into the mud because you are in the same thing. It is wrong. Let people go to court. Even hata watu wa tangatanga, if they have evidence hiyo ya kina Uhuru, they can go to court and they hold him accountable na wamushtaki, and then we see the due course taking itself. I have not had a case against Raila Odinga. Mbona hao watu peke yao ndio wako na makesi? That is what, and then when wako na makesi, then wanaenda wanazunguka wanakuja wanaongea story ya state capture. That is where I don't buy it. If you are talking about state capture, be a good man, show us by example, but don't talk of state capture and you are the biggest on the other end. That is my issue. Ose, you can talk kabla ya tulete Mama Selina to break the monotony. Mama Selina, umeenda ama?
No, wait, before Mama Selina.
Okay.
Before Mama Selina akuje, nilikuwa nakuuliza, supposing nani aja appeal hiyo ruling, Gachagua.
Niko na swali.
Bado yeah?
Niko na swali, Torotich, labda you can have an input.
Ninauliza,
Bado hii kesi ya Rigathi. My question is this. Ukiiba ng'ombe ya mtu, umepatikana, and then sasa umepatikana, alafu sasa unanyang'anywa hiyo ng'ombe, inarudishwa kwa mwenyewe. Is that the end of the story? What happened? What else? Is that the end of the story really?
No, that is not the end of the story. After
I'm wondering.
Umeiba ng'ombe ya mtu,
yeah,
you have a criminal record. Even DCI anafaa ku withdraw certificate of good conduct from you. That's how
I mean, like in the case of our friend Rigathi, they found out that he had received these ninis corruptly into his account. He's just taking them back good enough. What exactly is going on?
Na nikuulize Jose, Rigathi ako na certificate of good conduct?
He must be having, otherwise he will not be deputy.
Then that's a fraud.
Okay,
don't you think this thing is incomplete?
Gachagua, unanisikia kweli? Kuseo. Ninasema hivi, Gachagua kulingana na ruling yenye inaendelea saizi, Gachagua hajapatikana na mali ya mtu mwenye ameiba, amepatikana na mali ambayo hawezi akaelezea penye aliipata. So inakuwa ni kama alipata kwa njia ya ulaghai. Ni kama hiyo tukiongelea kuhusu ng'ombe, amepatikana hapo na ng'ombe lakini si ya kununua. So inaaminika ni kama ya uizi. So uchunguzi unaendelea kutoka pale hivyo. It's not like sasa kuna mwenye ng'ombe pia pale hivyo. Unaona? Ile nyingine yenye nilikuwa ninauliza ni Gachagua, now that hiyo ruling imetokea ya kuwa ako culpable, actually amepatikana kuwa pesa yenye ako nayo haizi ya kazi account, anatakana kuiforfeit. Bado yeye ana qualify kuvai as the deputy kama running mate wa DP wa Ruto? That was my question.
Okay, naweza jibu hiyo. He still qualified sababu already certificate ishapeanwa and it cannot be retracted in this cycle. Maybe for future we can talk about it, but right now I think all the necessary documentations have been prepared, and I don't think that you can stop it 10 days to an election. Otherwise you will need another court case to start now saying you don't want him into the ticket, which will be another big battle. So for now he is still available there. So Bwana Jose, wacha tupe mtu mwingine, you will come later. Let's not exhaust that issue too much. We know they have been held accountable. It is for them now to prove to us. So Bwana Torotich, hata hivyo unasema if you cannot account for any money you have, then it means it is stolen. You know, lack of what is stealing? Stealing is lack of accountability. Uko na ngiri moja and you can only account for so mbili. So if you can't account, it doesn't belong to you. Because, and I believe what kama kina Rigathi Gachagua, they have serious auditors who can help them to collect all the information properly. So I do not think that he failed even to get good auditors who can make him to collect information. But saa zingine pesa inaweza kuwa mingi sana beyond your expenses and your dealings, and that's how I find it. So if the money is unaccountable, it's wicked money. That's what I think. It's wicked money. And I think those are the issues which they are supposed to be explained to Kenyans. And I wonder, as Kenyans, what is our problem? You see, hata watu wakienda kwa podium, we are still allowing them to talk to us instead of even asking them for accountability. Unajua mimi kuna kitu ingine inanishangaza. Kama sasa sahi venye Ruto alikuwa anaongelesha Uhuru vibaya, unaona people are charged. People are getting charged. No one is interested even to even want to know about accountability ya huyu mtu. So we still have a long way to go, because as Kenyans, we still don't want these people to be accountable. We are still entertaining suckers instead of quality and dedication and fortitude. And that is the problem which I have with them. So, Deto, are you available? Wacha kwanza ni bwana Uzee, wacha kwanza nitafute hawa wameenda. Mama Selina? Mama Selina? Awako
si uko na hiyo video ya Gachagua and is dead, uko na hiyo clip?
Itabidi tunasema gani? Can you explain about it?
The debate with Karua.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know the specific thing which you might want in that debate. Hiyo ndio challenge.
Kenya anaongelea kesi yake.
There was a question where he was being asked to explain the source. What was the source of the money that was in his account, the frozen amount? But remember, in the court, you are saying that it was just no. There are specific 4 counties where them, and even the exact amount from each count, from the respective counties.
Okay, Ogon, can you comment on that?
Huwa inaendelea. Siku hizi kuna vile kesi huwa inaendelea kotini.
Ogon, improve your mic. I think the sauti is a bit low.
What about now? Better? Iko poa? Fanya hivi kidole. Okay. So nasema siku hizi kuna vile kesi huwa inaendelea kotini, so that unaweza shikwa na polisi. Hata we mwenyewe ukishikwa hivi na polisi, unaweza ambiwa uandike statement kama mshukiwa, of which is not procedural. Haufai kuandika anything yenye ni self-incriminating, but there are these instances when mtu anaamua on his own volition, anaandika statement nini ili happen. Alafu you get to court, anything that you said before is not going to be used against you. It was there unless wewe mwenyewe tena utarestate kotini ya kuwa hata uliandika statement and you want to stand by it. So regardless of what Gachagua alisema pale hivyo kwa debate, remember debate was just an open forum. He was not under oath kusema yale yenye alikuwa anasema. Mnaweza tumia didi sema ni ya kuwin number na kuchunga bado zile numbers zenye alikuwa ako nayo, but the truth is yale yenye alikuwa anaongelea koti, then that's different. In fact, that's what is coming out now, because nakumbuka pia DP akiulizwa kuhusu kesi yake ya kuhusu yeye vile alikuwa kuna ushawishi kwa serikali, akasema walifight nini walifight BBI mpaka BBI wakaiangusha, meaning he had his way mpaka angekuwa anaweza kusway the court, meaning court upande wao haikuwa on the side ya Uhuru. That's why BBI kashinda kulingana na Ruto. One day after kesi ya nani imekuwa ruled, ya Gachagua imekuwa ruled, amepatikana hiyo pesa hizi account amenyang'anywa, so inakuwa the same court, the same judiciary. Sasa walikuwa wako na hiyo
that case, Toratish.
Yes,
that case is where the question is.
Yeah,
you see, the matter was heard. There were presentations. The DCI, was it the public prosecutor, brought the case forward, and they found that he's guilty of having corruptly acquired the money, isn't it? Now, my question is, to just tell him return the money is being too lenient. How has he been punished? That is my question. He is found guilty.
You know
what's the punishment?
Cases, okay. No problem. What I'm trying to tell you is, maybe vile framers wa hiyo kesi wali put kesi yenyewe, they did not win the wholesome case, as in wakumshtaki kwa kupatikana na pesa. Of course walimshtaki kwa kutoa pesa mahali fulani. Maybe those places ndio walishindwa, prosecutor walishindwa kuiprosecute vizuri, but mahali penye wakashinda ni kuonyesha yes, this guy has money, it's suspected to be from fraudulent sources, because hata yeye mwenyewe in his own defense ameshindwa kuelezea penye alitoa, but the prosecutors also walishindwa kabisa kusimamisha their case.
What was the exact judgment? You see, that is why I was trying to put it together with somebody who has stolen your cow. We get the cow, they return it the owner, isn't it? What do we do with the thief? What did the court do with it?
No, this one you cannot put it like that, Mr. Kuseu. This one you cannot put it like that. Remember,
are you saying he's untouchable?
And anybody can have no, he's not untouchable. I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying it's like this. Who?
Rigathi.
Rigathi, of course, here in Kenya kama mimi na wewe, we are all under the law. Nobody is above the law.
You know what happened in Bungoma. You know what happened in Bungoma, isn't it?
Yes.
And 104 million is from there. Now we have known where it went and we have recovered it. But we know who took it, who stole it, so to say. So what's the punishment? What was the judgment? That's what I thought Njiru had got. What exactly is the judgment? What is the punishment for this offense?
Kumekuwa na crimes huko hivyo Bungoma, kumekuwa na crimes Nyeri and all the other places about kwa hiyo kesi yenyewe, but walishi kumlink na hizo kesi zenye ziliendelea huko hivyo, hizo fraud yenye iliendelea Bungoma, but hapo na pesa unexplainable. Ndio wanasema uliiba hapa hivi, basi tumeshindwa kuweka kwa hiyo wizi, but now you still have this money and you're not also explaining where you got this money. So as much as we unaona, as much as perceptionally ako guilty upande ya hiyo, but it was not substantiated kabisa mbele ya koti. That's why walisema forfeit.
Okay, so Bwana Pogon, just finish your conclusion, tupate mtu mwingine. Oze unaweza relax kidogo. Hiyo story ya Rigathi, let's give the courts merit that they will do it the right way. So Pogon, finish your statement. Ili we bring Makiandi. I can see we have new entrants in the room. We have Big Julius and we have Alex Media.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe
so
you can pass my question to Richard as well as he comes on.
Okay, I will engage him. Don't worry. Wacha Pogon amalize. I will engage Richard when Richard is coming.
So what I was saying is, let's just put focus on what is before us, which is election ya 2022. Tusikuwe na hizo side shows about hizi vitu zingine yenye wanafanya hizo blunders, and I believe it's because we've been so focused as Azimio. That's why kumekuwa na hasira on the side of Kenya Kwanza. So let's remain focused. Let's not overkill. So karibuni kina Makiadi.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Pogoni, for that. So, Bwana Makiadi, maybe just to bring you into focus, Jose wanted to know about history ya Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua, kuna 200 million which he cannot account for. So his question is, apart from this money being recovered by the government, what is going to happen to Rigathi Gachagua as an individual? Is he going to be held criminally liable? And if he is going to be held criminally liable, what will happen to him? Can it have repercussion even to his candidature as a running mate to Mr. Ruto? So he just wanted to know if there is drawdowns into that effect of getting held of this 200 million. So you can make your presentation as you also try to make him understand that.
Oh, Njiru, I think Alex had his hand raised, so let me just first of all give him an opportunity to respond maybe to that, and then I'll come in later.
No, I came in quickly because I think we were listening to you, but Kuse kept disrupting to a point that I felt that you guys are having a very good conversation, but Kuse doesn't wait for an answer. He asks questions on top of a question on top of a question until we lose the track. I mean, just to handle one thing. That's why I came in. I mean, Kuse, be patient. One question tunangoja tu. But in terms of what happened, Kuso, the thing called certificate of good conduct has become a big business in our country. The only thing that happens, the court does it whatever does, ESCC does whatever it does, but when you're being cleared for Chapter 6, you go get a certificate of good conduct from the intelligence. If they give you certificate of good conduct, I mean, then you render other institutions to be what? You know, like useless. So I think we need to work on our certificate of good conduct. And I've seen people nowadays, unaipata tu Huduma Center. I mean, it has become a cheap document. It's not a serious document. I hear now you can get it in Huduma Center. I think, and when if you want to know, Kuse, what will happen, go and read the Act of Asset Recovery. Okay? And I think you can read that and understand the process of asset recovery. If you listened earlier what Bernard gave, though we did not like what Weda was saying because we don't like Weda, but there's an important point that Weda said. There is a law in this country that if money is found in your account, especially a lot of money, and you cannot account for it. Now, the law is very simple. If you have some millions of money, it should be traceable. If it's not traceable, it means there are proceedings of either crime, of money laundering, or illicit business. Now, that alone makes the government to look at all your assets, and they can, if they don't have evidence of what you are doing, but they get money which has no trail, the only thing they can do is take your money. They can't criminalize you if they don't find the act of criminality. So as Weda said, I don't know if I said this evening, I'm going to read about it. The money for Gachagua is not traceable, but there is no criminality that has been found. That is what Weda was saying. I don't know if it's true or not. So we need to look more into it. That is Weda. Kuseo, it's not me. I told you what Weda said. Because he said, I will speak as a lawyer and then I'll bring the politics part of it later on. So I'm just quoting the law part of it that he was interpreting. And law, you know, it's an interpretation. You can interpret law in many ways. For now, chapter 6 has not barred the integrity. Chapter 6 of our constitution has not barred Gachagua. Gachagua still has the certificate of good conduct. So I think it is for you to go to those issuing a certificate of good conduct and say, okay, now this person does not qualify to become a deputy president because he has been convicted while seeking an office. And I think that case can be heard with expedition.
You see, Alex, Gachagua's case, there is a breakdown of where the money came from. So to say that the money is not traceable is not very accurate, because there is a breakdown. They know how much of it came from Nyeri, how much came from Bungoma. There are 2 other counties, and the amounts are specified. They said that the prosecutor was able to prove how the money came from those 4 counties and ended up in Gachagua's account. So at least it is traceable. So for me, what I was thinking is that when the judgment was delivered, Gachagua was actually found guilty. For example, take the 104 of it came from Bungoma, which was through that fraudulent purchase of wheelbarrows. So under the circumstances, at least there is some criminality element here. That's what I was wondering. Is it just good enough to return the monies where it came from? What do you do with the person who illegally acquired it? I was wondering that as any of us read that judgment, to see what punishment was given to Gachagua.
And I'm sorry to comment on something that I've not read deeply. I was acting based on some of the analysis that I listened to. So maybe I will take my time to see the judgment.
Actually, I thought Njiru had seen the judgment. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have not read the whole judgment, so I don't want to divulge myself deep into it. So maybe you know more than we know. Maybe you should educate us.
I may just have to look and do some research and find out the exact judgment. Was he found guilty of any wrongdoing or whatever? That is where it will all start.
Makiadi is our lawyer. He will answer that.
Read it, so you should be telling us. So you are asking a wrong person. So maybe that's all I can say. But Kuse, stop disrupting a lot, question after question after question. Uliza moja, you get answered, so that when uko nyuma tunakusikia bana. Because you kept asking, like that was 6 questions in a row, and you did not let the other person even answer.
Okay, so
that was a conversation, Alex. There were just the 2 of us.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Studio Beja, Sasa. Studio
Okay.
Beja.
Thank you, Njiru. I think if you read yesterday, I've not read the judgment also, but I want to say this. If you read yesterday's story from the Standard, I don't know how true it is. It says that there was a total of about 19 billion shillings that was transacted in Gachagua's account between the year of 2013 and 2020. And then 7.3 billion was the amount that was received in 3 accounts of his Rafiki Microfinance Bank. 27 million shillings came from the county government of Nyeri in 2015. 112 million came from Kwale and Bungoma counties. So one thing that I want to say here, I don't think the case that was before the court was about Gachagua's fraud. I think it was about him trying to explain where the money came from. And that is why when it went before the court, he was not able to explain where the money came from. Now, as we go further, maybe tomorrow or the other day, we will try to read the judgment and see if he's criminally liable, of which I believe my friend here, Elkanah Shivachi, is saying that the case was not about his criminality. It was about him explaining where the money came from. I mean, the investigative bodies raise an alarm that Hosea has money in his account that seem to be fishy. So they came to investigate where that money came from. And so when they came to ask Hosea, hii pesa ulitoa wapi? Hosea akashindwa kusema hii pesa ametoa wapi. And so the judge comes and says that this guy cannot explain where he got this money from. So what does the judge say? Rudisha hiyo pesa kwa serikali kwa sababu hujui hata wewe mwenyewe imetoka wapi. Now, Njiru ulikuwa umeongea maneno ya certificate of good conduct. Unajua, you've made it very simple ya kwamba Gachagua cannot be disqualified kwa sababu saa hizi jina yake imepelekwa kwa IEBC na ameshapewa certificate of good conduct, kwa hivyo hakuna kurudi nyuma. Bila nataka kuuliza swali moja. One of the qualifications for one to run as a president or a deputy president is that person has to be hafai kuwa amefile bankruptcy. So my question to you is this: if today, Njiru, you're running for the office of the president, and tomorrow you decide, you know what, I think the EACC is coming to get my money. Maybe I have 6 billion somewhere in account, and maybe I have a debt, and I decide to, do all that matters procedurally to file for bankruptcy. Does that mean you'll still go to the ballot as a presidential candidate?
I'm not a lawyer, but I will use my own analogy to answer that one. You see, what I know in Kenya, campaigns are not from individual money, most of them. We are not sure even the people like Wajakoya, if they have money, for your information. Maybe they are using other people's money and well-wishers. So the fact that you can be able to solicit, and I don't know if there is where, when we are declaring the wealth, if Chebukati really can, when he sees that you are bankrupt, but you have a machinery to do your campaign, if he can stop you. That one I still don't know, because I have not had somebody who has been bankrupt and has been stopped. Because you know very well our campaign is run by others. People give you money and you move. But these people, and you know, like in Kenya, the way we do our business, even people can even transfer money to you, so that at that moment you are fluid. So you know the way our system works. It's a bit very difficult when somebody wants to become a president, and maybe if there are people who have interest in you, they will always make sure that you are fluid 2 years before the presidency. So that's why I'm saying it is very difficult for somebody to be bankrupt if he has been pegged to become a candidate, either a deputy president or a president. That's what I would say, Makiadi.
Makiadi, we had a recent case in 2017 when Jirongo was running for presidency and he declared bankrupt while running for president. Do you remember what happened? Technically, he was disqualified, but because of our unclear Chapter 6, he was allowed to go on, because the contestation between then NASA and Jubilee, they brought him in case Raila refuses. And you saw what happened. I will read that judgment in a few minutes. Allow me. I want to read the right thing. But Jirongo declared bankruptcy. Not declared. Jirongo was declared bankrupt by the court. Okay? He didn't. The court declared him bankrupt. And that is when he was supposed to give up his run. But you know what? Some people went to court and said, oh no, he has a certificate of good conduct. And this is part of the law, fine-tuning that we need to do. Because, you know, law is a progression. We have just a new constitution. Though I think that should be clear. We should borrow and leave from other countries and understand that the moment you do that, you're not supposed to run for office until 7 years probably are over, because also there is time stipulation of after you file for bankruptcy 7 years, then I think you after 7 years you're forgiven. So, but if it's still within the 7 years, you're supposed not to run for any office. That is how it's supposed to be.
Was he allowed to run because he had appealed or what?
No, but there was a laguna. I mean, we remember what happened. There were people who, because he was not pro-Raila, politics took center stage, and we don't want to go there. Politics took center stage. The law did not come after him.
Like the question of Makiadi is, if you are already a candidate, like Rigathi Gachagua, and the election is very near.
And that's what I'm telling you. He was already a candidate by the time he was declared bankrupt. Go back and look. He was already a candidate. And that judgment came when he's already running for presidency. It was not pre, it was in the running.
Can we say, was he having financials? Because you see, his candidate, who are the people with interest or with Mr. Jirongo candidature? Because I think even for him becoming bankrupt, I think it was something because of how his former life was. So I think one of way of becoming bankrupt is also showing that your candidature is also not serious. Because if you are serious and you want to become a president, you cannot be bankrupt. You will be well oiled and things will be in place. That's what I think. So you cannot be bankrupt. It would be insane like now to say somebody like Ruto can go bankrupt at the moment, or Raila. It would be insane because their machinery is good. So to me, being bankrupt is a confirmation your machinery is weak and you cannot do anything.
So Makiadi, in short, is they let it go in 2017. Okay? And now it's difficult for them now to come after Gachagua.
Okay, I just want to tell Njiru here that if you're declared bankrupt and you have people financing your campaign, that does not absolve you from the judgment that is passed by a court of law that you're bankrupt. So it doesn't matter how many people are financing you. As long as, for example, you've been declared like Jirongo ya kwamba wewe hujiwezeshi kifedha, then that still sticks as the judgment. But also I want to play that clip that Alex is talking about, if you allow me. The one for weather, probably we'll get some more information from there, and then we can proceed to the next person. I think it was played in the morning, but since it's public demand, I can still look for it. It was about, Alex, was it about Rigath's conviction? Okay, I found it.
Yes, it was.
All right, so there you have it. Presidential candidate for AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya Alliance, Raila Odinga, saying that his main competitor, Deputy President William Ruto's running mate, Rigathi Gachagua, should step aside, away actually from the presidential race, after the court ordered him to pay, to forfeit actually 200 million shillings to the state on Thursday. So I just want us to understand what this means, what it legally means for, UDA's presidential candidate, that is Deputy President William Ruto, what it means to the supporters, and also what it means to the country, and also to Rigathi Gachagua. With me in studio is Ambrose Wedder, a political analyst, but also an advocate. Thank you for joining us here on KTN News Weekend Prime. It's been long having you here in our studio. But then, getting straight into it, what does this court order mean to Rigathi Gachagua?
First of all, good evening, fellow viewers. I think where you are, God be with you. Let me give you the lawyer part of it, not the politics. So what Honorable Raila was saying is the politics part of it. That candidate, whatever. That is neither here nor there, is not there.
Correct.
What is it is we have laws in this country. It is a law called Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Law. Then we have another law called Prevention of Organized Crimes. Then we have international conventions to prevent people using money that has been obtained as a result of crime. Any money. And it goes like this. If today, somehow you are found with 100 million, and in 100 million, ordinarily would have traces. If you have to, it has the roots. So if you are found with it, and you ask now, tell us, where does this money come from? It is on you to bring documents to show. Now, if you can't, the law in this country allows the court to order that money to be forfeited. The court will assume these ones are proceeds from crime. That includes corruption, that includes theft, that includes money laundering. You get stolen money from wherever, and then you bring it, and then you want to bring it to the economy. So the law allows you.
So what does it mean?
Yes.
What does it mean to Rigathi Gachagua?
It means he has lost the money. He could not explain. He had 200 million, which he was asked. Normally you are asked, this money is here. Explain how you got it. Then you come and say, yes, this one, 10 million was from this place. 5 million was this one. And then when you talk about it, there are the trail of documents that follows that you'll be able to show. So without it, you lose it.
All right, so the court orders Gachagua to surrender 200 million to the state. The integrity chapter of the Constitution is at play here.
Now, the money was in the bank. It was frozen. And it was frozen as like the court was looking into it. Is it Gachagua's money or it could be proceeds of crime? Now, how does the court investigate it? The court looks and says, we think, according to the law, there's suspicion that these are proceeds of crime. Any form of crime. So then the burden shifts on you to demonstrate that this is my money. So you bring in documentation, you bring in evidence. And these documents are not very easy to bring in the sense that you can't say now, my sister, that you are a billionaire, yet your tax returns with KRA has only been 30,000, 100,000. Then anytime you talk about I received 100 million, what did you do that brought it? So these are the things that the court would look and say, you can't explain it. And then the law allows the court to order that this money is forfeited. This is an application of asset recovery agency of the country. So it does not mean that him as a person, he has been convicted. It is only that he cannot explain the money. That includes even your own money. If you picked money in the streets or in a corner somewhere in the forest, Kakamega forest or Ngong forest, 100 million shillings, so and you have it, and then somehow the police gets you, and they ask you, okay, this is what is it? It is my money. They tell you, explain.
All right.
Yes.
So, but then, the agency dismissed claims, that 200 million it wants Madira Gachagua and his business associates to forfeit was from a tender they won 7 years ago. So the court also dismissed claims that the funds were in a fixed deposit account. So what does it mean about the integrity of our leaders?
It points to issues of integrity. But the issues of it, I think like Gachagua is facing a criminal offense. The standard of proof of a criminal offense is much higher. It is beyond reasonable doubt. So evidence will be had. He could be found guilty or innocent. In fact, when it comes to forfeiting money, I was explaining to you, you don't have to be charged with any offense. You just can't explain it. You have it, but you can't explain it. Then so this must be proceeds of crime. This is an international network so that we prevent drug money, we prevent stolen money, corruption money. So you may have your money forfeited. Even, for instance, you have that huge mansion in the village, suddenly built, the way the MCAs and all these people in the country have done. The agency has a right to come and tell you, can you explain how you built this house? They'll bring valuer to say this house was built 150 million shillings. Then they say, now can you explain to us your incomes, your businesses that you can spare 150? If you can't explain, the court can order that that house be forfeited to government. And it still just remain to the state, not government, to the state.
All right.
Yes.
Ambrose Weda, allow me to say asante sana.
Okay, I think at least we have some explanation there. I don't know if anybody wants to add on that. Sir.
I think I agree with what Weda is saying. The only thing which I think Weda did not cover is that they didn't say that Weda could not explain. The prosecutor seems to know where the money came from. For example, Nyeri County being one of them. So if that transaction was found to have been a fraud, then I think maybe another case may need to be opened for Gachagua, between the amount concerning the Nyeri County and Gachagua himself. I think that it's like this matter is not yet over. That's what I think.
Alex.
You know, from the onset, you see, when you look at Gashagua's case, as you've said, I think Kuso is taking a particular stand, but Gashagua's case is very intriguing. In that, as you said and as you read earlier, the money is from 2010 to 2019, isn't it? The 19 billion. Then we have the 12 billion. Then we have the 5 billion that Martha Karua said that on debate day. Now, when you look at on this particular 200 million, okay, it is among the one Martha Karua said that because Martha Karua could not cast aspersion of what she did not know. She was specifically speaking of 3 counties, and that was Kwale, Bungoma, and Nyeri, isn't it? Now, when you even go deeper again to investigate about these 200, this is the amount of money that they said that was found in his account and he did not know. So I'm getting also confused because probably I'm reading too many newspapers in regard to Gashagua's case, and I'm not getting anybody who is consistent in regard to what? This particular money. But you read the Star, it's saying something else. Because the judgment you're talking about, I read the newspapers today. I did not read such kind of judgment. So it's even confusing me even further. But what Weda said is actually what I had read earlier in 2 pieces that I had read in the newspaper, and I think one was forwarded to me by a friend. So whatever you are saying, I'm not privy of. So probably we can close that chapter and just forward it to me so that I can know, you know. But as far as I know, what Weda is saying is what I read in the newspaper.
Safi sana. So I think Njiru, now I can do my short submission, and mine will be very easy and very simple. I think I should play that video first, but I'll play it later if I find a few minutes. I was really disappointed with the Deputy President's campaign speech today. I don't know where he was. I think he was in Nandi, where he castigated the president in language that is not professional. And like we always say here, the deputy president must know that this campaign is not about using abusive language against your opponent, because as you look at what he's doing right now, you'll realize that the deputy president looks like he does not know who the candidate is. So these people, wakati Uhuru anakuja one day anaongea kitu, they spend the rest of the week wakijibishana na Uhuru. And it has come to a point mpaka deputy president anaongea mambo ya watoto wake. I don't know. I mean, politicians have always been doing this politics for a long time, but I have never seen politicians stoop this low like the way the deputy president has. He has been castigating other people's lives, their family life, their kids, and most of the politicians in Kenya, especially, let me speak about Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga knows how to play. He knows how to play politics and knows how to separate politics from family life. Mimi sijaisikia Raila Odinga akitukana mtoto wa mtu ama akiingiza bibi ya mtu kwa siasa. William Ruto on the other side, I think now that Hosea's IEBC imekamatwa ile sehemu ingine, now he has no option but to cry foul. It looks like his schemes zake zimetifuliwa sasa, so ameshindwa atafanya nini. And I think what he's trying to do right now is to raise emotions. He's trying to talk to his base like they did in the other election in 2007, I think, because he has no option right now. He has nowhere to run. The IEBC has tried its schemes. It has tried to import Venezuelans to come and, that's absolute rig the election. But nothing is succeeding. So what does the deputy president do? He runs to his home base right now and tries to whip emotions. Make sure that he whips emotions in his backyard as much as possible, so that in any case that he loses the election, he'll find somebody to blame. And that person to blame will be Uhuru Kenyatta. That is why he keeps on saying every day, wachana na mimi sibishani na wewe. Everybody knows the candidate on the ballot is Wajakoya, Mwaure, and Raila Odinga. Why can't the deputy president focus on these three people? Why is he running away from his responsibility? Uhuru Kenyatta does not, and said he will not extend his term even with 1 day. So Gachagua, when the government agencies do their job well, they start blaming Uhuru Kenyatta. Sasa pesa ya Gachagua Uhuru atapeleka wapi? I mean, what is the connection between Gachagua's money and Uhuru Kenyatta? What is the connection between William Ruto's kids and Uhuru Kenyatta? I think the politics of UDA right now have deteriorated. I'm looking at, by the time tunafika kwa election, hawa watu watakuna mahali watakuwa naenda. So I don't know, sijui watafanyiwa namna gani, but I don't like the trajectory yenye wamechukua saizi, because that's actually tribal incitement, and that is very bad and dangerous for our country. I think I'll leave it there. Nikipata nafasi nitaongezea. Asante.
Okay, so thank you, Bwana Richard. Let's keep the dialogue going. Julius Mukubwa, Demba, karibu, pokea salamu. Good.
Kidogo dakika tano, niko na mkutano mwingine kidogo tu, 5 minutes please.
Okay, sawa. Ozuru, kumefanya presentation yako ama nikuruke nikupeleke kwa Demba? Na usiongee story ya IEBC hapa leo. Kama unaongea story ya IEBC hakuna
Njiro, we can't do with IEBC. There is always something new on IEBC if you read.
No. Kama unaongea story ya IEBC tunaenda kwa Demba. Okay, Demba chukua.
Okay, good evening. Good and good morning. Nimefurahi sana kuwaona nyinyi wote. My comment today, I don't want to talk issues about Gachagua. I know his goose is cooked, and it's you can imagine what's happening. Whatever way you look at it, it is damaging the Kenya Kwanza campaign. Ushaona unaendesha gari alafu unapatwa na msumari inadunga the tires. Unasikia inatoa pumzi katika campaign. That is what it has done. And I want to talk about what Makiadi has alluded to. Ruto's anger. It's known for all of us that mtu akikutoa chakula kwa mdomo mtu akikutoa nyama kwa mdomo, uko karibu kukula, uko karibu kuinini, unaona, you will be angry, you will throw tantrums. Unaona zile tantrums ameanza kuthrow, ni zile tantrums huwa you know, the part that I really enjoyed Makiadi was where he was saying ati wachana na mimi bwana. Wacha usitaje jina langu. Sasa how do we not taja your name and you are a presidential candidate? Ni wewe ndio ulijileta. So definitely I want you to try and get into Ruto's mind. You have planned this thing so well. You have planned even the celebration. You have planned how you are going to steal that election. You have planted your people mpaka huko IEBC. You have tried. You have used money. When you are watching those steps being undone slowly by slowly, when you saw the press conference that had Chebukati, it had the IG, and it had the DCI. Wakisema kwamba hiyo mambo tumesuluhisha. It was not just hiyo mambo tumesuluhisha. It was kuna zile vitu zote jamaa alikuwa amepanga. You could hear them saying even as the you know, a few weeks ago you are hearing them defending the IEBC. Walikuwa nasema wachana na IEBC, we agree with Chebukati. But when the Venezuelans walishikwa, hiyo mambo ya kusupport IEBC na Chebukati ikaanza kuishia hapo. Wakati wanaangalia hivyo wakaona our plan ya kuiba hii kitu haiwezekani. Now before they could even rest easy, Gachagua ndio hiyo koti imemchapa na kitu kingine ya kwamba sasa huyo ni corrupt. At the opportune time, 10 days to your running mate ambao umekuwa ukingangana naye ameambiwa ya kwamba arudishe hiyo pesa, na it was immediately after. I think we discussed that thing here. How are you going to make the courts free and function well if you are commenting on the same issue that is before the court? The court has not even addressed itself to it, and you're telling your people that you are going to get that money and we are going to tutaenda kuweka mchele na nyama hapa, tutawaita mkuje mfanye nini, mkuje mu celebrate, and that means
give the women uji
and give the women uji. What kind of nonsense is that? And then before long they are hit by that. You know, it's like putting a puncher. So I can imagine Ruto's anger, and when he was talking, he was speaking as someone who is you know, a jilted lover. So uliachana na mimi sasa, nini unanifuatia? So uliachana na mimi, kaa na huyo mtu wako, nini unanifuatia? You know, it was sounding funny. And one thing I want to tell the Ruto and his people, hatumwachi as long as his name bado iko pale kwa IEBC kama presidential candidate. Hatutamwacha, tutamuongelelea kila siku. Uhuru atamuongelelea kila siku. Na bado ile mipango yote ambayo alikuwa anafanya tutafuata, na tutaziba mianya yote ile alikuwa anapanga akifikiria hiyo ndio atatumia. So hakuna mahali Uhuru hatamwacha, na sisi wa Kenya hatutamwacha. We have to be done. Alisema enough is enough, enough is enough na mwizi. So we are Themba, we'll have to find you in Texas. Don't worry, you can find me here on this channel. You don't have to find me in Texas. We are telling them, and I want to tell those people who are supporting UDA, hiyo siku ya kupiga kura, tafadhali amka, enda polepole, fika kwa kituo cha kura, piga kura, enda nyumbani. Do not listen to propaganda and panganga. Hakuna kitu. This will be the most peaceful election, and Matiang'i will ensure that there is a very peaceful election. Mtajua ya kwamba Kenya iko na constitution. Kenya iko na, the president will stop being the president when another president has been sworn in. That is what Uhuru was saying. And the president still has the powers. Na Matiang'i yuko. All institutions of the government are operational. We are not a failed state, as some people may suggest. We have arms of government. Kuna mahali power iko. Uliona ile sword Uhuru alipewa, hiyo sword iko na maana yake. Hiyo sword haijapitishwa bado, na ikipitishwa itaenda kwa Raila. So for as long as the sword was held by only one person, not two people. So we want to tell them, and that is what I need to tell the people who are like Black and his team. Focus, wake up that day, go vote, go back home. Hiyo story ingine mingi wacha. Serikali iko.
Lakini Themba, these days there are more sophisticated weapons than a sword. I thought the general overall should have a more sophisticated weapon.
There was a sword of power ambayo ilipewa, unaonanga ile at some point uliambiwa ati ilikuwa na Wanjiki. Hiyo sword of power ilipewa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na ako nayo. So ujue ni mtu mmoja tu ana hold hiyo. That sword is with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and he's going to pass it over to Baba. These people should be told in no uncertain terms that this is going to be the most peaceful election. You vote, you stay where you are, and you remain peaceful, respect everyone, vote for the leader that you want. As we are saying, don't vote wisely, vote for AZIMIO. na kuna mtu atajaribu kitu. Ukileta nyenyenye utaona. Tuko mpaka mashinani, tunawajua wote. Tunawasikia. And they should tell Ruto that we are atumwachi Uhuru tena kesho. Unajua, we like it when he gets angry like that, because now he focuses on Uhuru and he forgets who is the competitor. The competitor is Raila, just in case he forgot. Uhuru is just an outgoing president. He's trying to push his agenda. He's launching projects left, right, and center. He launched the railway the other day. He was launching a university in Western. He's going to launch another program in Kisumu. Then he's going to launch another. He's launching projects. He's a president still until Baba comes in. So for as long as he's still the president, these guys will have to agree that we have a president, and that president is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Na bado power iko hapo. Power iko hapo. So that is what we want to tell. And if you want to feel power, it's always good not to feel power, because if you want to feel power, you can feel it. But we don't want you to feel the power. So we want you to just obey. Matia nani Chebukati aliambiwa kitu moja. Kuseo, Chebukati wako aliitwa akaambiwa, my friend, your role is only one. Deliver a credible election. Kazi yako ni ya kuhesabu kura. Hizi stories zingine mingi wachana nazo. Kama kuna pesa ulipewa, sema ni ngapi. Uliona Kuseo aliambiwa sasa aenda print form 34B. Hiyo 34A number 2 unaleta hapa, wachana nayo. So his instruction is clear. You deliver a free, credible election. Hakuna interference, hakuna kufanya chochote. Wale Venezuelans umewasikia? Hao wanatoa kila kitu, wanasema tulikuwa tumeambiwa hivi, tulikuwa tufanye hivi, ambao okay fine. Sasa wakakuja akasema this has been sorted. So ndugu zangu, nilisema hapa we don't want to concentrate issues of Gachagua mimi wacha mbebe mzigo wake. kama wataenda kotini. Already it has given us the political impetus that we needed today, and that is Gachagua is a corrupt person, and that ticket is a ticket of corruption. That is the most important thing. Hizo zingine kama ataenda kotini, kama atafuata, kama ataenda kurudisha, kama ataenda kuappeal, hiyo ni shida yake. So already that ticket is a dirty ticket. Get out that day. Confirm if you are a voter. Confirm the candidates. Confirm your MCA. Confirm the person you are going to vote for as MCA. Make sure when you are ticking, tick in the box. Usitik outside, na usitik at yo sitaki you nini. Just tick the person. We don't want issues of spoiled votes, stray ballot, hatutaki. Make sure umefocus kwa ule mtu. Baba ndiye atakuwa wa Azimio president. Hizo zingine unaangalia candidates wa Azimio. Kuna candidates wa DAP, kuna the Azimio family. Look for those candidates. Then angalia MCA. Angalia MCA wako. MCA ni mtu mchapakazi, mtu ambaye anaenda kudeliver. Do not just go vote and then 5 years later you are making noise on how you had elected someone and that person has not delivered. It's now your time, you as a Kenyan, to choose the leader that is going to serve you. This is the only time that some of them, you will see them. After 9, some of them will not pick your calls. So this is the time for you to decide wisely which is the leader that is going to serve me. Remember, development comes at the ward level. The MCA, the person you are choosing there, ni mtu mchapakazi, ni mtu ambaye anaweza kuletea maendeleo. The MP, who is your MP? Choose, think, and know that you need to tick. Take your time. Do not sell your ID. Do not sell your vote. Be ready with your kura yako na ID yako. Alafu ukishaona kwamba uko na kura yako na uko na ID yako, now chukua filimbi. Tuko na filimbi, inawekwa hiyo filimbi ni ya blue. Hiyo ni ya kuamsha watu asubuhi na mapema kurauka kwenda kupiga kura. No spoiled votes. Lazima unaweka tick kwa ile box. Make sure una tick kwa ile box. Na hakikisha ni blue, Azimio blue. Pale kwa president ni Raila Amolo Odinga, Azimio blue. Let's get people out to vote. Mambo ya UDA, mimi siongelelei na sitaongelelea. Nimeachia hapo. Narudisha kwako Njiru.
Haya, Oze hizi maliza kama hajaongea IEBC. Haya, Oze, talk about Chebukati.
Njiru, you know, you can't do without these updates. Big Julius, how are you? Richie, Martin, and Mama Selena. Wachana na Njiru. Njiru is, I don't know which side he is. You should know that you need to get every hourly update on IEBC. Because the way things are going, if you see Chebukati is now given the group statement to read. And then after that, somebody else, Chebukati does not say. It's somebody else who says, Hakuna maswali. Did you see? It wasn't Chebukati saying no questions.
Naambiwa kuseo hiyo ni kuambiwa ya kwamba listen carefully. If you didn't know where the power is, this is where the power is. Kama ulikuwa unafikiria ati kuna mwingine anakuambia the deputy president was going everywhere saying, hata akisema deep state, si mimi ni deputy president. Kwani kuna deep state sijui? Sasa kuna deep state ajui. Sasa deep state imeingia hapo.
Precisely.
Now he wanted to feel the power, now he's feeling the power. Unaona amefinywa sehemu nyeti. Mpaka anasema wachana na mimi. Usinishike. Wachana na mimi.
He was like almost crying, eh?
Usinishike, wachana na mimi. Ati mimi wewe Uhuru, mimi unanitafutia nini? Wacha kuongea mambo yangu, ongea mambo yani kama akid ambaye amedanganywa si nilikurudishia kila kitu nataka nini natafuta kwangu. That was so petty. We don't need such person as a president. And of course the deep state now, the system is now speaking. Nimemwambia kwamba my friend, this is now the system. This is how it works.
Can it not be also it is a anatafuta sympathy vote huko Mount Kenya sasa
alikuwa kwao nyumbani.
No, but unajua hiyo kulia sasa, unajua sasa it is a way of wanting to consolidate its base properly.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sympathy gani? Sympathy kwanza. President amepatwa na corruption. Hiyo already is a big blow kwa sababu sasa hiyo tutaifululiza for the next 5 days kila mahali tunaenda. Huyu jamaa aliambiwa arudishe pesa ya wizi ameiba. Sasa hiyo kwanza utaambia nini watu? Kama wewe mwenyewe ule mtu unaenda na yeye ameiba pesa. Haya. Sympathy gani unatafuta ukisema kwamba wachana na mimi? Uhuru si yeye right ana. Uhuru is not the presidential candidate. The candidate is Raila Amolo Odinga. Concentrate, focus.
you know, Njiru, why Ruto is cornered? Everybody has come to realize, you know, for 4 years he has been singing how he made Uhuru the president. Now we have come to know, and you realize he is sending Kinasuri to say something, but he himself has not denied that he was bought. So the support he brought on board was paid for. He cannot say the way he has been trying to chest thump around that he made Uhuru president, he made Raila this, how they voted, how many times for Uhuru. In fact, I think he was overpaid. He was overpaid. Uhuru should demand change.
You see, there's Koseo and Njiru, there are so many things that have been said about Ruto. He has never responded. He has not gone to court. Jirongo talked about something. He's never responded. He's never gone to court. Livondo said something. He's never responded. He's never gone to court about it. This other guy, Murad, said something. He's never responded, never gone to court. Tuju has said something, never responded, never gone to court. If you think that these people are maligning your name, the most decent thing to do, you'll go to court to seek redress, so that you can say, okay, fine, there's no evidence, these people are maligning my name, I call them to cease. There's a person who was paid, I think, millions when something was published about them in a newspaper, I think Kiss or something. And it is possible for you to go to court and say that these people are maligning my name and you seek redress. He's never done that. And right now, even when Tuju said that he was paid, and Tuju said that if you want me to prove it, anybody goes to court, I can prove it. He's never gone to court. All they do is send Akina Sudi. Who listens to Akina Sudi? Yeah, I mean, Sudi is a busybody for Ruto, mtu wa mkono wa Ruto. Who listens to him? So when serious things are coming his way, instead of even sending his lawyers, he said that he has 50 lawyers waiting to go to Supreme Court in the event that they lose. They need to send those lawyers to court and say that these people have, they are maligning my name, and he fears that if that thing is brought to court and evidence is brought, it's going to hurt him more. So yes, Ruto is a Kenyan, but he's a filthy man. He is someone who does not deserve to be the president of Kenya because of all the dirt that he has involved in.
Then, but let me advance here a little bit. Why advance is discussion by making his kids victims? Kwa nini akaanzia kusema mbora musiwe watoto wangu? What was he insinuating? What was he insinuating? Maneno ya kuwana hapo, how?
I mean, you see, he was owning up because you see his strategy was all around IEBC, and you have seen the way the way things are falling apart one by one, step by step. He's coming. The reality is dawning on him that I'm sure Chebukati must have told him, hey, my friend, hapa kumeumana.
Of course, unaona vile Chebukati aliwekwa pale ndani. Now, Njiru, if you noticed, he said two things. He said, polisi, wacheni hii nini iende vizuri, and then the other thing he said is, acha kunitisha. Hakuna mahali Uhuru amemtisha. Uhuru hajatisha. Uhuru amesema he's the president until another president is sworn in on 9. And Kenya will have to move on. He is the president. He has to ensure that the country is peaceful, and he passes over a peaceful country. Anybody trying anything has to be told that there's a country, So when he talks about, bora musiwe watoto wangu, nobody is going to kill watoto wako. I mean, at least so far, we've not heard anywhere said that Uhuru has killed anyone. At least Jironga said he killed someone by his own hands. So you see, you cannot, bringing that up is trying to play a victim and imagining that that one can be used to galvanize votes around you. It's far too late right now.
Let me close up on you for your IEBC matters, then you give.
And it's, why is it that right now, when things have failed and he's not been able to manipulate IEBC, that's when now he's busy crying, looking for other things. I mean, let's be serious. There's nothing Ruto said that everything he's doing is comedy now. He's trying to make us, you need to join one of the comedy clubs and we'll be laughing and clapping at him. Because what we are seeing is someone who is desperate. And Black, as you're asking, that it's about 2 families. Even Ruto has been supporting those families. Is it right now that he's realized that Kenya has 50 million others? He was with Moi. I mean, the whole of from Youth for Kanu 92, supported Kenyatta, one of those families in 2002. He was supporting Raila in 2007. In 2013, he was supporting Uhuru. So even him, he's been part of those. He's gained from them. So even if you're going to look for someone different, even you look at how they treated Amamamboga, they were chasing Aha away when he was going for his debate. I mean, his interview. So what we need to appreciate is the time has come where this guy is getting very angry. And what I can say is the kitchen is gonna get hotter. Ameshikwa sehemu nyeti. Ukishikwa sehemu nyeti, Have you ever, I know for those, the men who have played soccer, if you have played soccer, when they do the free kick, Makiadi, you played soccer, you know this, huh? When they kick the free kick and then it hits you, say, Minyeti.
Huku hata ukiwa na handball hapo, referee will ignore.
Now that is how it feels kushikwa sehemu nyeti. Sasa ameshikwa sehemu nyeti, amekabwa koo, akijaribu kupenya huku apenyi. Now obviously he has to start making noise, and that is the problem. So let's hear.
Let me give you the IBC update. What is happening is that the DP's issues have been around the Form 34As. Unfortunately for the IEBC, you know, the Form 34As are the ones which are being distributed are already packed per polling station. So they could not physically withdraw the rejected forms. Now, I'm sure there is a cost there. I don't know who will take responsibility anyway. Now, in the meantime, the consultations have agreed that Form 34B must be printed. And then, of course, those ones will be released to the constituency levels, not polling stations. The tallying at the constituency level. Now, besides that, you remember that yesterday they described the distribution of the copies. Now, the copy, the fourth presidential candidate is going to receive the last Form 34A. Now, the one which was supposed to be pinned, of course, pinned at the polling station, is now when they are going to make a copy. Although in the past, I've never seen them pin that result at all.
It is going to be pinned right now. Hiyo mambo ya TOS, monkey business, hakuna.
No, I'm saying the one for the polling station.
They will have to make a copy and pin it.
They'll make a copy of the original and pin there to satisfy that. So the fourth president will now receive a proper same serial number, same barcode, same original copy of the original Form 34A. Now that seems to settle everything. In other words, when they do the configurations and in the system, at least there will be no duplication and there will be no mix-ups. In the event that the form is corrected or cancelled for whatever reason, all you need is have the agents sign for the amendment and the same form is still used. So that way, I think the DP, the Venezuelans have been somehow put off guard to that extent. So unless they have something else still under the table.
Which one now? Which one? That's why he's angry. He's angry because his goose has been cooked. His last option.
No, they might bring two Form 34B.
No,
the same way
they did one Form 34B, one. And 34A will be one. The other one will be sealed, not opened, returned as it is. Hatutaki mambo ya ati sijui nini sijui nilienda ikawa nikachukua ingine ikakuwa. My friend, kuna state na kuna deep state.
Before I finish, I wanted to say something about the is it the SRC? You see these changes that the SRC is trying to bring in there. Normally, there was once upon a time the SRC adjustments ended up in court, and then the court ruling was that if the current parliament or current adjustments can only apply to future parliament or future sitting, future state officers. So in other words, whatever adjustment being done cannot apply to the current sitting MPs. But now, you remember, most people are commenting that when the first agenda, when the new parliament is sworn in, that they are going to have to reject this. Now, based on that law I'm trying to tell you about, it means even in the event that they manage to adjust what the SRC has done now. I'm just hearing myself. What's going on?
Go on.
even now, even if the new parliament try to rectify or to reverse what the current SRC has done, it will only apply to the next future parliament. So they are stuck with the SRC adjustments. Thank you for that. I'll come back later.
Okay. I think Njiru has stepped away, but we will continue. Let me just, before I give Nzemba, let me play a video here real quick.
Majeshi ya nchi kavu katika hafla ya kufana kwenye uga wa Ulinzi Sports Complex karibu na kambi ya jeshi ya Lang'ata hapa jijini Nairobi. Rais pia alifungua rasmi chuo cha mafunzo ya muziki cha wanajeshi katika kambi hiyo kwenye hafla iliyosheheni mbwembwe za kijeshi.
Katika hafla hii
ujio wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta katika uga wa Ulinzi Sports Complex jijini Nairobi ulimaanisha kuwa kikosi cha 21 cha wanajeshi wa nchi kavu sasa kitasimama kivyake. Kwa mwendo wa kasi, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akakagua gwaride la majeshi yote ya ulinzi yaliyosimama kidete kuwasindikiza wenzao waliokuwa wanakabidhiwa bendera. Hafla ikifuatwa na sherehe ya kukabidhi bendera, kwanza ile ya taifa kisha ile ya kikosi. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akawakabidhi maafisa wa bendera waliokuwa wamepiga goti moja. Kwa mdundo wa wimbo wa taifa, maafisa hao wawili wakarejesha bendera hizo na kuzipitisha ndani ya gwaride kwa heshima za kijeshi. Ni katika hafla ya bendera ijulikanayo kama Trooping of the Color peke yake ndipo maafisa hutembea wimbo wa taifa unapochezwa. Sasa kikosi kikiwa kamilifu kikapita mbele ya rais, maafisa wa bendera wakiongozwa na kufuatwa nyuma na kikosi cha 21 kilichosindikizwa na wanajeshi wanamaji, wale wana anga na wenzao wa nchi kavu. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akiwasifu wanajeshi kwa kusaidia katika kuinua sekta za umma zilizozorota.
To take charge of various strategic national programs and to even rescue failing institutions. The rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway, the repair of MV Uhuru, the new vessel being built in Kisumu, the works done at KMC amongst others.
Hapo awali Rais Kenyatta alifungua rasmi chuo cha mafunzo ya muziki ya kijeshi alipokabidhiwa nafasi ya kuongoza bendi ilipocheza wimbo wa Cha Upele Mpenzi. Wanajeshi hawa sasa wataelekea katika kambi ya jeshi ya nchi kavu iliyoko Manda, ambayo itakuwa makao yao makuu. Wakiondoka katika uga huu wa ulinzi, wanafanya hivyo wakiwa kikosi kamilifu tayari kwa ulinzi wa taifa hili. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
You know, the reason why I played that video is because this is the guy mwenye wanasemanga akona kura moja na amebakisha siku zake aende nyumbani. You know, people do not understand who the president of the Republic of Kenya is. Ose, wewe ndio unauliza mambo ya kisu. There's only one sword.
One sword. You want to convince us otherwise?
That's what I'm telling you. Hiyo sword peke yake, hiyo unasema angekuwa anapatiwa bunduki. There is so much prestige. Kuna kitu, yani hiyo kisu in a hold in the military hierarchy that nobody else can have. It's only the president of the Republic of Kenya that can hold that sword. And I'm telling you, you know, these people are calling Uhuru names every day. They have not seen anything yet. These are the people when you nasema huyu is a lame duck president. Let me tell you, and I always repeat here, the Republic of Kenya will have Uhuru Kenyatta as the president until another president is sworn in. Wale watataka kwenda Supreme Court waende, but this guy will still be the president, and he has the state machinery under his feet right now. Mimi nimemalizia hapo. Nzemba, take it away.
Waambie makina black hapa chini. Waambie sasa kama mnataka feel power. If you want to feel power, it's not a police state, but if you want to feel power, you will feel it. Ruto bado hajafika. You cannot rely on people like Akina Dennis Utuma and you think now those people can bring down a government. Where which government?
Hata umeenda mbali. Iko mtu anaitwa Ndindi Nyoro, my friend. Kitambo tulikuwa tunaambiwa wewe unaongea nini na hata nini yako haijafika kwa main siwa. Huyo jamaa hata nini yake haijafika kwa main siwa line pale parliament, ati ndiye anasimama juu ya gari ya kitusi Uhuru Kenyatta saa hii. He is a guy that came from sijui shule na anaingia parliament, but he has the audacity to tell the president tutakupeleka nyumbani. My friend, haya, wacha tunyamaze tu.
Now, mchezo ile inachezwa ni kusema, wacha nikwambie. Raila is playing the political front, galvanizing the support. Uhuru is in power. Uhuru is the current president. Matiang'i is the current interior minister. Matiang'i, the current interior minister. Defense minister is moja alitukanwa ati sijui nini. So you wake up and then national intelligence and then you say unataka kutumia a few bloggers to try and destabilize. In fact, you just need to say you are trying to destabilize the government. How? You cannot, my friend. And that's why we are telling people like Akina Black hiyo siku amka, enda vote, rudi nyumbani, relax. Ngoja hiyo election result iwe announced. Ujaribu kitu utaona. Yes, Bob Papa, what is it?
Thank you very much. Jambo Ndemba, Njiru, Makiadi, Mato, Big Julius, and Hussein by asking our IEBC representative here to tender his resignation. We don't need you anymore. The government has spoken. So Nanok, join the rest.
It is not yet over until it is over. Bob.
Wait to Leah. You saw Nanok join Makau Mutua in giving a very humble statement that we shall work as partners and no more complaints. We have asserted our authority as the fans of Uhuru Kenyatta and Azimio supporters. Therefore, wewe jua pahali serikali, know where your bread is buttered. Don't make any more noise. Now we are relegating you to a clerk. Now what we want to hear from you, as Kuse, we want you to educate our supporters on how we are going to vote. Any other thing about forms, Chebukati this, Chebukati that, no, hiyo tumemaliza. You saw what is happening to the likes of Sakaja. Even Sakaja, we have visited him. We thought that we were receiving some signal from there, like there are some gadgets making noise in our airwaves from his compound. He was visited. That is now authority speaking. We know that from Kwale, people have been visited. One, anything that is trying to pollute our airwaves, our internet airspace, we are very clean. Therefore, it is imperative that all Kenyans just go and vote, relax. The heat has been felt even in this forum. You can see Black does not even want to step in here because he knows where the power lies. Just to mention a few, Minos, like Makiadias.
Bob Papa unaweza panda juu ya mti ni kama
some of them will not.
Bo papa, network yako inakatika, hebu panda juu ya mti, ni kama hatukusikii bana.
What is happening?
I don't know, you're
Yeah,
getting
and I have a
disconnected.
question for him. Eh?
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Is trying to interfere.
No, hebu tafuta position ingine kama
Trying to
umesema.
The Venezuelans are behaving.
Naweza panda juu ya miti kidogo tuone kama
Makiadi wewe ni mjinga kabisa.
Remember, the Venezuelans are
in short. No, in short, Jose, we need your resignation, and we also need you to try and get you as a professor. Is it a professor or a doctor? Holder of a PhD. You need to get in touch with your peers so that we get a good shrink for the DP, because he has lost it. Ameanza kuongea running his mouth. So I am sure you have enough contacts. You can contact your fellow Kenyans who are good medics and can advise him on how to go about stress management. It's very important. Probably you can ask Raila Odinga. He has been there 4 times and he knows how to manage this situation. So it's very important that we don't lose a soul. And nobody is going to kill anybody's son. If you have been killing people's sons, as we do not know, the Wazungu wanasema guilty conscience needs no accuser. So maybe somebody has been killing people's sons. Nobody is interested in killing people's sons. Even Mama Aida told us nobody should die because of an election. We need a peaceful election, and that's what we're going to have. Thank you, Mbana Jose.
Okay, Eve, how are you?
I'm fine, Themba. How are you?
I'm good. What's happening with your connection? You're coming and going.
Nilikuwa nachemsha supu.
Wewe, hiyo si ni...
It's a strategy. It's a strategy. The Venezuelans have invaded.
Nilikuwa nachemsha supu, supu ya kukunywa asubuhi.
I didn't ask. I undo my question. Now, Mato, ulikuwa nataka kusema kitu.
I'm a gentleman. Ladies first.
Okay. Mbona sasa leo umekuwa gentleman wakati hivi uko hapa? Hivi sasa amefanya ukakuwa gentleman. Haya hivi toa Big Julius utakuwa gentleman pia ama wewe hii ni ya wazungu, hii si ya Kenya?
Yeah, you can go on as I prepare myself. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, Mato has always been a gentleman. Back there when I knew him, I don't know about now, but thanks, Mato.
Boss, kama nimeachiwa sasa boss, now can I go?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Go ahead, Mato.
Thank you, dear. I wanted to read. I actually wanted to say something. There's something that in Africa and in Kenya in general, we tumekuwa system ya majambazi and we really don't understand. I wanted to read chapter 6. This is 73, article 1, going on to, I think I'm going to do 1 and 2. And I want you guys to tell me, actually, as we look at the two people or the two sides of what people that we want to lead our country and to one day get ourselves out of the third world country to a first world country, what leadership is all about. This is this is chapter 6, which actually deals with integrity and who you are as a person. So I'm going to go with 173, 1. I'm going to do 2 of them. They have sabbaticals in it. authority assigned to a state officer. A, is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, one, is consistent with the purposes and objects of this Constitution. Two, demonstrates respect for people. Three, brings honor to the nation and dignity of the office. And promotes public confidence in the integrity of the office and vests in the state office the responsibility to serve the people rather than the power to rule them. Now let's move on to 2. The guiding principles of leadership and integrity include A, selection on the basis of personality, personal integrity, competence, and sustainability of election in free and fair elections. B, objectivity and impartiality in decision-making and ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, other improper motives or corrupt practices. C, selflessness, services based solely on the public interest and demonstrated by 1, honesty in execution of public duties and the declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with public duties. D, accountability to the public for decisions and actions and discipline and commitment in service to the people. Now, the reason I wanted to read that article was, are we serious in our country? Are we serious in what we are doing? Do we actually look at our constitution? Do we actually look at what actually is supposed to bind us together and have a law of what we are? You know, like if I was in my house, we are bound by my wife's law that we've agreed, and what my, you know, if we have kids, what the law of that house is. When you go to school, you're bound by ufai kutoka shule na ufai kuruka kwa boda, even those zingine tulirukaga siku nyingi tunaenda huko tukakatie madem ama nini na vitu kama hizo. But do we understand that we are bound by a constitution? Our constitution says that. And I want anybody here to tell me, there's a question Raila aliuliza leo. If Gachagua is really, actually, I'm not going to even go to, let me go to Gachagua. Let me just stay on that one. If he's really okay to be the vice president or to be the running mate. He's gone against all that chapter that I've read right there. In fact, his boss is also against that chapter. I don't know why we don't read our constitution and understand what it is, and we just want to bribe and, you know, just, you know, bulldoze over anything. And we have no rules of how we do our things in our Africa and in our Kenya. Tell me, anyone of you guys, and then mtu mwingine ako kwa, what do you call it, on the comment section, I want you to tell me which side has violated that part of our constitution and which side looks as not to have violated that part of our constitution. Because at the end of the day, we might sit here and laugh na nini na kila kitu. But again, a country is bound by a constitution, and that's why we're trying to get somewhere and not be a bandit economy like Mutunga said. We need to move to be somewhere where we have a constitution is written. Let's follow it. Let it be what it is. Themba, I think that's hiyo ni kitu nawatumia nyinyi wote. Whoever wants to challenge me is there written. Go look at your constitution. That's what it is. Tell me which of the two sides has fulfilled one of it. Na hiyo nafanya kwa sababu ya the people who are still on the fence that have not really decided where they need to be. Wenye najua washa decide. Wenye waja decide, tunaweza omba kama kuna mwingine amedecide ya kule side nyingine warudi kama mise. Warudi pande nyingine na tujenge Kenya yetu. Read the constitution, usiende tu kusema venye nani wanasemanga tia lala, tia whatever. Don't just go anywhere. Listen, read the constitution, know where we are going, and that's how we go forward. So Themba, hiyo mimi nimeweka kila mtu hapo hivyo aniambie side gani na karibu kukaribia hiyo constitution yetu yenye imeandikwa hapo.
Thank you. Kuna jamaa anasema huko Ndeto, who are you accusing of not reading that part of the constitution? Kuna watu wanapenda uchokozi pale chini. Big Julius, you've been coming on and out. I want you to speak before you're thrown off again, then I bring Eva. Papa ngoja.
Papa weka mkono chini.
Weka mkono chini papa. Hii mkono yako unawekanga hivi for too long. Unaweka mara moja tunaiona, then you wait.
No, hiyo ni Venezuela effect.
Imemkausha.
What is it, Big Julius?
No, I actually nilikuwa natumia kasamsam kengine hapa kanachemuka mpaka kanakata network.
Wewe sasa umeanza kutuangusha watu wa diaspora. Unasema watu wa diaspora hivyo ndio vile mtazimiwa stima mwamke mpate kura iliibiwa na unaamka hivi. Unajua 2007 tulienda kulala kama Raila anaongoza. It was ahead 4 million. Wengine wetu tukaanza kusema sasa habari ndio hiyo celebration. The next day kuamka tulishangaa tarakanithi zilitoka wapi. So hakikisha simu ina work on 9th so that hakuna tarakanithi itatokelezea anywhere. Big Julius.
Thank you Themba for the chance. Nimeshindwa kabisa kuingia, but it's serious. Hiyo simu inachemuka mpaka inakata network. Nikasema
wacha kulalamika sana my friend. Umebarikiwa. I mean just hizi vitu unapewa na Mungu na zitakuja utaziacha. Buy another one. Kama imeshafika live usikae na simu. They are made to be changed. Sasa unakaa nayo ukiona imeanza kuonyesha nini, usikwamilie mpaka unaifunga na neno nini na gum na sellotape. Ndio
mwambie parallel 34A haitatumika. So your phone should be okay.
Najua mkoseo aki dreams saa zingine akipigaga mateka anasabaka 34A. Anyway, nashukuru sana. I'm very grateful. I'm not going to talk about Gachagua because najua mwizi ni mwizi tu. Sasa hata hakuna haja wacha tupatie DCI na courts zifanye kazi, manake they are doing a good job. I just wanted to talk about Sonko. A little bit to talk about Sonko because I was very disappointed. I watched hata vile alikuwa amevaa yani anabo tu, ukimwangalia tu namna hii unachoka tu kabisa, yani unachoka kuchoka. As I say, I've been saying this guy amekuwa ni project, amekuwa anatumika na UDA na akaingia through Wiper akamanipulate Kalonzo Musyoka, because at that time Kalonzo bado alikuwa anataka kusimama as a president for contest for presidency, and Kalonzo was really desperate kutafuta pesa ya campaign, so he accepted Sonko. So just recently, after the High Court, the court in Mombasa declared that he should not, I mean, his name would not be included in the governorship race. Alitoa statement ambaye I felt so bad. Unajua kuna saa zingine mimi Themba najua ni extremist kama mimi, lakini yangu ni mbaya kwa sababu mimi nafikiria gafa kuna watu wengine wanataka mkwaju, yani kiborili kiboko, si ati nini. Unaangalia tu mbako unaboeka, unataka tu upate, yani apate mkwaju kadhaa. You know, it's very disappointing. Jamaa ati anasema ati appeal, sijui atafanya nini, kama sio hivyo ataenda kusupport Hassan. Ama kwanza ati kama sijui, because alitumia the word serikali inakataa, ati running mate wake akubaliwe sasa run as a contestant. Which law is that in Kenya surely? You know, kuna vitu in Kenya tunasemaga Kenya kama Kenya kuna wajinga, because mimi sijaona, mimi najuanga ni comedian, lakini hiyo statement ilinionyesha kwamba Kenya kweli kuna wajinga. Kuna wajinga, and they are very annoying. They are very annoying. And from the word go, Sonko angeenda tu UDA yake a support William Ruto, waache kujificha behind Wiper. Aingie tu UDA yake na a support his UDA presidential candidate William Ruto na Gachagua. So actually that I felt bad when I was listening to his statement that kama Sonko ni mbaya apati running mate wake, kama running mate wake hata kubalika, then an option but to support Hassan. And I think that is the best way. Wacha enda support Hassan ndio washindwe vizuri, because that is very annoying, very disappointing, because as we are now, I don't think Sonko is going to add anything to Sarai. Najua wamama wa Mombasa walisema ni mama mwenzao, so I'm not sure, lakini najua walisemanga. Anyway, that is what I wanted to contribute today, because I was very disappointed with Sonko's utterances. Thank you, Themba.
Julius, that was not nice kuita Sarai mama.
Sasa unajua
mimi nilisema it's not me, but it is in the public domain. Kumbuki nani aliitwa Sarai, kwanza Sarai si bibia ya Abraham, alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Unajua Big Julius, mimi mambo okay, wala nataka kuongea juu ya Sonko, wala nataka kuongea vitu ambazo ni diversionary. Inakaa mko na time mzuri sana ya kuongea vitu. Sonko ni diversionary, Gachagua ni diversionary, lakini sasa yes if ushakunywa supu. Haya, karibu.
Sasa kumaliza hii story ya Sonko angeenda kusimama gavana huko kwa Kinandeto na tumalize hiyo story, aache kusumbua watu huko Mombasa. Ni hiyo tu.
Shots fired.
Tunashindana juu ya mtu mwenye yuko irrelevant hapa kwa sababu ya nini? Na sasa hii tuna prepare, tuko na 1 week. mimi hata sijashona nguo. Amuoni kama hiyo ni emergency? Mnaongea juu ya Sonko?
Ala, Dhamba. Oko hapa bwana. Hapa kimeumana. Unajua wewe ni neighbor wangu.
Hivyo uko sawa. Mimi hata mambo ya Sonko sasa ni nani sasa bana? Sonko hata unaona hata vitu anasema hatuweki kwa debate. Hatuweki hata hakuna siku utaona hapo tumeweka sasa tuna discuss ati Sonko amenini. Hiyo tulitoka huko kitambo. Wacha ngangane na hali, apambane na hali yake, aende kotini akitaka, aende East Africa Court akitaka aende ICC. Hiyo sasa tulimwachia huko. Hiyo ni I mean, who is Sonko? Tuko na baba Azimio. I mean, we have important things to discuss.
Yes. Tuongea vitu za maana.
Alafu Dhembo, unaona venye anaisema akiwa very serious, unaona venye hiyo face hata acheki.
Ashakunywa supu. Bo papa. Sema.
Thanks. I wanted to comment on what Ndeto was talking about, the section, is it chapter 6 of the Constitution? You know, Ndeto, I don't know whether you saw this opinion poll that was done that gave Raila. I mean, the most recent poll, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. You know, they also asked a question about suitability of there was something to do with corruption. And the percentages that were 80 to 20. Kenyans are not comfortable with somebody with a corrupt, like a corrupt past or something like that. And unfortunately, that was just a survey, because on the ground, you will see people trooping to go and vote for William Ruto and his body, and yet they are tainted. So, in as far as the Constitution goes, they are still clean until proven guilty. What we don't know, at what level will somebody like Gachagua, who has been told to return proceeds of corruption back to the state, probably somebody there is an option. What I know is that there is an option for private criminal prosecution. Any individual can seek leave of the court through the AG and go and prosecute this man and jail this man. So I am seeing a situation, if all goes well, you know, and Martha Karua is at the helm of trying to coordinate the different justice department to carry out their work. In as much as we are saying independently, yes, fine, but people are not going to court if the government does not act on some of these corrupt people. So I think it is it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting on how we proceed after the elections. And it's nice that asante sana Eva karibu sana, umesema kitu ya maana sana. Hatuna time, wewe hujashona ni suti, usijui kama ni suti unataka
kitenge.
Wachana na hii mambo ya huyu mtu wa kina Ndeto, wacha tu tumrudishe huko kwa kina Ndeto, patie nafasi.
Wewe papa.
Thank you.
Wewe papa.
Nikisalimia Eva nyote mnaanza taka ku-interrupt. Why?
Wewe papa.
Kuna wasiwasi ya nini? Eva, can you tell them to style up?
Ngoja papa. Ngoja ebu mute kidogo, manake kama ume-unmute. Mute Ndeto. You know papa, is not enough kushukuru Eva kusema ati hajashona kitenge. You know, wewe ni mtu ambaye umeishi. You've been in these streets long enough to know what Eva is saying without saying. Mona. When she's coming here to say hata bado sijashona kitenge, she's just suggesting that out of these people here, you can volunteer that mtu kama wewe unaanza tu kumshukuru, nasema ati hata hivyo umeongea mambo ya kitenge. Nilifikiria utasema Mimi nimejitolea hiyo kitenge ni yangu. You need to listen to the words in between. Si kusema tu ati sasa ninakushukuru Iva sijui nini.
We Thembo umengeumbea mapema.
She doesn't need a long lecture and a story and a victory speech. Papa, wacha kutoa victory speech.
You have just mentioned my name. I need to
No,
the air on that issue.
There's no.
I was trying to be.
Wait, Papa. Eva comes from a place where they don't talk much. It's action. So wacha kujitetea mingi. Wewe ambia Eva aingie, utamnunulia hiyo kitenge. Hiyo story ishe, tuendelee. Wewe ni mtu wa nguvu. Azimio si watu wa kulialia. Nunulia Eva kitenge na hiyo story tumalize. Na kitenge ni pesa kidogo. Wewe ni mtu ambaye vitu kitenge ni vitu kidogo, si vitu ya kulia.
Tulia, Ndemba tulia. Wewe ni vile hauelewi Eva yuko hapa in what capacity, na vile mimi niliona jana hata alikuwa naombewa nafasi. Kwa hivyo nimeangalia nikasema niwacha niheshimu hata ule bwana alikuwa namuombea nafasi wakati kule kulikuwa kumeshaanza kuwa giza ili aingie kwa studio. Wewe ukisema niwe nikiona dada yote wetu wa Azimio wakija kwa studio, mimi ni chote tu hiyo mnataka kuniharibia jina. Kwa hivyo Eva, wewe usijali, wakati tumeapisha rais wetu unaruhusiwa kuja hadi pande za pwani. Kuna bahari kubwa sana, unaweza kuja uogelee.
Eva aseme hiyo ni wrong number.
Hapo hatuwezi kubali Boba tu aende tu hivyo. Please hapo
what do you do such a long speech? Your speech.
We cannot accept Bob, you run away from this because number one, wewe mwenyewe wakati ulianza kuongea ulianza kujitetea, hata na hakuna mtu ameongea. Hata Eva mwenyewe hajaongea. Hakuna mtu ameongea all over kwa hii ni panel, ukaanza kujitetea. Sasa unajua mtu wakianza kusema ati for example kama ni wizi uanza kusema ati unajua mimi sijaiba, obviously wewe ndio utakuwa suspect number
1. Vile Richi anasemanga ati yeye hajalik sugar. Sasa ile mami amerudi.
Sasa unajua
hata hajaulizwa.
Sasa unajua Bob anahepa ati kwa sababu ya kitenge. Bob kitenge iwezi kufanya.
Sasa huyu mumeamshia wapi? Hii mwenye ameingia saizi ameamkia wapi sasa? Hii ya kutoka wapi sasa? Jesus Christ.
Bob, tafadhali usituangushe. Kitenge ya Eva is not something that can make you give a 5-minute speech. Surely kitenge ukipeana speech kwa sababu ya kitenge, what else? Utapeana speech.
Kipende ukalale bwana. Toka hapa.
Ni victim of Venezuela, wachana na yeye.
Aya, wacha Eva ongea. Eva, tulikuwa tumeacha nini?
Yeah. Okay, sawa. Nyinyi wanaume wote mnakujanga hapa, mnakuja na vitabu, mnaandika mambo ya constitution. Mimi wacha niongee on behalf of wale Kenyans watu somangi constitution. Ni siku gani Kenya ilianza kufuata constitution? It's there. It's something that Raila fought for very hard. And after that, we gave presidency to the wrong leaders. And you want all those things that in the constitutions to be actions. Really, that can never happen. After Raila becomes a president, then those things in the constitutions are going to be serious, because then they have been protected by a serious leader, and Martha will be there. Iyo kuongea juu ya past, I don't know, the constitution is written like this, the constitution is written like this. Ukiangalia hao leaders wote na zile makosa wako nao na ukifuata mambo ya constitution, hakuna mtu mwenye yozi follow. They do whatever they want to do. So discussing about constitution and constitution, let's just wait for Baba and just hope that all these things in the constitution zitakuwa actions later in future for our children and our grandchildren. So the other thing is about Ruto. Ruto is like an adolescent boy. Ni kama ule mtu mwenye hakupita ile stage ya kwenda F2 kukunywa and everything, akaenda kaoa, akapita. Sasa mimi naongea kama Mkenya, siongei hiyo mambo ya kusoma leo. Nimekunywa supu. Ruto alipita hiyo adolescent stage. Alipita hiyo stage ya kufanya kazi. Unajua unafanya kazi, unaandikwa, unakuwa civil servant, una understand hiyo process. Alafu venye alipita hivyo alikuwa lucky, Uhuru akamchukua akakuwa president. Then akajidanganya, sasa mimi naweza kufanya nini? Ninaweza kuwa hii president. Hajapitia hiyo process. Passing through that process is very important in life. Stages, baby steps, you go slowly and slowly and slowly, and you understand people. Both in corporate world and civil service, he passed that age. So it's also difficult for him to be able to run a country. I don't know even venye hata alikuwa MP huko venye alikuwa, sijui ni nini alifanya, kwa sababu kwanza angeanza kuwa civil servant before aanze kuwa MP. Hiyo imeisha. TV expansion, watu waendelee kucontribute, tusaidie Bernard, igrow. Hata wenye si uliatu mambo ya internet and everything, tunaweza ona online. Ama kama kuna wenye watanilipia pia hiyo internet pia ni sawa. What else?
Hata wewe sasa wewe wacha. Sasa tabia za Wakenya. Kinunuliwa kitenge sasa unataka ingine.
Hakuna mtu mwenye hapendi kitu ya free. Unaweza kupata mdosi kwa hii dunia na unajinunulianga kila kitu. But mtu akikuja akuletea hata kama ni sabuni, you appreciate because
Papa Bob ni mdosi, mshike poa. Papa Bob hapo, huyo Papa Bob ni CEO. Huyo hapo na ako cost hapo. Wewe uko wapi hiva?
Niko UK. London.
Sasa unajua mko time zone same na Papa Bob hapo.
Tutalala leo, tutalala mchana.
Mko na nini? Time zone yenu na Papa si ni moja?
No, 2 hours difference.
Sasa hii unajua 2 hours difference ni rahisi kuliko 6 hours difference.
Nitakuja Papa, watu wasikutishe, simama kama mwanaume, takuja.
Papa Bob
wewe ndio uogelee wapi baharini?
Utanifundisha kuswim, sijui kuogelea.
Iva.
Unajua vile vision yangu naongea about Ukambani.
Unajua vile Ndata amekupigania na unasema unaita tena Bapati utaenda Mombasa.
Na simealikwa, kwani mtu akialikwa hawezi enda mahali?
Na unajua huyo ni nani?
Wachana na Eva atavaa hiyo kitenge na Kikenya, tutampatia hiyo, tutakutengenezea hiyo.
Thank you Keep. Thank you for that.
Kama ya mama tu atavaa na Kikenya. Exactly.
Refu mzuri, smart. Hiyo ndio ninataka. So Ukambani was good. And that slogan that Baba has come with of Firimbi is a good thing. Raila is a genius. You wake up in the morning, is Baba forward march, is Firimbi. I don't know the last day what he will come up with anyway. I think the last gathering where will it be, in Nyayo Stadium? I think he'll come with something different that it will be interesting and make people excited to wake up in the morning and vote, to wake up on the 9th and go and vote.
It'll be the last one will be Kasarani, but the inauguration will be Uhuru Gardens.
So have they agreed on the inauguration? Yeah, wameagree itakuwa ni Uhuru Gardens. Are you sure about that, or is it just speculations?
No, it's not speculation. They are working on it between Uhuru Gardens and Nyayo Stadium. But I think at this point it's Uhuru Gardens. I am not gonna give it a go ahead. Give me 2 days, I'll tell you exactly what it is.
It doesn't matter anyway. I'll be in Nairobi.
Is there a seating arrangement at Uhuru Garden?
You'll be Nairobi, Papa. Papa, she'll be Nairobi, man. Papa.
I have to celebrate liberation.
Unajua
Yeah,
hiyo
that
ni
is
ya
good.
papa is gets stuck.
Papa nikupate tu.
Martin, sasa wewe tena wewe ushapoteza.
So Ukambani was good, and everything is going as planned, and I think they're going to vote overwhelmingly for Raila. I don't want to talk about KK at this point; is a waste of time. My mind is sober, and I don't want to engage in negative energy. So that's all. Thank you all, and thank you watu wa panel. Nimewasalimia wote.
Umeingia kwa dini yangu. Niko kwa ile dini inasema hatuongei mambo ya Kenya kwanza na UDA. Hiyo ndio dini yangu. Naona umeokoka, umeingia kwa hiyo dini.
I've never talked about UDA when I'm on the panel. I don't have anything to say about them. I don't pay attention. I don't think they add any value in my life and my beliefs, so I try to avoid the topic as much as possible.
Especially now that it is only 10 days to an election. Why do you want to waste valuable time? You would rather talk about some nice things like Kupima Suti, like Baba Filimbi, like Rauka movement. Like, I mean, things that make you feel jolly. Feeling jolly.
Yeah, true.
I want to remind Azimio that Azimio team, all of you, we had an agreement. It was almost 3 months ago, if I'm not wrong. Nilikuwa nimetoa mbuzi mbili. And there is a possibility inaweza ongezeka, maanake mbuzi ziko. So don't forget that.
Julius, hiyo ni uongo. Masai wakuli
mbuzi. Hiyo ni uongo. Adams ndo alitoa mbuzi.
Masai wakuli mbuzi, wewe leta ng'ombe. Leta ng'ombe, leta mbuzi bana. Masai wakulangi mbuzi.
Si Adams si Adams ndo alitoa mbuzi nini? Ilikuwa nini?
Ngojeni kuna kitu nataka kusema. Una swali kwa Eva ama ulikuwa unataka kusema?
Yeah, I think kuna swali but the answer can come from anybody, any of us. It is about the political parties list for nominated MPs. You see this IEBC preparedness. I remember, I think this week they received the political parties submitted the list again, but when I checked it, it's like they are still the same people. You remember the first list were like rejected on condition that they were not due. Bob is not there. That they were not according to the legal requirement. Now, I was wondering if the legal requirement was about, you remember in the past they had said that political parties or party leaders were used to nominating their girlfriends in those positions. So the 2010 Constitution came up with a framework whereby the nominees are supposed to be before the elections, and they have to be known, and the IEBC is to make sure that they are according to the required laws. Now, I know that the degree requirement for MCAs and for MPs, they were shelved. They were hiding on this implementation period. Normally, the unimplemented requirements of the 2010 Constitution, Parliament always says that they require more time. They require more time to make them to fruition, or to make them work, to implement the same. So this time round, the list that were rejected were the same list that were taken back. And now it's like now they are okay. So what happened? Does anybody have an idea exactly why they waived the requirements, and now the list they have rejected, now they have accepted them?
Okay, any response? Because for me, I don't want to discuss nomination list and everything. I'm more focused on winning an election. Hao wengine watakuwa nominated, wale wabaki, wale watanominatiwa wanominatiwe. Mimi hiyo ndio niko now focus. Who wants to help Kuseo? Mimi mambo ya list.
Temba, as you answer that, the rider on it is also to do with you see the new campaign that Baba has brought, whereby he's encouraging supporters to elect AZIMIO candidates. Now, I think remember the other day you read for us the contestants in Changamwe. There are quite a number of those candidates there. But yet there are in other constituencies where some people have stepped down for others, for true. Unfortunately, they are on the ballot already. And remember, the last time personally I went to vote, I had no idea even who the MCA is. I had only an idea about the MP because we were voting the suit. So it was a bit easier. And right now, yesterday, I talked to people who are going to vote. So ask them, who are you voting for this? Who are voting for this? They are saying they don't know. They are saying they are going to vote AZIMIO. Now, here is a situation where, remember, if you go by the list you read in Changamwe, there are about 4 people there who are all in AZIMIO. So you see a situation here where if they are not careful, you may end up with the orders penyari in katikati. Because you reach the voting box booth rather, and you find all these people as AZIMIO. So now you are at a loss, especially if they have not declared openly that I've stepped down for XYZ. I'm wondering the strategy AZIMIO is using now to make sure that those stepping downs have impact. Because I can assure you, when you go in there to vote, the number of eyes on you alone makes you just tick. And the suit was a much easier thing. But this time round, the suit is supposed to be AZIMIO. Identifying that AZIMIO in the polling booth is going to be a challenge. So let's hear the take from those who have an idea of the strategy AZIMIO is using.
Okay, what I can say, I mean, there are people who were by the time they were agreeing on other people stepping down, IEBC had already released the names. Okay, so IEBC is not necessarily guided by internal party politics. IEBC is guided by its timeline. So if the names that came in and IEBC has already published the list, those names are already out there. All right. Like, for example, there's a Machakos County Maendeleo Chap gubernatorial candidate stepped down for Wavinya Ndeti. But you see, stepping down does not mean that his name will not be on the ballot. Okay. So this stepping down right now, even those who are stepping down, the hope of most parties is that if AZIMIO, for example, if AZIMIO in Nairobi, AZIMIO has said that their candidate for senator is Juan Sifuna. But there are others whose names had been forwarded from these other parties. Okay. And if you check through, even Nairobi city counties, the constituencies, you see even if the places they had already blocked out. They had blocked out and they said that ODM will have these constituencies, Jubilee will have these constituencies. But when you check those specific constituencies, you still find the other parties, Wiper and all, they still have their people in those parties. So the hope and belief and prayer, I'm hoping that as they drum up support for the AZIMIO candidate, they are telling you that, okay, fine, if you are going to vote for AZIMIO, this is the AZIMIO candidate. But you see, these other people are also campaigning, right? So there are chances. I mean, you can just hope that at the end of the day, the electorate will follow the direction that has been given by the AZIMIO party. The same predicament is facing Kenya Kwanza. There are places where they have said this is a UDA candidate. This is a place for our candidate here is whatever. But you find other parties have filled it. So they are hoping that the endorsements, like they are going somewhere, they're endorsing. They're saying this is our candidate. That those people are going to work. So it's not like UDA will pita katikati. UDA is also as confused because they have not been. And I read to you Nairobi. I think I read to you Madare. And I read to you, you see the different parties in Azimio and different parties in Kenya Kwanza who are also fielding. So it is not obvious that there's someone. So it is about your popularity. So if you're an Azimio candidate and you are in a certain party and you are also popular in that place, then you are more likely to get it. But if you are an Azimio candidate, but your popularity is also wanting, then you'll find the most popular person, even sometimes independent. And I heard someone saying that you're likely to have probably more independents coming on this time. So there's no strategy. It's just saying that when we come out, we say we have an Azimio candidate, people are going to follow that through. There's no other strategy that you can put, especially in a place where IEBC has already printed those names and I read them to you. So there's nothing much that can happen. It's just hoping that as they're going to political party rallies, they are driving up support for the Azimio. Like today in Machakos, there is Wavinya Ndeti. Then there's also the former head of Presidential Delivery Unit, who is on a certain party, you know. So he was also there. You could see him, he's also supporting Raila, you know. But now, according to Kalonzo, his candidate is Wavinya Ndeti. But they were there together in Machakos. Now, Baba avoided talking about the Machakos gubernatorial. He didn't mention. He talked about Azimio and supporting Azimio candidates. That's all. He let the rest for Kalonzo to deal with it because there are issues there. So you realize it's all parties. It's not like it's going to affect only Azimio.
Well, Temba, we cannot be satisfied that since UDA are also in the same problem, that is that your argument?
My argument is, there's nothing much you can hear from us.
Even UDA is in the same problem.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what you want to hear. I'm saying there's no strategy that can come out because already the names are in the list. Azimio is what is Azimio doing? Azimio is out there saying vote for a candidate. They are propping their candidates, and they are hoping that those candidates carry the day. What other strategy do you want to hear, Kusel?
What I'm talking about is in particular, you see, the specific cases where Baba has convinced a number of them to step down. Now, as you said, it is true, all of them are already on the ballot. Now, I've just imagined myself the time I went to vote, twice I've gone to vote. And believe me, I had no idea, for example, who the MCA is, and even the MP at one time. I had no idea. So I just used the party symbol. I used the party symbol, the symbols, and that is how I was able to vote. I believe I did the right thing. Now, in this particular case, let's say Baba has convinced you to step down from Njiru. Now, if the populace, the supporters are not sensitized, are not educated, they'll be wondering, by the time they get to the booth, they know that all these parties are in Azimio. So there you are. By the end of the day, you realize that you have split the votes all over the place, something maybe which could have been avoided.
Now, the next question is, how can that be avoided?
I think you throw it to the Azimio strategy team to come out with a solution. What we want is a solution for it.
Now, you see that when you know, Gustavo, okay, fine. I don't know if you are getting. You see, if you go to the ballot, when you go to the ballot, you'll still find those names in the ballot. Okay.
Yes.
And someone might decide that even if those people told him to step down, hiyo alikuwa amelazimishwa tu. Mimi bado nitavotia Kuseo. You see, there's this person, they supported you up to the day that you said that, okay, fine, mimi na support Martin Deto. And he may step down for Martin Deto, but your name is still in the ballot. So there's Christine, who still thinks that you are the best person, that you are stepping down was because you are coerced by the party. So Christine will still go there and tick your name. What can you do about that?
I agree with you. What I was wondering, some level of awareness, we should make an attempt to create the necessary awareness, which will help move the right direction.
That's what I've told you. AZIMIO are
not just leave it to fate. You know, you are saying believe it to fate.
I've told you that's what AZIMIO is doing. When they are going somewhere, they are popping the AZIMIO candidates. Like in Nairobi, everywhere Baba has gone, I said, for governor, give Polycarp Igathe. Women rep, give Pasaris. For senator, give Sifuna. Anasema si hapa ni Sifuna. Then when he's going to constituencies, as they'd already, you know, like divided with the other parties, they go to Embakasi East, they say, give Babu Owino. You know, but it doesn't mean Babu Owino is the only AZIMIO candidate. There are other candidates there, but he's saying, hapa si tunapatia Babu Owino, where they have agreed. I think that is a match he can do. But the rest, he leaves it to Babu Owino kujipanga now.
Well, fate will decide.
Aya, Christina Bergani.
Hi, Temba. How are you?
It can't be better.
Okay, good. That answer.
Is it so hot where you are?
It is hot. My AC is on. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Why?
You know why I asked?
No, I don't know, because you've never asked me about weather.
Yeah, I mean, they talk about the weather at times. You've heard that song? It's a country music.
Themba unaangalia private chat, eh?
I'm an oldie, Temba. I listen to and
unless you alert me, you know. Okay, go ahead, Christine.
Okay, sasa Mato Kuse Okoro.
How you doing? How you doing, our superstar?
I'm great, Martin. Thank you for asking. Big Julia, see Amune.
Soba.
Oh, Mr. K, Urawaku. So Papa is not there. I could have said Nakibono. So nimefurahi sana. Oh, Nakibono Papa. Mise ni kama ameenda kuoga. The showering is taking a bit longer. Hi, Eva.
Adika, Koro.
Onge watch, Papa. Onge watch Eva. Auntie.
Idi maber.
Adi maber, Ruto Rita.
Erokamano.
Okay, so nimeingia Temba. I don't know where you guys were. You know, sometimes family, you know, as much as we unite here, we also have to take care of family needs, and I've been very busy. But lazima tu ningekuja niwaone nyuso.
Si ati tuone ukuje kutusumbua.
Sitaki kuwasumbua. Leo sina sumbua Temba, but one thing I wanted to tell you panelists, yesterday nilifurahishwa sana na Kiswahili cha Temba. And I just want to encourage my people in the diaspora too, that when
unachoma. Themba anaga Kiswahili. Kiswahili gani ya Kikamba?
Okay, ilinifurahisha Martin anyway. So, 1 month.
Mato, wivu ni ya nini, ndugu yangu? Wivu ni ya nini, kaka? Mbona una wivu?
Mato alisema ati badala unaita filimbi unasema vililimbi.
Mato is a hot mess, Big Julius. Forget about it.
Badala ya fundamental anasema fundamento.
Fundamentals, my fundamentals. So, Temba, I just wanted.
Nashukuru sana Christine. Ila kusema kweli, naposema hivyo, najiona kwamba kweli nimebobea.
Wacha utuuma ulimi, wacha
Subiri kidogo Mato. Hivi nini bana? Nini bana? Nini fujo? Mwenyewe alisema hapo bana, alipenda Kiswahili changu.
Hata hii Kiswahili changu cha Ujaluo imeshinda chake. So lazima asikie wivu kidogo. It's allowed. So Temba, I just wanted to say, like, I like when you guys bring the Swahili aspect of everything. Like, we take that Swahili for granted. It's obvious for us. But I can sure tell people in the diaspora, Martin, it's a challenge. If you come to a state or if you're in a city where the refugees are, most refugees come through Kenya. People are making good money just doing Swahili translation. You know, I never knew like I can get some side hustle with my little Swahili Temba. So keep it up good. We need to create a day for it to refresh our memories. I don't know where we've reached in the debate. Should I contribute or what do you expect from me, Temba?
Yeah, Christian, if you got anything to say on the subject matter, but if you don't have anything to say, it's okay for you to just tell us to vote AZIMIO.
The only thing that captured my day today, Temba, is about Ruto in Kapsabet, talking about Uhuru, that Uhuru is threatening him. I don't know, ndio wasifuati politics, but I've never heard anywhere where Uhuru has made a threat to the DP. And I think DP has started, is it beating the war drums, you know? Because sometimes what our leaders say, we do relate with them. And especially when we are seeing this thing like was so near yet so far to the Kalenjin, this thing looked so near, but it's still very far. And it is just sad when now people start going into that, Ruto saying that as long as Uhuru does not touch his children, it makes us wonder what is going on behind the curtains. I'm loyal. I'll be here waiting for the drama. I know we're going to...
Correction.
Okay.
To Ruto, not to Kalenjin.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, Kusel. I'm sorry because there are Kalenjins too that, you know, have seen that their man is missing. So me, I'm here for the drama. I know these 7 remaining days, we're gonna still continue getting some juicy vibes. And what I would like to say, like, many of the times when we go for an interview for a job, when we are asked, tell us about you, we go to our skills, we go to our qualifications, we want to prove our self-worth. But at the end of the day, it's just about being memorable. Just say something that, you know, tell your story in a memorable way, because everybody will Google about skills, everybody will Google about qualification or proving self-worth. So, and sometimes when we are asked, why do you think you're the best candidate? I've used it previously. I'm a team player, I'm hardworking, I'm self-driven. Those are common things, you know, and those are the things we are getting from Ruto and Gachagua. But something that I've seen about Raila is unique. Like, you should be unique, just be different and be a legendary. So to me, Raila is a legend. He's just unique in a way, and he has proved to be different because previously the Raila we know, he would also use some terms, you know, here and there. But this time round, he's very different. He's not even focused about being called Kitendawili and responding. And I think right now, Kenyans, we've known that where we want to invest our vote, where we want to invest for our children, where we want to invest for our country. And I would just advise, as I've always said, let's tell a friend, share with a friend, to tell a friend, and to tell a friend, our country is safe under the care of Raila. So let's vote Raila. Saizi ni dakika shamra za mwisho. Whatever mistakes are there, it's too late. It's not time for blame games. It's not about what has Raila said about this, what has Raila said about this. It's about what are you doing? You know, what are you saying? Even if Raila is saying this, what are you telling the people that you have a chance to meet? So me, as usual, vote ni Baba. Thank you.
All right. I mean, we can't say more, and we don't have anything useful to add. I want to say that we have come to that.
I want to add something, remember.
Ngoja papa.
Christina just said
Ngoja papa, ngoja. Yani Christina akiongea lazima uongeze. You will add in your closing remark. Nani Eva amekuja hapa. In the meantime, Christine, when you are not here, Papa was talking so much when Eva was here. So I don't know what his intentions were.
Let me respond. It's just unfortunate. I don't know where Eva comes from, but she doesn't look like a Nyaugenya. And Papa, for your information, Eva is very much aware. Ugenya ladies, Nyugenya lelo. So he knows the boundaries. So don't think you're going to get away with anything, Papa. Eva knows the boundaries. So hauna bahati.
Okay. Si mimi nimesema.
Christine umekuwa mkali leo. Unajua si tunapita hivi.
We have to come to the end of the show today. Okay, Koja Mato. We have to come to the end of the show. Like we usually say, we love to see everyone coming on and sharing the ideas. And this is how we do it here at Motembe TV. We love everyone coming in. Those who are in the comment section. Ellie Shivs. Why did you cut that thing, man? This is gonna be like Adika will not say Shivs. She will say Sieves. So kindly make it nice. Make it shibashi. It was easier that way. But anyway, thank you so much. Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius, tafadhali kuja ombea hii show. Ombea kinabo papa hapa na Adika na Mise, naona Mise amerudishwa kuoga. The guy is not coming here anymore. Gamba nakuja kidogo hivi amepelekwa kuoga. This is serious. Asante sana. I can see Josiah OP. Asante pia Eunice Ombogo. That's a new one. Dennis Dianga. Asante Kinara. Hey, Christine, uko chini, uko busy mbaya mbovu. Okay. Naona pia Black mtu wa nguvu, the only remaining soldier for UDA. But don't worry, you are coming in. You are more blue than you were before. We are closer home. Naona pale Lineto wa Bomba, rafiki ya Ndeto. Nasikia yenyu mnasuluhisha nyuma ya curtain. Ni sawa tu. Sisi tuko tu tunakubali tu mkisuluhisha huko nyuma ya curtain. Hakuna issue. Wanasema mambo ni mob, time ndio hakuna. So Lineto wa Bomba, haino nani pale, Panda na wengine wote. We really appreciate everyone. Mnapokuja hapo, mnapotoa maneno, zinasaidia sana. Panelists wote, Eva, Christine, Bob Papa, Big Julius, Ndeto, na Richie Makiadi. It's always a pleasure. We say you need 4 things to come here. 1 is a working gadget. You need connectivity. You need something to share and a willingness to learn. And then Danny Darius aliongeza the 5th one, a working brain. Usije hapa kama ukiwa na mtu wa UDA, manake wanasema wanapokuwa hapa you need to have gone on a vacation thinking wise for you to support UDA. So kama uko vacation of thinking usije. But kwa wengine wote siku inakuja, it's on the 4th, around the 9th. It's about 10 days to go. So let's keep it here and let's keep talking. Now, I want to allow you guys to give us at least 1 minute of your closing remark. Make it 1 minute so that we can end up in the hour. We have about 10 minutes to close. So I want to give you at least a minute each so that tumalize hapo kwa muda. Naomba nianze na Eva, nikuje kwa Christine, niende kwa Papa Bob, then Big Julius, Mato, nimalize na Makiadi. Eva, wazo lako la mwisho.
Okay, so everyone, yeah. All I can say is that from now moving forward, sleep with your ID under your pillow and make sure you vote for Baba and nothing else, and don't be lied to. You can see the handwritings in the wall. Just vote wisely and take care of yourself and love each other. Thank you.
Christine.
Okay. Before I make my final submission, Makiadi, do you mind if I say hi? How are you? Good to see you. Ngoma ilishachezwa ama la? Okay, so Temba, I know you, Temba, all these people have been advocating Azimio, Azimio, Azimio. It has become a song. It will be a song until after 9th. So tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. It's Baba all the way to State House. Thank you.
Papa.
Yeah, nothing much to add. It is just voting Azimio. On last stretch, no time to waste. Only think of Azimio and adding one more vote every other day. Lastly, I just want to comment that Christine has just come in and she has just told us she's here for the drama. Christine, there is no drama. We have been working very well and in harmony. So don't bring drama. Thank you.
Big Julius. Christine, wacha umbea na kuona na umbea wako huko chini. Wacha umbea Christine. Aya, Big Julius, twende kazi.
Thank you, Temba.
Na Eva umesalimiwa na Adams huko chini. Adams anasema habari ya mgeni. Yaani hivi
Adams, shukrani, nimekusalimia. Salimia pia Black, ananitafutanga.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. My last remarks, I wanted to ask all of us, Azimio, or all Kenyans, to vote blue, because voting blue is you are voting for one one nation, one people. Let us get united through the voting Baba and Martha, because they are the people who have been tested and they they represent a greater Kenya, and we believe that actually after them being voted in, our country will change to the better. Thank you, Temba.
Thank you. Adams Yufin atapewa maneno, shauri yako, endelea tu kupiga kelele hapo. Naona dia amekuja kutafuta umbea kupelekea Yufin. Ndeto, dakika moja. Ndeto, unmute.
Thank you, brother. And thank you, everybody. Now, Lynette Wabomba. Lynette, thank you so much for being there. Nakushukuru sana. Naona by the way kuna mtu anaitwa Eli hii jina inaitwaje? Nisaidie Themba. Shivs, ama inaitwa nini?
Eli Shivashi alibadilisha akaweka Eli Shivs.
Ni nani huyo?
Rafiki ya Makiadi anaitwa Eli Shivashi.
Ndio ananiambia ati pilipili usio ile ya kuwashia nini. Anyway, guys, on the comment section, by the way, guys, you guys make the show actually run more than you think with the people that come over here. We can only be 10 people around, on the screen. And you guys, we really appreciate you. Watu wote wako huko, hata kama gonga tu, ukigonga Themba, unigonge, ugonge nani. We really appreciate you guys because you make the show actually happen. And we do appreciate you guys, kila mtu mwenye ako huko. We are here every day. We try to move on and to make this panel be a big platform that one day we don't really have to do we don't really have to come here and be 10 people, that we can be a lot of people, and actually something can be bigger than that. So we do appreciate you guys. Themba, I appreciate you. Makiadi, Kamakawa, I appreciate you guys. Big Julius, I think ushaingia kwa big deep state. Najua Themba alikusumbua the other day, alikuambia bado anakukagua. And I guess we have Eva here. We appreciate you ladies. Actually, we really need you guys to always come over here for this time. The ladies, I think Christine, wewe uko ndani kabisa. Bob, ni sawa tu, endelea kunigonga. Najua ulinigonga hata nikiwa kazi huko, nilikuwa tu kwa comment section. But at the end of it, I really appreciate that you guys, that we were trying to do this, and one day we might come out to be bigger people. So I do appreciate everybody. Themba, it's up to you. Utajomali utatuzimia, utuache kule tutagongania, and the backstage. Makiadi, thank you so much, bana. And Themba, and Julia is not here. You guys are doing a great job. And one day we will get where we want to go. So people that are following us, we need those followers. And follow, and not just following, please give something for the 100 to make it digital, so that my mom, your mom, can watch you when you're somewhere else, and then it might be shows that we can actually do. And we're trying to make this thing go digital. Tafadhali toa kama unaweza toa. If you can do the 100, just give what you can do. We need to go digital, so that we are not just here, just panganga alafu after elections, then we are done. So that's all I can ask for the people who are following us and the people who watch us. We hope we do a good show for you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Adams, unaambiwa uende slow ama uachwe na Yufi na Otieno. Usiache mbachao kwa mswala upitao. Lakini kuna wale pia wamesema Eva ameshika. Kuna jamaa anasema unakunywa gani akutumie. Kuna kitu umesema hapo, akasema huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Dennis Dianga. Hivi unapewa gani? Si umebonga point. Ati alipitia adolescent. So anataka kubaia kakitu, kama unakunywa akudungulie kakitu, akudunge kakitu hapo chap.
Ni supu ile, unajua ile kibuyu ya kutwanga, hiyo tu ndio mimi kunywa.
Haya basi, umesikia hapo Dennis, hiyo ni supu peke yake. Hiyo ingine unaachia akina Dika na wengine na akina Papa. Mimi nakunywa uji, na nikikunywa sana maji, na nikilini sana na nagonga tu maji peke yake.
Wewe hakuna mtu amekuuliza, nyamaza. Acha kutangaza.
Eva nitakupatia ile ya Kimasai, supu ya Kimasai.
Makiadi. Ngoja Makiadi hajaongea.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Makiadi. I'm sorry.
Makiadi tafadhali.
Unajua Themba, naona nyuso leo zimeng'ara, sijui ni kwa nini. Hata Bob Papa amekaribia screen. Unajua Bob Papa karibia screen, unajua kuna mazuri kwa studio, lakini sawa. Mimi nitasema hivi, hii campaign imefika home stretch saa hizi. I think baba na mama saa hizi I think wana concentrate na zile counties ambazo walikuwa na wasiwasi, but niliona leo wameenda sijui ni Machakos. Okay, for voter turnout ni mzuri, lakini saa hii kuna county zingine ambazo kuna mushkil kidogo, na hii mushkil hailetwi na ati kwa sababu kuna competition kubwa, lakini kuna mahali I think there are some people who are not very enthusiastic about this election. Probably walipoteza candidates kwa nomination process, and so I think hii wiki ya mwisho ile kitu ambayo ulikuwa upate utapata tu hata usipoenda kucampaign. I think what they should do is try to solidify the votes and go around the counties where they think that the voter turnout might be a bit low or affected because of this infighting and wrangling that emanated from the nomination process. But I was looking at the opinion polls, and I think Mount Kenya region in general, I think tukipatiwa 27, of which hatujui kama ni ya ukweli. I think that's a good show. At least baba amefanya kazi. Mount Kenya ilikuwa a letdown in the previous elections, but talking about 27 against sijui Ruto ni ungapi, I think that's a good strategy yenye wametumia, of which I think even the women vote, nimeona support kubwa sana kwa Martha Karua from ladies, churches, professionals, and all those that have actually bestowed mandate kwa Martha Karua. And then the other thing that I want to talk about briefly ni story ya IEBC. Hawa watu wa IEBC, mimi nilisema hapa, hawa watu tutaenda nao kwa uchaguzi tu vile wako. We are not going to change these people. Saa hizi sasa ndio bamkubwa Uhuru Kenyatta anafaa kutoa makucha. These people wanafaa walainishwe vile uliona wakilainishwa. Unaenda kwa polisi unaambiwa leta hizo sticker. Ulikuwa una plan kufanya nini nazo? Unasema unaambiwa hizi tutakuwekea vizuri. Alafu unaambiwa enda toa statement sasa. Unaona Ruto akisikia story kama hizo ndio anatokwa na wazimu. Waweke macho kwa hawa jamaa. Hizi last minute, hizo boda zote nasikianga watu wanapitia Uganda, sijui wanakuja. Hii ni propaganda ama ni ukweli, lakini nasikianga hii wajamaa wanapitishangwa vichochoro. Serikali ikuwe macho sasa. Hii wajamaa kutoka Venezuela wakishuka namna hii wanachukuliwa wanarudishwa mahali walitoka. Hawa wajamaa wa UDA wakiweka tallying center inafanyiwa vile NASA tulifanyiwa last time. Unavunja tallying center, unapiga hiyo makompyuta, unaambiwa enda ureport mahali unataka, na hakuna mahali utaenda. So hakuna kubembelezana na hawa jamaa. Watukane prezo juu ya magari huko wakisema sijui nini watoto wangu nini, lakini nao tuna deal nao kikatili namna hiyo. Sababu sasa hii mahali imefika hakuna kubembelezana. Kaende. Mwisho, Bob Papa, nilisikia ulishapima suti yako. Ni mzuri, blue. Julius, sijui kama yako imefika Japan saa hii. Lakini ni mzuri. Tunakaribia home stretch. I think hizo siku zimebaki sasa ni kujiandaa tu kwenda kuapishana. Wenye wanakunywa supu shauri yao. Sisi tulishamaliza kupima nguo. Nimemaliza Ndemba.
Okay, asante sana. Na Evelyn, sijui kama unataka kuingia kwa deep state ya evening show. Unajua hii ni deep state ya evening show hii unaiona hapa hii. Inakuwa na umbea mwingi sana ikifika hii jioni. Wanakuwa na umbea mwingi. Na nataka watu wa deep state ya hivi system na deep state ya Mutembei evening show. Wale ambao mnaamka saa hizi mnapata sisi tunapiga umbea. Sasa hata wewe tumekukubalia tu kaingia kwa hii deep state yetu.
Oh, okay. Ni ya nini?
Sasa usiulize. usiulize.
Okay.
So we really appreciate you all. For me, what I can say is the time has come.
And explain to her what deep state means. Do you mind? 1 minute?
Yeah, okay.
Please, mama, yes.
Okay, if a deep state guy and joma onge jadiagi koro in free ato Temba to Kikimul, Big Julius onge ngato, Martin onge ngato, Papa. Yeah, so mage weche mwapuonjore kae to gi kakirito gi kakidak kodgi.
Okay. Awinji. Abo donjo kawuono kawe gwa. Okay.
You don't accept to be misled. You know, the first thing they teach you in any language is Matusi. So don't ever listen to Christine. If you read yeah?
Demba wacha uwivu. Amesha donjo bwana.
Nani utakodolea macho kwa screen hivi? Hauna bahati.
Okay, we really appreciate you and thank you all. I want to say that ati Christina amebonga kama mtu kumi. Yaani nyinyi watu mnapenda umbea. So we appreciate you all. Yaani imebidi Lord Adams ukuja. Haya, salimia basi hivyo alafu nimalize.
I did not come to say hi to her. I just came to say hello to all of you. How are you doing?
Adam is so protected. You're so protected. Why?
No, actually, Big Julius, I came to see you. How are you?
Ndemba huyu jamaa lazima achunge maneno yake saa hii eh.
Hatutaki uoge.
Eva, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. Temba mambo.
That excitement. Wewe wacha tumalize show. Tumeshukuru sana. Acha niseme hivi. We really appreciate. We have reached that time that we are just about 10 days to our election, and we can't lose this. We can't lose focus. We have to stay focused and mobilizing the votes. For me, I would want to urge all of us to mobilize the votes. If you can call at least 10 people every day, the people in your cycle, those who have votes, have they confirmed if they are voters in the first place, where they are voting, where they are voting, and if they have their voters card, they have their IDs. Please, let's get out people, and if possible, we keep sending to them the videos and the small clips that show how you're supposed to vote, so that you don't have issues of spoiled votes, don't have issues of I didn't know where to tick, like what Kuseo was saying here today, that he got messed up a few years ago. We don't want that happening to Raila's vote. They have to come 100% turnout. That's our focus. Filimbi movement, join your chapter where you are. If you are in Kenya, wherever you are, Filimbi movement, get a Filimbi, get one for yourself. It's time to get out people to vote blue. Blue is the color. Don't tell people to vote wisely. Tell them to vote Azimio. Wisely and Azimio is one thing. We don't want you to tell people to vote wise. Vote Baba. Thank you so much. We are glad you're here. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. We are moving on very well. I can see we have gotten to almost 350K subscribers. Let's push it so that we can have as many people getting this message, Azimio message, getting down, down, down. Black is joining us very soon. I'm sure he's just mark timing the other side. He has started showing signs of coming this side. He gets bored even on the other side. He just wants to come here and get the warmth. He can't stand being alone. And of course, if you subscribe, as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly also subscribe to my channel with my daughter. Let me put it here so that you guys can go there, subscribe, like the videos, and share, invite more people to subscribe. Themba and Lulu Show. And Lulu Show. So on YouTube, kindly go there and subscribe to them and Lulu Show on YouTube. You'll see nice videos to me post up. It's just a journey of a father, an African father, and his daughter growing up in the United States of America. Now, thank you so much. Now, I want to bring in whom do we start? Now, Lord, you'll start with the first answer. Lord Adams. Christine will give us the second stanza, and Big Julius will give us the third stanza of our national anthem, so that we pray. Then mkitaka kubaki umbea, Lord Adams, nipe first answer.
Ee Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na amani, tukatukae na uhuru, amani na upendo, raha tupate ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Unmute.
Sorry. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante. Na kuna mtu Eli Shivza anikumbusha tulikuwa tuwe na EAC National Anthem leo, lakini Julia sijui aliogopa nini hajaja leo, so we passed it. We'll do it tomorrow. Makiadi, una wimbo leo? Haya, twende kazi.
Leo nimepata moja hapa, lazima niwasemee. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana
hiyo
kama
ni special dedication ya Eva.
Haya, sawa. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Matata ya Mwasi na Mobali Ekoki Kosila Te. Yani, the misunderstandings between a man and a wife will never end on this world. Imecharazwa na mwanamuziki mwenda zake Franco Lombolwanzo Makiadi katika miaka ile ya 80 na kitu kule. Jua kina misi hawajui hiyo miaka. Haya, sasa wimbo wenyewe intro inasema namna hii. O nasali nini yo senzela mwana moninga ozui ngai na mpasi batela ngai na tango likambo bamona bondela ngai soki nasale ki mwasi alingaka presence ya mobali. Yani nasali nini ni kama kusema, oh, what did I do? Senzela mwana moninga ozui ngai na mpasi, watch over your friend or another person's son who has problems with care. Alafu inaenda inasema batela ngai na ntango likambo bamona, yani protect me. Unakumbuka kuna wimbo moja unasema batela makila na ngai, kwa hivyo batela ni kuprotect. Batela ngai na ntango likambo bamona, alafu inamalizia sentensi na kusema bondela ngai soki na siliki mwasi alingaka presence ya mobali. Yani, a woman loves or likes the presence of a man. Mobali ni mwanaume, mwasi ni mwanamke. Alafu pale mbele inaenda inasema, oh, tukabola fote mabe ebandi na yo mpe na ngai lokola bato bayebi toluka ekolabre senzela mwana ya bato bondela mwana ya bato. Yani, oh, let us tuongee ukweli, let us be frank, tuongee ukweli, kwa sababu you and I are the cause of all evil. Like the people who understand it, the reason is we are looking for equality. Tunatafuta equality kila siku. So watch over someone's son and plead with people yani to protect other people's sons. Sasa chorus yenyewe inachapa namna hii. Matata ya mwasi na mobali esilite na mokili mama. Oh mama, namna hiyo. Sasa matata ya mwasi na mobali inamaanisha the problems and quarrels and fights between a wife and a husband will never end in this world. Inarudia hapo mara mbili. Matata ya mwasi na mobali esilite na mokili mama. Oh mama yani the problems of a wife and a husband will never end in this world. Oh mama Alafu Franco anaingia pale na kusema likambonini nzambe osala biso mibali tusalaka basi bango balika balataka biso mbula mobimba pato moko na nzoto. Yani, likamboni ni nzambe ni kama kusema, why did God create us men to toil for women's sake? We feed them, we dress them, while we men spend a whole year with only one trouser on our body because of our selfishness to make the ends meet. Oh, not selfishness, selflessness to make ends meet. Wacha nimalizie hapo Ndemba.
Dear, that's dedication yako. Mtu anatoil, alafu wewe ndio huyo. Unamwacha aende akaombe.
Anatoil na trouser moja kwa mwili.
Trouser moja kwa mwili, trouser moja kwa mwili. Na alafu na wewe Unamwacha.
Na hiyo ilikuwa dedication yangu. It's not a nice song for dedication.
Ni papa alidedicate, mimi si mimi. Ni papa alikudedicatea.
Saki hiyo nataka ingine ni dedicate ya love.
That should tell that Papa interested.
No, no. I need to. Mimi nilikuwa nimeambia Makiadi adedicate, lakini Makiadi akataka kunichomea, akadedicate kitu mbaya kama hiyo.
Ulikuwa unataka gani? Ulikuwa unataka gani?
Makiadi, you need to talk to DA because she's too noisy today. She's on my case and she's calling me a hyena. I don't know how greedy I am.
Temperature DA imepanda, so you need to do something, Makiadi.
I don't know what's wrong with her today.
Adams, you are a hyena.
She's calling me a hyena. Am I greedy?
You are a hyena.
Am I greedy?
Wewe ndio ule Wajakoya walisema.
Nah, not true.
Iva anataka dedication nyingine kutoka kwa Bob Papa. Bob Papa, Iva anataka dedication nyingine.
I think you are not being fair to me. Anytime somebody tries to know me more, unakatizia. But today, you una advocate for Papa na Eva. So I don't know, Themba. I don't trust you.
Kwani Christine ulikuwa na interest kwa Papa?
But you didn't hear yesterday. I had a mission with Mise that was accomplished, and I'm back to the base. And Themba, anytime somebody tries to know me,
when the office, you know.
Okay, sasa tuseme hivi Christine, mimi sina ubaya. Kama nani umeona hapa anataka kukujua zaidi, tumwache saizi. Manake Bob
Big Julius chance anijue. So I don't know what's the big deal, but if amefika tu, you are advocating achaguliwe song. I requested that song like 3 months ago. You've never even sang.
Which song is that?
Yo, Stuck on You by.
Like, before I could even sing it, Stuck on You, you were already stuck on Mrs. Now, what was I supposed to do?
No, Themba. Christine never stuck on anybody. She don't stuck on anything.
She never did. So why would you want to dedicate Stuck on You to someone who is not sticking?
I don't stick on anybody. Have you tried? Are you talking from experience?
You weren't sticking on Papa. You weren't sticking on Mr. You weren't sticking on Sospita. You weren't sticking on who is the other?
Not complaining. Papa is here. He can speak for himself. He's not complaining.
Christine, you are operating like a broom, kifagio. You're just sweeping anything. You're sweeping all away.
We Adams na wewe sasa. Hizo ni gani?
That's what he is.
Hizo ni wivu. Ametaka lakini hapati.
Anataka kuchoma kwa sababu
huyu ameanza kuimba Mudhoni kifagio.
Anataka kuchomea Christine kwa sababu hata yeye kwake kunachomeka. Ameona Iva hapa. Sasa wewe kwako kutachomeka. Umeona Iva hapo kuingia show.
Papa.
Man has left a lady and will say,
Makiadi mimi nimepeana.
Really? Huyo ndio Adams.
No. This Bob Papa Senior. This is your dish.
Now, I have already given my message in the private chat. Makiadi, read there and deliver. ASAP.
Ati unasikia vile umeambiwa na Black Christine. Wewe ni reusable sticker. Hivyo umeambiwa nini?
Mambo ya nyuma ya kati mnataka kujua nini?
Haya, nimeacha wacha hata siongei tena. Nimeacha.
Papa. Trend carefully.
Papa pia tutaki uende kuoga. Unajua kule sabuni imeisha.
Lakini Papa,
wacha nijaribu Big Julius.
Mimi
Papa,
Christine Big Julius ni jamaa mzuri sana. Anatoa ng'ombe mbuzi 3 za kuchinjwa. Huyo ni jamaa ako na mbuzi nyingi.
Hapo sawa, Themba. Hapo sasa.
Ya hapo ndio sawa.
Themba.
Mimi niko preserved.
Aya, Papa Julius anasema nimchezee 12,600 letters Hiyo nayo sasa sijui kama ndio itafurahisha, kwa sababu hiyo nayo ni ile inasema bandeko ya basi yo balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te mpona nini yo. Sasa bandeko ya basi ni kama brothers balingaka basi ya bandeko ya mibali te, yani why do sisters hate their brothers wives? Hiyo sijui Bob Papa ameitoa wapi inasema na
nini. Nataka hiyo ya nini Bob Papa?
Hata ninashangaa kuna chuki na nani bana.
Iva ndio umeashii moto yote.
Kwa wale ambao
sasa mimi hata sijui nimefanya nini jamani.
Ngoja kidogo. Kwa wale ambao bado wanatazama.
Mbona usinichezee itika na respect something like that?
Na respect. Watakuchezea makiadi. Tushaicheza hapa lakini si issue. Kama ume request, unajua pia
ama makiadi. Papa Lolo, something like that.
Sasa sikia Evelyn Eva, acha nisikuite Evelyn. Evelyn ambayo yuko chini, wewe ni Eva. Huyu jamaa makiadi alirudi kuoga. Sasa wachana na kina Ndeto, wachana na kina Lodadams. Lodadams yuko na mtu anaitwa Yufino Tieno. Huyu makiadi hapa sasa alirudi kuoga, yuko kwa soko. Achana na papa mtachapana bure na Christine hapa. Makiadi hapa.
Kwa hivyo okay, Christine ni wa papa, sitaingililia hiyo. Ndani yuko free?
Makiadi hapo juu yako, huyo makiadi.
Mimi nilikwambia mimi wasirudi kwa soko Ndemba.
Makiadi ni wa Julia president.
Hapana. Makiadi hata we Julia tena. Wewe. Woi. Julia ni wa nani? Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Njiru. Huyo sasa
okay.
No, Temba uko na mdomo sana.
Ngoja ni sort ndio msitu. Nyamaza Lodadams. Nataka kusoti kitu mara moja, msisumbue Iva hapa. Huyu Lodadams huyu.
Hapana Temba.
Ngoja wewe.
Temba wewe uko na mdomo sana.
Ngoja.
Temba uko na mdomo mbaya sana. We can't have you continue like this.
Relax. Nataka kusoti kitu once and for all.
We cannot allow you to continue. Kuna mdomo mbaya sana.
No. Relax. Eva, usisikie hawa wambea wote. Huyu Lodadams huyu. Ngoja. Huyu Lodadams alimchanganya Yufino Otieno mpaka kajita Yufino Otieno Adams. Yuko hapo chini.
Aya. Yufino.
Basi. Ngoja nikupe habari. Huyu papa hapa ni wa Christine huyo hapa.
Temba.
Ngoja.
Hebu endelea mimi nijue kule nimebaki. Kwa sababu
huyu mato hapa wako nyuma ya Kate na Linet wa bomba hapo chini.
Wewe wacha
huyu Big Julius yeye alikuja juzi, yeye ni member wa Deep State, yeye ni ku sort na ku make sure watu wamekaa vizuri.
Uliambia Linet mimi nilikuwa first wife. Uliambia Linet mimi ndio first nilikuwa first wife.
Unajua siku anataka kutangaza.
Temba sana.
Ama nitangaze, nisiseme.
Tumeharibu, tumechoma.
Nisiseme.
Makiadi
Demba wacha siasa. Niseme.
Makiadi hapa alikuwa mwadie, lakini die alimuacha akaenda kwa jamaa mwingine. Sasa Makiadi hapo yuko soko. Mwambie akuimbie Papa Lolo, akupigie Papa Lolo alafu basi na vina nangai na respect story na hapo tunamaliza hiyo.
Mimi Ndemba, mimi nilienda.
Niseme nisiseme, ngoja Makiadi. Niseme nisiseme.
Unasema?
Niseme nisiseme.
No, talk freely, it's a free world. Why do you want to hide anything? Yeah.
Haya, basi. Badala ya mimi kusema sasa ndio wasione ni kama nime make up, wewe sema.
Aseme nini? We can't go into the
Si atakwambia sasa hizi siwacha kuambie.
Si useme. Si ndio nataka kuongea macho.
Niseme nisiseme.
Ndeto the man who claims the woman. I dance salsa.
Hey,
If you dance salsa like I do,
Mato,
is the man who goes to pick the woman. The woman remains where she is. The man dances and goes and picks the woman from the seat and takes her to the dancing floor.
Iva sema nikisema watu wanataka mchezo.
Dani ameniambia niachane na makiadi. Kwa hivyo inakaa makiadi ako na demand.
Iva,
na mimi sipendi kushare. Mimi kama uko on demand is a no go zone. Uwezani na mimi damu yangu ni mbaya.
Eva unakumbuka yule msichana alikuwa anatafuta president? Anaitwa nani?
Juliet president.
Yes.
Eva.
Hata kuna wakati Mato alikuwa nani, kuna wakati Ndeto alikuwa anamtaka anamtetea sana. So I doubt you two guys. So Richie and Martin X.
Unajua ile
mimi ndio nakuambia.
Sasa kama haya basi kama umesema Richie na Martin X, haya Big Julius yuko available.
No, Eva sema kama unataka, kama utaki tuendelee tu hivyo. Waambie
Mato, ongea
Mato. Uliwasha moto na
nena ngoya.
Ati nini?
When uliwasha moto na hujakaa hapo.
Mato is supposed to claim Eva and Mato is not claiming Eva. Eva is
you want to say it because nikiwaambia nyinyi mtanicheka hapa, mtaniingilia.
No, it's good when it comes out from your mouth.
Claim your property, Mato.
Okay, no, used to.
Oh,
okay, Mato.
Okay.
So actually,
to make a
statement. No, sema kweli basi. Hivyo umenipatia go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so in high school, this was my high school sweetheart. Tulikuwa naye high school, tulikuwa cheza baki na yeye. This was my alikuwa high school sweetheart.
Baba na mama.
No, Mutembe
TV is such a good place. Mutembe is such a good place. Nilimwona siku ya kwanza niko like, I know you. Alafu nikamwambia nipatie namba, akanipigia alafu nikamwambia, ulifanya kumbe ni wewe. But that was actually what you call us high school sweetheart. Hapo ndo ilikuwaga tulikuwa
tu sisi
wote. We used to play basketball together na every time and aliningiza kwa shida hiyo wewe aliningiza kwa shida because one day I almost got initwaje kwa kufukuzwa shule because walifungwa na Mudhedheni and then akakuja kunikalia akaniambia twende sijui huko kwa twende kwa
tosha Mato.
But yeah, so I know this lady for a long time, but
no, nothing happened. It was just when we were meeting in the
nothing happened.
Na zile barua alikuandikia bado uko nazo ama ulizitupa?
I still have them.
Mato.
I still have them.
Mato, we need to know whether ulicheza kama Mutua. Kwani ulicheza kama Mutua?
Na
ulicheza kama Mutua ama namna gani?
Papa. Wacha sasa hizo zimefika hapo. Tuachie hapo. Mato sasa hapo mimi sisemi kitu, hiyo yenyu ni ngumu. Unajua
ndio umetupatanisha but anyway.
Hiyo ni ages ago. Hiyo ni ages ago. Sasa natafuta mtu mwingine.
Julius yuko hapo juu.
Julius.
Mimi
narichia hapo juu yako.
No, mimi nitatetea nitatetea Julius. Julius, wacha nikutetee.
Hapana, usinitetee.
Okay, sawa, nimekuachia.
Iva, unajua mimi
ni kusumbua Eva shasema anataka kujua
nini papa.
Wewe wachana na hii mambo mingi. Wewe kuja
hata leo umeshindwa kulala.
Bob, nyamaza. Mimi hapa Eva, mimi ni kama mimi ndio ule peacemaker. Nataka kuona maneno kienda sawa, lakini unajua Ndeto amekutetea kusema ukweli mbele ya Mungu, amekutetea sana. Ukitoka nje anaandika message Demba Eva nataka kuingia. Yani he tried. Usimtupe sana. Usimtupe sana. Usimtupe sana.
No.
Lakini hasa shida.
He was a high school sweetheart na maisha iliendelea na ikazidi. So now we're good friends, you know. I actually didn't know that akatokea.
Sasa Eva fanya hivi, Makiadi yuko hapo juu. Tafadhali
Makiadi yako na demand huku kwa chat.
Kuwa na demand ni kitu moja. Unajua hata gari nzuri kama iko kwa showroom inaangaliliwa na watu wengi.
Demba, unajua nyinyi mmenikatia kauli.
Kuinunua ni mmoja tu.
Mmenikatia kauli.
Mbona msilete black? Nimeamua I
think black ukimtaka upate huko chini, ashakuita huko chini. Watu wa UDA tu.
Mimi sitaki bottom up, akuje juu.
Black kama unamtaka mfuate huko chini.
Eva uko city gani? Uko city gani huko?
Papa. Buckinghamshire, niko Buckinghamshire.
What is that?
Demba.
Ati Makiadi unasema nini?
Nasema hawa jamaa wako right, hawa wawili. Hawa ni ma sponsors. Unasikia mmoja ametupatia mbuzi na anatuongezea ingine, na mwingine ameambiwa apime dress. So wako na kazi yao hapo So ukiona Bob Papa ako hapo, mwambie anajua kazi yake ni nini.
Mimi sitaki kuteseka. Makiadi pesa yake inaenda kwa wasichana wengi.
Nishatoka hiyo.
Makiadi pesa yake inaenda kwa wasichana wengi, sitaki kuteseka. Wacha Christine tunaweza share either Bob ama niende kwa Big Julius. Adam,
utawezana na makelele Eva. Utawezana. Na Kenya utawezana kushare.
Mimi nishatoka hiyo stage ya sponsors.
Squeeze adungilie mshale utumie.
Why
Bob anasema nini?
Sponsor mimi nimetoka huko.
I have a question. You know, caring is sharing. Why can't you guys embrace sharing?
Watajipanga. Sasa sikia Eva,
mambo ya sponsors.
Kuna mtu anaitwa
decides your destiny.
Eva,
kuna mtu anaitwa Nyambwensu anasema Nyambwesu Fred anasema Eva ni wangu.
Sasa Eva, mimi nishakwambia, nimekuelezea hapo juu, kuna umesema Mato mko na historia huyo, na wanasemanga kwamba usikunywe maji kwa the same river twice. Kuna Makiadi hapo juu. Makiadi ni jamaa, ni gari iko kwa showroom, watu wengi wanaitamani, wanaipenda, lakini yule atainunua ni mmoja. So Makiadi yuko hapo.
Any competition.
Spare parts za Makiadi are very expensive.
Bob Papa yuko hapo, lakini unasikia unaona ako na Christine hapa namweka man ni kama huyu jamaa huyu Lord Adams, ukienda kwake ujue you feel Otieno, mpaka hata jina lilibadilishwa huko. Huyu Lord Adams anakutocha na mapenzi mpaka unabadilisha jina lako. Utakuja hapa kesho wewe ni Eva Makokelo Adams. Hivyo tu yani.
Lakini Temba, mbona unaita jina yangu hivyo ati Makokelo?
I don't know, how do you call it?
Makelo.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Makelo. Okay. Sorry.
Ni Makokelo, I'm just joking.
So I got it right. Okay. So
Demba.
Yeah.
Black ashajitangazia, amesema Eva kuanzia leo sasa wewe unaitwa Eva Black. So wewe mambo yako tumemaliza hapa.
Thank you, Black.
Eva, you are doomed. I'm telling you, you are doomed.
Why? Sasa mmetukumba nini wote, mnataka nifanye nini?
You just hang in there. You don't have to get anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Just hang in there.
No, Adams, you're trying to play against here. Ona tuko na watu 208 wanapenda umbea, wamekaa tu hapo wanasikiza umbea. Hata Kenya na umbea. Asanteni sana jamani, wacha tuonane tena kesho. Evelyn, tutakuwa na wakati wetu waombea, ndio maana tunajiita hapa Deep State ya evening show. So tunakuja hapa, hawa hizi news utazikosa hapa wakati wa evening, ndio maana wanajiita Deep State. Makiadi, Ndeto, Papa, Christine, Julia, Big Julius, huyu Lord Adams, na kuna mwingine anaitwa Mise. Hao ndio wanakuwa kwa Deep State ya evening show. Wanakujanga tu hapa, tukishamaliza tunapiga umbea. Na tunakuwa ni watu 205 wanaingia tu kutazama umbea. Yani nothing useful here at this time.
Na tunaingiza Eva kwa kitu. Anaingia Deep State sasa.
No, only 1 week to enjoy this. After kura sasa watu wanarudi to normal self, eh?
We are starting the TV channel ever and it's gonna be lit. Mi nitakuwa bi msafari. So we are going digital TV. We are gonna reach many people, so it's not gonna end after election. Or Amatemba itaisha.
We don't know. I mean, personally, I believe you live one day at a time.
We hope for the best. We always
Yeah, but Christine, you know, ikikuwa kwa digital TV sasa hakuna kudance ovyo ovyo.
We.
Kudance ni makosa
Tuonane kesho.
You cannot dance
tomorrow.
Themba funga lakini utuache.
I gotta go.
Wewe Themba kama unataka kwenda wewe enda.
Themba.
Nice one. Nice one.
Themba.
We still need time.
Themba.
Mato.
Wait. Themba.
Funga lakini utuache.
Let me see what you're drinking again. Let me see your glass.
No. I mean, listen. See you tomorrow.
See you guys. It was a pleasure.